coming down.
Does he have it?
Medeiros is going to get it.
Oh, they're going to toss it. They haven't got it.
He's on the outside line though, going into the fastest corner on the circuit. Surely this can't work.
Dominic Ligner has got a sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's caught back into play. Exactly, Miller's still start trouble. He's not on second and change. All of a sudden, Miller's back in play.
Can Barry do it? Big Barry's going to do it. Big Barry!
Welcome one and all to the Virtual World Sportscar Championship. We are here in fiery France on what's looking like a glorious day for racing, to witness one of the greatest racing spectacles in the world. This event needs no introduction as it's widely considered one of the races at the pinnacle of motorsport and rightly takes a coveted spot in the big three, the Holy Trinity, the triple crown of motorsport, along with the Indy 500 and the Monaco GP. It is one of the hardest races around, and competing 24 hours here in itself is a challenge, never mind coming first. So introducing the race today, I've got James Parfitt and Stephen Kravlis, myself here in the broadcasting booth today for this Le Mans race. It's going to be a fantastic one, surely. We've got the schedule up on screen for you there as well. We're starting with the Le Mans here today at it's the 3rd of June, not the 1st, but the Saturday one. We've got Watkins Glen next up, followed by the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, and then on to Monza, Road America, Fuji, Indianapolis, Road Atlanta and Bahrain. About halfway through the championship as it stands, and this one counts for double points, so drivers will be chomping at the bit to get their hands on those extra sweet points for the championship. But no further ado, we'll introduce James. Good evening, James. I hope you're having a fantastic day, fence posts aside.
Yeah.
And, yeah, looking forward to a good one.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Welcome in, Mr. Reese, into the YouTube chat as well. Hope you are all well. It should be a classic here at Le Mans as well. We all know what Le Mans is like. We all know what sort of track it's going to be. And with 3-minute 26 lap times coming from the Hypercars, they're going to be absolutely flying. And 3:57, 119 from Chris Brown in the GTs. It's going to be absolutely incredible. But you can see the track information up there for you as well. Orange zone leading out to our NARS today, Stephen.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. One of the ways going to be taking advantage of that orange zone in order to make a move. But if you do make a move there and you end up in an incident, the penalty will be severe. But it doesn't mean that you can't race there. It just means that if you make a mistake, you're definitely going to get a big old whack with the proverbial punishment paddle. But on to the standings then, into the LMGT3 AMs. First of all, we've got Eugene currently topping the board in the Ferrari 488. Stephen Miller in the McLaren in the 720S behind him on 72 points, each with a win each. And Filippo Marazzi with a win as well in P3. The only other winner so far this season is Craig Pullen down in P8. But we've got Ed Jones, Matt Busse and Mike Busse. Imagine they're brothers or father-son or something like that in the Lamborghinis there in 5 and 6. Peter Meyer in the Mercedes. Stuart Barge and P9 in Acura. Number 10 belongs to James Bowders. Tom Mountjoy in P11. Vinicius in P12. Josh in 13. Stephen in 14. And another Busse there. So we've got a whole family of Busses here today. 15th is Adam Gray. 16 Roland Hagenhaus. 17 Francisco Costa. Larry Thomas in P18. Wes Dyer 19. Gino Bordelli in 20. And Mike Olsen rounding us off in P21. Trash Panda currently leading the championship standings for the team standings. Reptile in P2. Only 2 drivers team driving driving teams available there in the ARMS. But into the pros then, we've got Johnny Gutierrez currently leading the way with 83 points and 2 wins under his belt over Luciano Ikato in the Bentley Continental in P2. Vasilis Kataranakis in the Acura in P3 rounds out the top 3 positions. Big jump now down to P4 for Alicio Neto, JT Tammy and Becky Eli rounding out the pros here for the top 6. Brandon Gant, Zaimi Zalecki, Sashin Sobers and Vinicius Goncalves round out the top 10. Stardust Autosports are the team, only team with any points at the moment, but no points on the board as it stands. It's Ely. Apologise. Been reminded of that. But Becky Ely in the Acura NSX has been having some fantastic races that I've been commentating on in the last few weeks. So it'll be interesting to see what she can do today. On the Hypercars into the ARMS, we've got Wayne Hutchinson in the Porsche 963 on 89 points, followed by Guillaume Benck in the Cadillac LMDH. It's 85. We've got Philippe Enrique in P3, Barry DiMarzo in P4, and Maximilian Petravsky in P5. Cohen Garling in P6, followed by William Miller again in the Cadillac P7, and P8 belongs to Robert Strachan. Oliver Newman in the hybrid BMW in P9, Risto Corpi in P10, Aaron Clark in P11, and Diego Rodriguez rounds out the final points playing position there with 8 points in the Ferrari 499. Stuart Haas Racing and HPD on designs, the only teams competing here, but 117 points to 93 for those top 2 teams means we've got a big battle on our hands in that category. Hypercars next then. Daniel Kirby leading the way with 74.5 points and 1 win under his belt. 2 wins under Mia's belt as it stands at the moment down in P4, but only 64.5 points on the board so far. Tom Lane and John Uyan make out the podium places with Timon Suvic in P5. We've seen him have some very good races in the past, along with Wouter de Bruyne, who's shown a real rapid pace. Yeah, I remember watching him, I believe it was in the first series I commentated here in the CMS series. Did a very good race, but had a couple of issues, but cost him big. Brian Hall in P7 though, Ross Smith in P8, Bradley Sellers P9, and our own George Angelidis in P10, Magnus Dahlgren P11, Cameron Barker P12, 13 belongs to Jason Whitehead, Jerry Shen, Eric Monet, Alexander Schultz and Norm Graff. Jeffrey Ellis and Matthew Overton along with Giles Lalonde make up the top 20 and get to the point. Further drivers along there who are very low on the point scoring, but over in the championship for the team championship, CMS Pro currently dominating proceedings, 142 points over Team Rookie Monsters 66, but they're in a tasty battle there, James, with SKS Motorsport just 6 points separating them and only 4 behind to HPD there in the Pro Hypercar standings. Be interesting to see. It looks like the team championships are hotting up nicely at the moment here.
Yeah, they definitely are as well, and it's going to be very exciting for these guys here this evening, and one that we can all look forward through. There's the tyre choices. Hypercars got softs, mediums, wet. GTs on the soft, medium, hard and wet. So that's going to be an interesting one. I don't know about wets today. Chances of rain? Meh. You know, who knows? We don't know. It might happen. It might not happen there as well. And then, just to top it off, they've got some challenges of this racetrack to deal with. They've got to maintain focus, fuel strategy, consistency, and team driving, Stephen. That's going to bring a different dimension to the world.
Yeah, it's the first time we're going to see this in this series, I believe. It's driver swaps, and they come with their own challenges in itself. I mean, having a setup that works for both drivers is the main obvious one, but it's going to be interesting to see if there's any issues with those driver swaps. We might see a few drivers stuck in the pits for a long time because the driver may not know that they're due to get in the car, for example, and might be off making a cup of tea or relieving themselves or anything like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Because of that, because of those issues that those guys who are changing seats throughout the race have, the guys here today, and there are several of them, who are doing this whole 4.8 hour race alone, are going to have to do a drive-through. They're going to have to serve that in the first 3 laps just to make it easy on the admins in order to do things to check that they've done it correctly. But Tom Lane, who we're following on board with here at the moment, is going to be one of those drivers who's doing the full 4 hours and 48 minutes on their own. That's going to be an interesting one for them. There's going to be buckets of sweat dripping off those guys by the end of this, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think that's the scary thing. You know, there are people in teams, and I think that's one of the interesting things today that we're going to see as well. How the team, you know, we've heard it with George and Calvin Ross, and who are together in the car. You know, and there was such a difference. We were listening to them in the green room, not Calvin Ross Smith, sorry. And they were basically talking about different biases, different everything all at the same time, and how to do this, and they've got to try and do this, and everything else. You know, there wasn't this option of a setup suits all. It was a kind of a setup doesn't suit all. It favours the driver in the car. Now, obviously, from Daniel Kirby's point of view, he's driving alongside John Uyan, which, to be honest, pretty good deal there, I'm not going to lie. And then you've got Timon Suvic teamed up with Alexander Schultz for SKS. We've got Mike Bell, Jeffrey Ellis for Smile Power Racing, Francisco Concas and Gilles Lalonde for Bad Day Racing. You know, so there are teams, but the likes of Tom Lane, Bruno Paglia, Brian Hall, Magnus Dahlgren, Mia Rose is another one, Wayne Hutchinson, Johnny Gutierrez, Vinicius Concalves as well, and Peter Meyer. They're all driving solo. So that's going to be an interesting one, I think, as well. How they're going to get on mentally, because obviously, you know, we know that driving for long periods of time will make you tired anyway in general. So it's going to be even harder for some of these guys doing 4.48 hours in a race car on your own. It's a tough ask, very tough ask.
Yeah. Flip side of that is, of course, that you get a setup that works perfectly for you because you're the only driver using it, so you don't have to make any compromises with your teammates, and you also don't have to do any of those pesky driver swaps when you come into the pit either, which can obviously it's a weak point, isn't it, in your race strategy. It can cause problems, it can mean issues galore, and these drivers obviously going to be very tired by the end of the stint, but if they've got experience in endurance racing and have done this kind of thing before, they shouldn't have any problems, and should be able to manage for that long. But what about yourself? If you've ever done a long drive, like the 6-7 hour drive from my place down to London, it is tiring. It really wipes you out driving at speed. Motorway driving, obviously different kettle of fish to Le Mans driving. But it takes it out of you. It tires you out mentally and physically. It tires you out. And, these guys are going to be absolutely knackered at the end of 4.5 hours racing around Le Mans.
Yeah, I remember driving from where I live down in Somerset up to Rowra, the other side of Manchester, and that was a 6.5 hour drive. The only good thing about that is, I suppose, in relative to what these guys are doing, I could stop. You know, they could stop. They can stop as well. Don't get me wrong. They can pull over and do a driver swap or pit stop, whatever. You know, and I think that's the thing, they've got to be able to maintain that. You know, they know they're going to have about a minute gap roughly on pit stops, right, give or take. So they're going to be able to go in for the hypercar drivers or the solo drivers like Tom Lane, Brian Hall. They can go in, run off to the toilet while they get refueled and tyres or whatever else they want to pick, and then come back and then head out again. So, you know, I suppose on the upside, they've got that's the ability for them to be able to deal with, you know, and the other guys has obviously just got to make sure that they get in the car, make sure their bias is set, make sure they swapped over properly, make sure everything works, because we know how glitchy certain things can be when you're moving from one driver to another. So there's a lot involved for these guys, and I think, you know, they're going to be competitive, but it's also going to be difficult, and I'd be interested to see how this one pans out. In fact, I'm really going to be quite excited to see what actually goes on here, due to the fact that obviously, you know, the swaps, the solos, the tiredness, it's all going to be involved in this situation, and it's like a complete cake, this race. Everything needs to go smoothly when you're cooking the cake or when you're racing, because if it doesn't go smoothly, the cake will flop. And that's the problems when you're racing in a series, that if things don't go smoothly for you, there is a big possibility that things can go horribly wrong. So I think from that point of view, they're going to have to look out for it, how it is as well, and how they get on along this period of time. You know, you can see on the left hand side we've got the mixed timing tower there as well. You know, the likes of Van der Ven is currently sitting in front of some of the pros. GT3's in front of Zalecki as well, and Gann. So they've got to manage that as well. Faster divisions, being faster than others. You know, we know Hutchinson is quite quick and he's quite capable of getting it, mixing it up with the AMs. He's faster than Gilles Lalonde at the moment. So there's all of these things. There's so much going on. You know, these guys need their spotters. They need their teammates behind them. They need the encouragement. And I think Le Mans itself, with the long Mulsanne straights, with the draft coming off them as well, is going to be absolutely incredible. And then, of course, day-night just to mix it up. So, all in all, it's going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, certainly the day-night cycle as well means very drastic track changes as well. We're going to have the live weather in use today, so it's based on the real life, and it's a scorcher in Le Mans this weekend, and it looks like it's going to be the same next weekend as well for the actual Le Mans, which I'm very much looking forward to. But this is not an easy track by any stretch. There are so many corners here that will murder you as soon as look at you, and ready to chop your neck off for any mistake. And the mistakes that you can make here, it can be literally, you could be running around happy as Larry, doing nice steady laps one moment, and the next minute you're doing a triple backflip over the barrier because your Mercedes CLR decided it wanted to be an aeroplane, as Peter Dumbrek found out back in the I think it was early 2000s, actually, wasn't it, when he did that? That was down in Indianapolis when he did a bit of gymnastics over the wall. But it's going to be interesting how those track temps change over the course of the day-night cycle. As the track gets colder, it means the guys are going to get a little bit more grip, the tyres are going to degrade a little bit less. And number of stints that we're going to have here, you know, 9 to 12 stints, means that you might want to get your fastest driver in the car for the night stint as well. Another factor that the guys with teams have to worry about is who's going to drive the car when, which stint, who wants which stint. Are we going to make the setup set up for the fastest driver, a la Red Bull, Verstappen and Perez, or we're going to make the setup ready for both drivers to get good times? And yeah, I was going to think about, you know, splitting those times up nicely between the drivers as well. But I'm starting to get to the end of practice now. We'll be getting into qualification very soon. It's going to be interesting there. We're going to have a full formation lap here though after the qualifying, and obviously we've already mentioned there the orange zone there between turns 1 and 6. Means that we're probably not going to get underway in the actual race until turn 6, but be interesting to see if anybody actually goes for that there in that orange zone. It's obviously a big risk to try and make ascend in that area. It's obviously a hard place to make an overtake as well, but if you do go for it and you gain the position, then it could pay off big time.
Yeah, it could do as well. We will have a short intermission. The drivers will be going into a driver briefing after this practice session is over. So when they do that, we will have a short intermission, should we say, here before we come back once more after and going again as well. It probably gives me and Stephen a couple of minutes to grab a drink, sit back and, you know, get ourselves sorted out, ready to bring you the 4 hours plus of this race. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to hydrate. It is very important in this very hot weather today, as I found out why I was digging in a fence, and that was very nice of my wife to volunteer me for that job this morning here as well. So a bit of a busy day for me, but I think it's not be as busy as these drivers driving around this epic circuit.
Yeah, it's definitely busy on the steering wheel, especially in places like the Porsche curves. And the Ford chicanes, absolutely deadly through there with the high curbs as well. So on board here with Kirby, he's the man of the moment, leading the Pro Championship in the Hypercars. Not by much, mind, so a poor race here could cost him big in the championship. And that's the other side of things as well. Double points here in this one. We'll see a longer race, twice as long as normal. But we are going to get underway straight away with qualifying. We've got Eugene Monsieur coming out of the pit in his very nice liveried Ferrari there, looking very spectacular. And yeah, it's an endurance race, and with an endurance race comes the problems of its own, as he has to wait here for the last 6, 12, 4, 3, 2 seconds to make sure that he's got the green light here. And the light goes green, and away he goes, just by the timing rule exploded. But yeah, first longest endurance race that we've ever had here in CMS, and it's going to be an interesting one because it's not about who goes the fastest in an endurance race. You can get the fastest lap 10 times over and still come last. It's all about who gets the longest distance in 24 hours, which really means the most consistent lap time, lap after lap, and not getting caught out by any major problems such as traffic. Traffic is going to be a big deal here. We've got 50 drivers competing today in 31 teams. So at any one time, there's going to be 30 cars out on track at the moment. It's a long track is Le Mans, so it means there's going to be plenty of space to fit them all out there. But it does mean that you're going to have to make some overtakes, especially of these GT3 cars. And if they're not predictable like they should be, it can cause problems. It can cause you to slow down. You can maybe get caught behind one in one of the chicanes and not be able to get past for a little while. That gives your rivals the opportunity to gain time. It's a big factor, that traffic. So it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out. Strategy's also going to be a major factor here today at Le Mans as well. We're looking at 11 to 12 stints for the Hypercars, maybe 9 plus for the GT3s. GT3s can go maybe an hour before they have to refuel. And we're probably going to see a number of tyre changes in the length of things. But it's only the time that is going to be times 5 less at the moment. So all the tyres, the fuel and everything else is as normal. So we won't have to worry about having to do 5 times the pit stops. Just normal that. It should be an interesting one. What kind of times are we looking for here in the qualifying then for each category, James? Do you know?
Well, the GTs were going around about 350. 357, 358, so they were hitting in the 350s. The Hypercars were going around about 330. I think Giorgio Angelidis was hitting currently at the moment. Obviously, with some of the other guys, Daniel Kirby, we might be into the 320s, but we're looking at least you want at least a late 356, 357, maybe a 58 to be on pole in the GT3s. So we're going to see how they get on and see how that one works out there as well for some of these drivers as we are on board now with Yuji Mazur, who has just gone round the Mulsanne corner and on the run down through into Indianapolis. We might just want to have a look and see as he goes up under the bridge whether or not there's going to be any form here. You're going to get through there cleanly. It's quite a bumpy section, and that's the problem with this. As you can see, he's working the steering wheel quite hard there coming down into Indianapolis now, and it's a very tough circuit. People sit back and go, oh yeah, but Le Mans is just a few straights and a few little wigglies, and you're like, yeah, but involved in that you've got the Porsche curves, the Crane and the Corvette curves, the Ford curves, out through the Dunlop chicane and up through the S's before you get onto them straights. So there's a lot more involved, I think, Steve, than people give this track credit for.
I mean, that describes every racetrack in the world, doesn't it? A few straights joined by some swigglies. It's,
well, yeah.
Yeah, it is definitely a tough track, though. I mean, there are so hard corners here. Indianapolis, like you just mentioned there, one of the toughest. Especially, I think what makes Indianapolis so hard is the entry. You've got to get the car positioned so well through the right-hander, which is almost flat. You can't take it flat out if you want to, but it compromises you for Indianapolis, so a little lift is sometimes warranted there, just to keep the car steady and stable onto the right hand side of the track. But it's not easy, definitely not easy by any stretch. It's one of the toughest tracks, and it's one of those as well that no matter how many laps you've done here, if you come away from it for a month or two and then come back to it, it takes a good 4 or 5 laps to get back into the swing of this track. It's a track that's very easy to spin at, with a lot of odd cambered corners as well, and corners that you really kind of have to know them. You have to put the laps and the hours in this track to understand exactly how the car's going to behave. And it's definitely a track as well that's makes it great for endurance racing. Changes over the course of an endurance race drastically as well. So one moment where you might be able to go flat through one corner, 2 hours into the race, things are different. Your tyres are worn. The track's a bit over rubbered, and you just don't have the grip to do that anymore. You've got to be much more careful. Drivers that are able to cope with those adapting conditions the best are generally the ones that do greatest in these endurance races. Like I said before, it's all about consistency, essentially. This is a very important corner on the track as well, though, I would say. This final corner before the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, they're going to... Tetra Rouge, yeah, they're going to come out of Tetra Rouge and then basically look for the run out as well. You know, they've got to remember as well, it's double points for this race, so they get 50 for the win. So, you know, that's a massive gain in its own right, and a massive incentive, I suppose, Steve, to be able to basically keep the car on what is effectively known as the black stuff, even though some tracks are grey. But for their drivers, as you say, the ones that keep it on the track and the ones that basically will be able to consistently lap or get lapped, because let's not forget the GT3s, they're going to have to try and play ball as much as they really, really do not want to. The likes of the GT3s, Chris Brown, Dennis Van der Veen, Mateus Gonzalez, Brendan Mavet, Joseph Lepetri, Becky Ely, Peter Meyer, James Zalicki, you know, they've all got to be looking in their rear view mirrors at the same time. And that brings a different aspect to it because of the fact that they've got to be aware of what's behind them. I am a big advocate of blue flags. I've watched far too much F1 in my own time to basically sit back and think, right, every series needs a blue flag like at F1. Just get out of the way, move, let them through. But you've got to be, I think this is where the debate about this comes in so hard. When a driver in a GT3 runs a hypercar down into a corner and then blames the hypercar for diving that GT3, it's your own fault. There are enough straights on this track, on this circuit, there are enough places to lift and let them go through. So much easier for the both of you. That 1 or 2 attempts you can make up over this period of time of a race. You know, if it was a 45-minute sprint race, I get it. I'm not stupid. I get it. I fully understand. But in a 4.8-hour race where you've got time to make them temps back up, I don't see the issue with moving over. I really don't. I've got to be honest. It's just lift. Let them go through. Saves both of you being taken out in the next corner. VJ comes in there. F1 rules. Absolutely. Isn't that what most people in iRacing think blue flags means? Well, they certainly don't mean jump out the way in iRacing, mate. They're more, believe it or not, in iRacing's terms and conditions, and I think this is one of the things that drives me absolutely insane, they are only advisory to tell you that a faster car is approaching. They are not there to tell you that he's going to try and overtake you, or he wants to get past you, or you need to move out of the way. I'm sorry, I'll shut up now because I could be here all day on blue flags. It drives me crazy.
We could get into another long-winded battle about blue flags, but I'm sure that'll come up again in the race at some point as we fall on board here with Becky Eli. We've got 2 minutes left of qualifying here for the GT3s. These are the pros, I believe, out on track at the moment. It's a very bright car, that, as we go around Le Mans in the dark here. Definitely not going to miss that one coming up behind you in the rearview mirror, but however, not likely to see that one in your rearview mirror, even if it's a GT3 class, the slowest class on offer today. But the hypercars, like you say, yeah, they've got to plan their moves accordingly as well. The hypercars, they've got to make their feelings known as well, as getting a bit squirrely there in the chicanes, taking a lot of curb on the inside of the final one, but you're supposed to do that. It definitely doesn't upset the Ferrari as much as it does other cars. But I believe that is the Honda we're looking at, not the Ferrari.
Yeah. Tells
a lot about Japanese styling and who they copy off.
Yeah,
but,
there is a lot of cars here today, though. You've got the Porsche, you've got the Audi, you've got the Porsche, you've got the Honda, you've got the Aston Martin, the McLarens are here at the hands of Lepetri as well. So we've got a nice little burning McLaren on track. I do love them cars. God, was I a big advocate of the single seat in the middle of the windscreen. Back in the day. And then, of course, the Audi at the hands of Concalves. So, you know, I think overall it's going to be tough for some of these guys in these GT3s. Porsche, do you know what? I'd love to sit here and say that the Porsche can be completely capable, but I also know the Porsche can do Porsche things. And we're not saying that in a derogatory way, guys. The Porsche can kill you. You can do the same thing for 4 hours, and in the last 0.8 of this race, it might spin randomly, completely on its own. So, yeah, it's going to be definitely one to look out for there as well. But I think overall it's going to be an incredible battle between these GT3s. I think this could be an absolutely incredible one. Of course, we've got Van der Veen, Ely, Brown, Zalecki, Gant, Concalves, Meyer, McVeigh, Lepetri, and Mazur. So a Ferrari and Gray in a BMW as well. So we've got a full mix. Meyer's in the Merc. And I think this is where we can sit back and say now that there's going to be clearly not one manufacturer is going to dominate the series. Normally you see like all Ferraris or all Audis, but here we've got everything. It's amazing.
Yeah, a great mix of cars. Interestingly that you should bring up the Porsche as well, since they've got the record for the most wins here at Le Mans as well in the 24 hours. So it's interesting to bring up those ones. They are deadly, the Porsches. It's the way the weight sits on those back wheels, you get great traction, but also means that when that weight steps out and starts to slide, it's got the weight of the engine pulling you into the wall as well as the momentum of the car. So it's very difficult to save, is that Porsche, but it's definitely rapid. But Van der Vaart, what a name to say that is currently leading the charge at the moment, sitting on pole over Becky Ely with by 1.5 tenths. So it looks tight at the top here.
No, it definitely is as well. Ely and Brown in the Porsche, and then Zalecki there in the Honda, Gonzalez in the Bentley, and we got Gant on track as well. Brandon Gant here. He's on track currently in a Nissan. Beautiful looking car. I'm not sure it would have been my car of choice, as it reminds me actually of the Bentley in ACC. It's just massive, you know, and I think that's the problem with that car.
I can't ever look at this GTR car without thinking back to the Gran Turismo 2 days, when this was one of the cheapest and easiest cars to get a hold of in that game, and you could soup it up to supercar levels of speed. You could literally get it have like 1,000 horsepower or something ridiculous, which means when you back in the old GT2 days, where you could race this against 200 horsepower cars, just dominate them on the straights, use them as braking boards as well, as he gets a bit out of control there as he comes through that left-hander. Managed to save it. Looks like these cars are a little bit slippy, but tail happy. These GT3s do move around a lot. I've been racing the Ferrari a lot in iRacing. As in the pits comes Brandon Gant. But looks like that's going to be our grid for the pros, I believe. It looks like Van der Vaart is going to sit on pole for the time being. I believe it is Meyer who is sitting on pole for the AMS as well, but I could be wrong about that one. I might be missing a name or two above him, but it looks like Meyer. He's been rather quick this season so far, but is yet to win a race, as Meyer. So that's an interesting one. Maybe he's looking to break that duck today and get the double win here today.
Yeah,
Brown on offer.
Brown has just taken the pole position. Jamie Zalecki has just taken the pole position, as I stand corrected. So what can Van der Vin do here as well in this McLaren? Is he going to be able to get... He's in the pit, so he's looking like he might start from third place there. Mateus Gonzalez is still out on track at the time of the LMPs. Or the Hypercars, whatever you like to call them, or LMDHs, or there's multiple GTPs, there's multiple names. We'll just call them Hypercars for now, because it makes it very straightforward for all of us. So we'll just do that currently at the moment, so all of you guys at home don't get confused when we start talking about LMPs, LM everything else, and or GTPs and whatever else they want to be called. So we'll just call them that as we're waiting for Gonzalez to either clear the track here, as these guys are going to come around and start their first lap, or dive down to the pits, which I think would be a completely safe thing to do, due to the fact that obviously the Hypercar is behind. He's not. He's going to finish the lap. Yeah, he's going to finish the lap. So maybe he's on
a fast lap. I wonder. It could be. But LMDH behind him will not be happy. He wants to get a very good run out of the final quarter, but maybe he'll move over now that he's completed the lap. So he's going to, but Oh, he thought about letting him through, but then almost contact there. That's showing us very early on the dangers of multi-class racing. Look at that. I mean, he was just trying to be predictable. Mateus there, trying to go to the inside and let the guy through, but the guy had already gone to the inside to make the overtake. He wasn't early enough with his motion there to make it predictable. That's the main word here in these kind of races, predictability. But here we are on board then with Ross Smith in that lighthouse of a Honda ARX as he flies down this main straight here. Look how bright that is. It's almost as if there's no headlights on. It's just the paintwork that's causing that brightness in front of it. But I believe he's on a lap at the moment as he comes through the Porsche curves. So much fun, those corners there. You carry so much speed. It's all about those corners, is sacrificing the right corner for the right corner to make sure that you get a great exit. You've got to leave some time on the table in some corners in order to keep a nice tight line. Comes now through the final set of chicanes. And these are a nightmare to me, these chicanes. I always take them too cautiously because the curbs are so deadly. And it always lets the person behind catch up drastically whenever I'm racing. But through and onto his fast lap goes Ross Smith, partnered by George Angelidis today, who's been a fantastic servant to CMS over these months that I've known him. He's putting in a great amount of effort and time and work to make sure that this series runs great. Kirby down the Mulsanne straight now. I believe he's going towards the first chicane. He's going to be one of the men to keep an eye on today. He's absolutely rapid, one of the quickest men on track. Huge I rating size. Comes through final corner on the Mulsanne straight there, coming down into a very, very tricky section of track indeed. Because the undulations in the track here, the up and down, rise and drop of the track, it's very hard to get right. Indianapolis, one of the most dreaded corners on this track. Downhill braking, you've got to set it up nicely with the flat out right hander beforehand. You've got to get the car stopped nicely, but you can carry a lot more speed than you think you can. Come down now, hard braking zone, left hander, carry the speed. Use all the track on the outside there, getting very close to the gravel trap here. And then this tight right hander, you get a bit slidey there, you can tell he's almost clattered the wall there, but I don't know if he managed to get it off track. It looks like he kept it just about on there, so his time will be valid, but he knows for a fact he's lost 3 tenths at least in that corner, getting a bit slippy as he came around. Arnage, it's a tricky one, that Arnage. It's the slowest corner on the track, I think.
Yeah, it definitely is there as well. One of the interesting things is that big old knobbly aerial he's got sticking in the front there as well. It's just quite annoying. I think we were talking about it in the historic series there as well, of a particular car that once you go left you can't actually see out of the car because there's a big massive air vent in your way, so it makes it difficult. Oh, is he going to be able to nail these second parts here? It's got to go over. It's not. Oh! Well,
got very, very out of shape out of the final corner there, did he not? But he has managed to put it on pole with a 3:24.7. Not bad at all.
No, definitely not. But I still think that that was a tough lap. I think there's still more to come out of that lap, I think, from his point of view as well, because I think without them squirrely incidents, they probably wouldn't have had that problem. Mia Rose here in the Queen's Designs Porsche 963. Do you know the thing is, right, we're going to have George and stuff are going to join us in the booth later on, so I will chat to him about the modding side of rFactor. But boy, oh boy, have they done a good job. These cars look absolutely outstanding, and the designs, the time, the effort, that everything just looks so incredible. When we get into the day you'll see a lot more, but look at that Ferrari. It's just like eating a medium rare steak, and it's just they're gorgeous looking cars, aren't they?
Blue or nothing, really. It's got to be blue, ultra rare. If it hasn't moved in the last half an hour, I'm not interested. It's,
well, I'm a little bit more rare to medium for me, because I don't mind a little bit of blood, but I don't want to be sitting there thinking that I'm Dracula. You know what I mean?
I want to be. I'm expecting to be an extra from a carry scene or something like that. That's what I want when it comes to my beef. Steak tartare, absolutely one of my favourite things. I had that in the Charles de Gaulle airport restaurant once, and I have been sold on that ever since. And it is basically just showing the meat in the pan, so introducing them, saying pan, meat pan, and that's it. That's all you do, and it's absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, as are these cars, say they've done a fantastic job creating these things in this rFactor. And rFactor, definitely not the easiest software to work with at the best of times. It can cause what multitude of problems. As Enrique goes P3, I believe. Yeah. Not a bad time from him in the Honda ARX, but Mike Bell in the Ferrari 499P. It looks fantastic here. It looks fantastic in real life. I am dying to see one of these cars in real life. I saw it really, but going a bit wide there is Dahlgren, another very quick man on the track in previous races that I've seen. But look at the liveries here. They look so good on these cars. The paintwork that these guys have put in terms of liveries as well look absolutely fantastic, especially with these luminous bits of paintwork in the night time as well. Look at the rear wing on this Ferrari here for ME Racing. Looks absolutely beautiful. The stars on that livery, brilliant. It's something's just been smashed to smithereens. Looks like a couple of bollards going up in the air there. As we are now done for qualifying. Checkered flag is out.
Yeah, definitely there as well. And as you say, some of the liveries here from Magnus Dahlgren looks absolutely incredible. Gwilym Benck here in the Cadillac, the LMDH as well. There was rumours that it is coming to another sim this week, I believe, next Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken, as well, along with an LMP3, but no definites, as we know. It may not. But let's not worry too much about that for now, as we have got it on track currently at the moment here, and the Honda ARX 06 at the hands of Timon Suvic, or of course is teamed up with Alexander Schultz. Stephen, I think that's not going to be a bad team there. I think between Suvic and Schultz, they're going to be on the pace as well. I'm also expecting Kirby and Uyan. I think if I've got to go, if I would be looking at picking a winner, I'd probably go for Kirby in the hypercar classes here as well. And always is one of them off track there as well. That was currently Gwilym Benck, I believe. May have just taken a little bit of a divert off the circuit, and he did do there in his Cadillac. So
yeah, no problem. Danny Kirby, like you say though, definitely going to be favourites. John Uyan alongside him in P3 in the championships. You've got P1 and P3 in the championship driving together. I think their main competition is probably going to come from Thomas Lane. Tom Lane, as he's previously known, in the Porsche 963, who is driving on his own for the full 4 hours and 48 minutes. He's in P2 in the championship, so maybe that lone driver advantage is going to come his way. But it's Rose who takes pole here in the pros. Mia Rose, also a very, very quick driver. Could be having a look in here or there. Will Mia with her teammate. Should be very interesting there. Is it Mia Rose has got a teammate, or is she driving solo as well? I believe she's driving solo as well. So a couple of solo drivers up there in the mix, I believe, then. So it could be interesting to see how they do. But obviously they've got a drive-through to contend with in the first 3 laps. This is because the solo drivers don't have to deal with driver swaps. But I've got to say, I'll follow on board with these guys as they come around the qualifying with Frank Enrique. Look at how twitchy this LMDH car is. It is so all over the place. The back end really struggling for grip, but I imagine the cold temperatures on track at night and cold tyres causing major problems, but getting very out of shape as well through those final corners. So I'm wondering whether or not it's just the nature of the track and how you've got to send it through those final curbs, and that means that Kirby was having a bit of a struggle there, but it looks like there's a bit of damage to that car there. I just can't see the other side of the wing because of the colour of the paint, but yeah, it's not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination, this race. It's going to be a tricky one for sure, especially for these guys who are drivers swapping. They've got to make sure that those driver swaps are nice and smooth and well coordinated.
yeah, they definitely have here as well, as these guys are going to be in now into the pits. That gives us a few minutes just to bring you a short little intermission from myself here and Steve. So guys, as per normal, as I've always wanted to say this, we'll be right back after this short break.
There is only one race, one place that is timeless. It rose from humble beginnings. Through the years found new traditions, new advancements in technology, and terrible loss. But from the ashes, empires rose and fell. Dark horses appeared. Records were broken. Rules were changed. And underdogs shocked the masses. As decades ticked away, it became clear there is no greater race in the world. This is the biggest stage in motorsport history.
You couldn't write a movie script like this because no one would believe it. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm absolutely loving every instant of this. One of the Ferraris. So you're now back. The Le Mans 24 hours snatched from them. I cannot believe it. I can't believe it. This is extraordinary. We've seen no
now we turn the page. 100 years of triumph, passion, defeat, and victory. Whether it's beating the odds or our own expectations, now is our chance to write our own chapter at the grandest contest of them all. Drivers from around the world will pour their souls into today's race. Not every team will have a happy ending, but there will be new stories to tell, new traditions to uphold, and new champions crowned. This is the 4.8 hours of Le Mans.
Welcome back. Thank you for your patience with that short interval. Driver briefing should be well underway, and it's going to be a interesting race here. Start's going to be all important here at Le Mans, but it is an endurance race, so it's the finish that really matters. So keep your nose very, very clean at the start here. It's going to be absolute mayhem. One driver losing it cause repercussions and a concertina effects down the grid. You've got to be prepared for anything as you come around that first section of track. But it'll be interesting to see how the strategies play out here as well. We heard talk that some drivers might be fuel saving, maybe cutting a second or more per lap in order to fuel save, try and reduce the stints. It'll be interesting to see how the strategy options play out. We've also got a number of options available to people in terms of tyre strategies as well. Double medium stint seems to work well, and the mediums seem to work better in the hot temperatures than other tyres. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Who uses tyres where and when, which tyres get involved. Interesting to see how we see that in the race as well, James. Are we going to have any information on tyres that people have got on the cars during the race, or is that going to be...
Well, we can bring up what tyres they are going to be on. So we can bring you up that as well here this evening. So that's going to be a done deal for you all. We can obviously show you what they're going to be on and what they're picking at this precise moment in time here as well. So obviously if we bring up the tyre data once they come out the pits, we will know more. We have got a brief little warm up into the briefing, so we should be all good to be able to bring you up that information here once we get it and once it comes through. But currently at the moment, they're all sitting down being told what to do and what not to do there as well. Don't look at my tyres, says Ross. Oh dear, he's going out on reins. D4 Subito, not quite sure what that means. And then we've got Go Esports Racing Argentina from T2 T2. That's too long of a name for me to be able to pronounce correctly.
Bande. I want to say it's Deborah Bande, just trying to split it up to two, but yeah, it's a tough one.
Deborah Bande. Yeah, that might work. That might work for me as well. So let's see here as well. But I think overall, this could be a really tough race for some, especially the solos. Interesting for the teams. I've been so excited to see how the teams work out here and how their swaps get on and their setups. I think some teams, if they're sensible, would do a setup that suits both, because then you don't have to mess around too much. But I think others may not do that. They might have separate setups, would just be, I don't know, more time consuming. I'm surprised they haven't designed a setup there for both of them at the same time. But you never know what would happen, and we can just see how this all goes. But they've got a long time, no rush. You know, they can just breathe, they can chill like we can, and just enjoy the next 4.48 hours of racing, because I think overall it's going to be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, talking about incredible as well. Here's an incredible coincidence for you. There's a fella in this race today called Yuki Takenashi, driving for Under the Influence Racing with Josh Lepetri in the McLaren 720S GT3. And this man, if you didn't know already, is the master of the Formula 3.5 in iRacing. I've raced against him several times in that car. And once managed to actually compete with him as well at Interlagos, overtaking him on the first lap. But this guy is unbelievably rapid. He's got something in the region of 7-8K or something at a high rate, and he's hugely fast. And he's the master in that car, it has to be said. He's creating setups for it every week as well. But it was an absolute pleasure driving wheel to wheel with him at Interlagos last time out. But unfortunately for me, there was an issue, driver issue, whereby forgot to fuel my car for the race, and when one lap into the race I had to come into the pits to fuel the car and ended up getting lapped by the man. So we've got some action, as you can see on your screen there in the pits. It looks like absolute mayhem, but what we're seeing here is the guys looking for their grid slots, making sure that their grid slot isn't shared by anybody else, and if it is, letting them know who it's shared by so they can talk to each other and work out the best way to utilize that. So the guys are going to be muddling through that, organizing themselves for a couple of minutes yet.
Yeah, this is kind of one of the funky things of rFactor, is you end up sometimes sharing pit boxes with other people. The problem is that other person may not be in the same class, so it's being able to communicate, because the worst thing you want is both cars in the pits at the same time. Now, theoretically, under the strategy purpose of this, they shouldn't actually meet in the pits. There might be a brief crossover about 7 or 8 stints in where they may end up coming near each other, but we're expecting the Hypercars to have to do somewhere in the region of between 11 to 12 stops. GT3s will be once every hour, depending on how they fuel save. Okay, so in hindsight, we've been told it's about 6 to 8 stops, but we'll have to see on that one. Don't forget, obviously, you know, we're not at a traditional circuit. We're at Le Mans, which is nearly 4 minutes long for the GT3s and 3.2 minutes long for the Hypercars. So, you know, there's a lot of consideration there that they're going to have to take in as they get around here as well. But I think it's going to be an exciting one. It's going to be an interesting one. We can all going to sit back and enjoy it, Steve, and I think it's one that we're both going to enjoy as well.
I'm certainly looking forward to it. You know, there's no other better races going on this weekend, as far as I know, and it's going to be a fun one for sure. But it's interesting to see how this is going to affect the championship, because this is worth double the points. It means that if Tom Lane was to win, he would take a commanding lead if Kirby was to get no points at all here. So it's going to be huge, and we're also got, you know, lots more racing coming up throughout the season as well. We're going to have 60-minute laps at the Glen, at Mosport, Monza, Road America, Fuji, Indianapolis, and then 100 minutes at Road Atlanta, followed by 80 minutes at Bahrain. So still a long way to go, but this is going to be the halfway point. This is the big one really. Here is Le Mans. It's the main one on the calendar. They're worth double the points, and it's going to define the season as well. So far this season, Daniel Kirby in the top pro LMDs is sitting pretty, but it's tight still. He's only got the one win, so it is tight there. He won that Daytona, 2.4 hours of Daytona that we did at the very beginning, and that's the only one he's won. So then he's missed a couple of races and had some issues, so it's not over yet. Fat Lady's not singing just now.
No, he's not. But from his pace and the fact that he's teamed up with John Uyan here, they're going to be a very difficult team. I'm not going to lie. I think the prospects of others being able to compete with them could be difficult depending on who's going to start the race. I think that's one of the things that I wouldn't be surprised if John Uyan starts the race, and I wouldn't be surprised, to be basically honest, if Kirby starts the race, because they're both exceptionally quick. So we can just see the cars here sorting themselves out in the pit boxes, and hopefully that will be all resolved very, very shortly as we come in still into 9 minutes of the warm-up here. You can see how much money is sat in that pit lane currently at the moment. Who would like to price it up?
Oh, I mean, how much are these cars worth? At least $1 million each for the Hypercars, I'd say. A few $100,000 for each of these GT3s as well. And you've got 31 teams, so you know you're looking at well north of 50 million, I would say. Just as a hazard a guess, just off the cuff. But yeah, lots of money there as well, which means it's very expensive when these guys crash. But thankfully, these are virtual cars for the virtual World Sports Car Championship. Interesting to see how many of these guys finish this race, because that is the tough part of the Le Mans. But something seems to be going on there.
I have just read something that quite astounded me at the point when I've read it. They reckon for a pure electric hypercar will cost in the region of $2 million.
Yep, that sounds about right to me.
Sounds about right to me. $2 million. And what happens if somebody stacks it in the wall?
Well,
you know
some insurance company, some insurance guy has an absolute heart attack. But
definitely. So
it's going to be crazy. I mean, imagine the F1 cars when they smack them into a wall. I mean, that's why Schumacher lost his seat at Haas, wasn't it? He just kind of cost them too much money. Meeting with Barry the Barrier on too many occasions. £14 million worth of damage, I believe he did, when he split it in half. They've got to pay the money to the track owners as well. If you smash their barrier, you've got to pay that as well. Obviously, a lot of these teams don't have insurance or anything like that kind of thing. Not like you do at home. But they'll pay all these costs out of their own pocket, but you are expected to pay for damages to the track. I know if you go to the Nürburgring, a lot of your insurance doesn't cover it. Lots of my car insurance actually specifically states you cannot drive your car on the Nürburgring with this insurance policy. And if you bin it into the barrier there at the Nürburgring without insurance, you're paying for that barrier, and it could cost you $100,000 to fix that barrier, depending on how much damage you've done to it.
I didn't know that could be an insurance document. I'll have to have a look and see if that's in. Well, saying that's in mine, I'll have to maybe get the wife to dig it out and have a look, because that would be quite an exciting one. Prospecting, James. Prospecting. What are predictions? Well, if I'm going to be honest with you, Ross, sir, I'm going Kirby Uyan, and then I'm going to go Becky Ely in the GT3s. I'm not going to lie. I think Becky Ely and Mike Olsen are going to do a stellar job, and I'm going to go with Kirby and Uyan. So, Steve, what about you?
I'm going to go against the grain there, and I'm going to go with I'll pick Tom Lane, but I think Mia's got a good chance as well. I think we might have underestimated the advantage that these solo drivers are going to have, and if they are good and they're used to driving these long 4 hour long stints, then maybe they're going to gain a big advantage through that by having the correct setup, nothing else to think about other than the racetrack. But this is Le Mans. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Anything can happen. Eli got involved in a bit of an incident last time out. That was none of her own making. Ended up getting caught by somebody rejoining, I believe it was, in the first chicane, and it ruined her race. She was on course to win the last time out in the historic Le Mans, and it ruined it for her. So it could happen. Something similar could happen to anybody here. You never know what's going to happen if a GT3 or a slower class car in front of you just loses it a little bit in the chicanes, ends up going sideways. You've not really got a lot of opportunity to avoid that crash. So it's anybody's guess. But yeah, I'm going to put my money on Tom Lane for the pros, and I suppose it's probably an easy one, but Maya for the amateur GT3s is probably a shoo-in.
Ooh,
to be fair.
You reckon?
I think he's the times I've seen him in the past, he's been unbelievably rapid for that class, and also got Hutchinson as well, who's been unbelievably quick in the arms as well for the hypercars. So
which Meyer are you going with? Are you going with John Meyer in the GTR or Peter Meyer in the Mercedes?
Peter Meyer, sorry,
okay.
Peter Meyer, I should say, just to clarify. But he's been unbelievable when I've seen him drive, so could be wrong. We've got Eugene Monsieur, who's currently leading the championship, and Stephen Miller as well, in the same class there, who are definitely going to be rapid. But I've just got an outside bet on Meyer for my line.
Okay, well, let us know in chat who you think will win here as well. Obviously, if you followed along in the series, you will know some of these drivers. If you don't, have a look at the timing tower on the left-hand side and just pick one. Think, oh yes, this person looks amazing. I'm going to pick that. There they are on the left-hand side for you with their car models next to them here as well. Tyres, well, you asked for it. So softs, mediums, softs, mediums, softs, mediums. Mixture of the softs and the mediums. I think that's going to be the tyre choices. I should think that some of these guys are going to go on, so I'll be excited to see how that one turns out there as well. But it is going to be exciting. I think that's the thing that you can really sum up from this race. I think it's going to be an exciting one. I think it's going to be really keeping everybody going, everybody honest, and yeah, I can't wait. I love the look of these cars. I think these cars are absolutely incredibly gorgeous looking, with the GT3s as well, with at the hands of some of these drivers. You know, Zielecki here in the Honda NSX GT3, just melts, doesn't it? They are so beautiful here.
Anybody who's a petrolhead like us as well will definitely appreciate these cars. They're absolutely gorgeous, and the models here in the game do them a great justice as well. As
did you call it a game?
I did not. No.
Did you
misheard?
Did I hear you game?
You misheard. I did not. I take it back. Whatever I did, I apologise. I'm sorry.
I mean, that just, you know, that's a different prospect.
Yeah, I apologise.
That's a different debate altogether. Is it a sim? Is it a game? What's it called? Who knows? Let us know what you call it in chat. You know, some of us call it a game. Some of us call it a simulator. Others just say I jump in the car and drive there as well. Michael Brooks, come on, Speed Details MRE in the GT3 AM class there as well. So Speed Details MRE at the hands of Stephen Miller and Dennis Van der Vin. And Antti Razi has also said Van der Vin and Miller for the win in GTs. So that puts you in doubt with your Peter Meyer, because them two drivers are down there.
Yep, certainly are.
And Eugene Mazur. Sorry, and Mazur.
Pole as well.
Yeah, Mazur. Oof.
What can I say? I've got a soft spot for Peter Meyer. Just, you know, what can I say? I've got a soft spot for him, and I think he'll do well. It's not about who's the quickest either. The pole lap means nothing in a 4.5-hour race. No. All that matters is where you are at the end of the 4.8 hours. So it's here or there, but yeah, some support in chat for sure for some of the drivers. We'd love to see that. We'd love to see it more as yeah, Antti Rassi and Michael Brooks are coming in with the support for Speed Details. Interesting team names popping up here and there in this list as well, is there not?
Yeah, it definitely is. Look at that Peugeot. Oh man, that car just, it just looks incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'll be definitely excited to see that on track. I might even have to get in the car. I might. I've thought about it with rFactor and just jump in and drive it, because it just looks amazing. I'm not gonna lie. We've got about 6 seconds of warm up before we go on to the pace laps. We will bring you up the grid once this is all done and dusted here, guys, so you will be able to see who is where and where on the racetrack. Your favorite drivers and teams will be. So there we go, as we look on board with Francesco Concas in the Peugeot 9X8 car.
Great livery, that, I have to say. Looks very good. I suppose it's got those stripes on it to try and break its outline up so that the German U-boats can't target it quite as well. But it does look fantastic, like you say. A lot of these cars look absolutely beautiful when they're actually showing up on the screen, not disappearing. Yeah, it's
the warm up. Don't worry.
An interesting start, this one though, because of that orange zone. It's going to be surprising to see anybody make any moves before the Mulsanne Straight. But that Mulsanne Straight down at the first chicane is a great place to overtake anyway. So we might see a lead change on the first lap throughout the hypercar grid. But, all sorts of incidents can happen as well, but we're going to have a full formation lap before any of that to let the drivers get the cars up to temp and work out any kinks or problems. And it'll be interesting to see who's going to be in the car first for each team as well. Any predictions or any ideas in chat around that, and I wonder whether or not it's the best idea to put your quickest man in first, or just who's the better in traffic, really, I suppose. Who's better in a large group of cars? Who can avoid the carnage the best? Probably the main thing when considering who's going to start. But if you're quick, it's a lot easier to avoid stuff if everything's behind you. Just saying.
There's a grid.
But
be quick.
Grid then. We've got Mia Rose starting in pole in the Hypercars. So on the front row with her is Daniel Kirby. And then P4 and 3 and 4 I missed, but we've got Timon Suvak in P5, Philip Enrique in P6, Francesco Concas in P7, Mike Bell in P8. Number 9 is Magnus Dahlgren, Wayne Hutchinson in P10, and then P11 Jason Whitehead, and then Guillaume Benck in P12. Wayne Hutchinson been rapid in his series so far. Jamie Zalecki in P13, 14 belongs to Chris Brown, and Dennis van der Ven in P15. Start to get to the GT3s, and Becky Ely in P16. Further down the grid we go. 17 is Matthias Gonzalez, 18 is Brendan McVeigh, and Brandon Gant in P19. 20 is Vinicius Goncalves. And on we move to Eugene Mesure in P21, Peter Meyer in P22, Josh Lipetri in P23, and Matt Buse in P24. So having an idea now of where everybody's going to start, but we'll carry on down the grid. Adam Gray, P25. Tom Mountjoy in P26, Tom Lane in P27, so he's starting all the way at the back. Not sure why that is.
No, he'll go into the back of the Hypercars there as well. I don't think he necessarily starts at the back of the field, if I remember correctly. Didn't set a quali lap, I guess, then? Yeah,
so
I
wants
don't...
to start at the back of the field?
Yeah, I don't... If I remember correctly, it will only go to the back of the Hypercar class, if I'm not mistaken.
Bonus for him, then, is that he's still going to serve that drive-through anyway within the first 3 laps, being a solo driver. So he would have been at the back anyway.
Oh, yes, well, he is at the very, very back. He is at the very, very back. I'm surprised that they put him at the very, very back. Normally they would put him at the back of the Hypercars.
He's got a lot of cars to overtake before he catches the back of the Hypercars. There's a big group of traffic there he's going to overtake, but he will probably do the drive-through first off the bat anyway, because, yeah, like I say, drive-through penalty for all solo drivers, try and even the field up a bit, but it remains to be seen, this being the first time we've done that, how that's going to affect the race. But we are underway then for the formation lap, full formation lap here for the drivers, and we'll get racing, proper green racing flag at the Trent Rouge onto the Mulsanne straight after the first lap. This is going to be an orange zone from here till that corner throughout, but these guys just want to get the tyres and brakes up to temp on this lap, make sure everything's in working order. But now we can start to look at who's going to be driving which car for which team first, and it looks as though we see no Kirby. I believe I cannot read the writing very well, but
no, it's not Kirby. It is Kirby on track.
It is Kirby on track, so he's going to be starting for your favourite team today. And a number of other drivers we're going to have here starting for theirs. Suvik starts for his team.
Yeah, so we've got Suvik, Enrique, Concas, Bell, Dahlgren, Hutchinson, Whitehead, Benck, Zalecki, Brown, Van der Ven, Ely, Gonzalez, McVeigh, Gant, Concalves, Mesure, Meyer, Lepetri, Boyce, and Matt Boyce, that is, as well, Gray, Mountjoy, and Lane. But joining us in the booth here while we're on this very slow lap, we might as well have a quick chat with George Angelidis, who's not in the car. George, how are you?
Hello. How's everybody doing?
I'm all right, mate. Not too bad. Thank you very much for joining in. Ross is in the car to start off with then?
Yes, he is. He obviously has the better pace on the car. It's weird because I kind of built the setup and then immediately it clicked on him and he was 2 seconds faster than I was. So it was. He also won the race on Thursday, the North American Racing Series. So he's pretty confident on that car and his pace. He left the quali lap at the bare end, but it's good.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
Going forward now, Michael Brooks, I think this is an idea for the future, George, I've got to be honest, has said all the drivers should have to run to their sim rigs before the formation lap started for immersion.
So you're talking about the old Le Mans start,
Yeah.
right? The 60s and 70s. So we have the historic series, and so currently this one is 98, and the last year's was 91. But 2 years ago we did the 1971 World Championship, and the 1971 the rule was still in effect. I think it changed in 73. So we actually had in that championship a proper old school Le Mans start in the sim race. So we started from the pit lane, and that was the beginning of the race.
But did the drivers have to run to their sim rigs, George?
How can you police that though?
I don't know. Make everybody get a webcam and put them all in OBS Ninja or something to make sure they're running around the house. I don't know. It would just be exciting to see, I think, there as well. I think going forward. What's the chances of your team, George? What do we reckon?
I don't know. I think I was listening to Steve earlier before, and he was saying Le Mans is Le Mans. So it the story where Le Mans picks its winners, and you don't do pretty much anything. It just selects if it's your day or not. We have a good car. The setup is pretty good. We have pace on the car. Ross has more pace than I do. He's obviously going to take the more part of the race. As far as we keep it out of the trouble and we run the consistent laps, I think we talked with Ross, we can potentially be in a podium overall. But it's a long race.
Ooh.
Too early to make those. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough. Anti-Razzie on YouTube says actually 1969 was the last time the drivers ran into their cars. In 1970, they were already sitting in their cars, like in the movie Le Mans by Steve McQueen.
Yeah, so they were not running. The start was still skewed, but there was no running.
Yeah, but I think the running would be cool. You've got to run from your bathroom to your sim rig before you could go round the formation lap. That would be incredible. Don't you think?
Do you have to do 2 laps if your bathroom's closer than everybody else's?
Yeah, you have to run twice. Or what you could do is just hire a mass venue, get all the sim rigs in the venue, and then watch them all run from one side of the venue to the other.
Your partner's starting in P3 today. How much do you want him to get involved with the racing early on? Do you want him to defend if somebody starts to poke a nose up the inside the first few laps? Or are you more interested in just keeping that car in one piece till your stint?
Are you asking me what I would do? Or,
Yeah.
But personally, I'm one of those drivers that always feel protect the car at all times. So to me, especially in the beginning of a race, on a long race, statistically there is very little value on going very aggressive and doing very risky moves early on. You can come over a gap later on in the race when the cars are more spread out and you can attack more. So there's no point on going very aggressive at the beginning of the race. Having said that, that's apparently not what a lot of the drivers on the seat right now are doing, because we saw that on the Thursday race again. We had 9 incidents in the first 5 laps. I started last because I missed qualifying, and I went from 28th all the way to 6th in the first 5 laps of the race. You can't afford to do that. You can't start the race at the back foot. You have to be in it to win it. So get into the halfway point, see what the car balance is, see how the race is progressing, see what other people are doing, see what the vibe of the drivers is, and then you go attack at the last end bit of the race.
Well, there you go. Insight from George there of what their team are going to do. So stay tuned for that one. Yeah,
Ross, I don't know. He's fuming in his seat, thinking he's giving away the strategy. He's giving away the strategy, but never.
I hope Ross does that. I don't know, because he has a lot of pace, and he says, yeah, you're from his seat right now, and you see what he sees, and he sees those only 2 cars in front of him. I hope he just stays there and just conserve fuel, conserve the tires, conserve the car, and we fight later on.
Okay, well,
Fingers crossed that works out.
Steve, they are coming round, ready for race start. over to you, bud.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's going to be a flowing start, I believe. They're going to start going green flag and just go single file. It'll be single file all the way to the Mulsanne Straight, where we'll get on through Tertre Rouge. And yeah, we're unlikely to see any overtakes before that stage. The guys will take off as they get through the final chicane, and it is going to be Mia that gets us underway, and away she goes. We are underway for 4.48 hours of Le Mans racing. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic one. We've got a guy in the background there looking at an overtake already in an orange liveried hypercar, but single file for the most part down the groups through into Tertre Rouge. It's going to be down into the first chicane that we're probably going to start seeing the real racing start. But the GT3s are also getting underway as we speak. They'll be looking to close that gap on the LMDH as quick as possible, really, trying to run around formation to Tertre Rouge. But that's what, as I say, the racing is going to start proper once they get around Tertre Rouge. Green flag will drop, orange zone in effect until then. We see Zelecki coming through that corner now.
Yeah, they are just starting off now down through the Mulsanne for the first time here, coming down into what is effectively turn 11, the right and left hander. Bradley Sellers looking at the inside of Ross Smith there, let him know that he's still here and he's still going to be having a go here as well. So Ross Smith, Mia Rose, Daniel Kirby, all flying currently out front here as well. So it is Mia Rose, Dan Kirby, Smith, Sellers, Sievert, Enrique, Bell, Dolgren, Concast, Hutchinson, Whitehead, Beck and Lane. Now as we go down into the GT3s, Jaime Zelecki got an absolute barnstorming start over Dennis van der Ven there as well. So he has got an absolute incredible start with Chris Brown behind him all here as well. So currently Zelecki is out 1.9 seconds out in front already. He did an absolute incredible job. There he is in front of us here as well as we're on board with the Porsche 911. Chris Brown, Dennis van der Ven behind that, and Becky Ely, of course, currently behind there as these guys are coming down into turn 12. It's getting all very interesting. Francesco Concas has taken a little bit of a diver off track, but is back up and running here once more as they head round the Mulsanne corner there for the first time here at the start. You're 4 hours, 45 minutes remaining. Good luck, Team Chevy, says Peter Stefani in chat there as well. So there we go, Team Chevy getting love here as well in the YouTube chat. So much love to you all guys for jumping in and joining us, as we can see here with Francesco Concas currently, and beside him is not Wayne Hutchinson, Magnus Dahlgren, sorry, and they're battling it out here as well for the first time here on this lap here, Steve. All underway nice and cleanly. George, that wasn't a bad start at all for some people. Everybody away cleanly.
Yeah, that's good. It's a good start of the race. Didn't have any incidents or accidents at the first lap. Obviously now the faster guys are picking up the pace as we see Kirby and Rose there are going at it. They're building a pretty big gap so they can start their own fight. I believe the same is going to happen in the GTs with Zaleski and Ely going in there. I think in the AMS, on the Hypercar AMS, I think they have a little bit of more of a spread. Then Mia obviously goes in to serve her own penalty for being a solo driver. So get it out of the way quick. Kind of expected her to stay more in and do more laps so she can build a gap to the GTs and more of the other cars, but she takes it early. That's interesting. But yeah, the Hypercar AMS, 3 drivers there, so it's basically going and racing for the win there. So just being sensible, put your laps down and stay out of trouble, and then they are guaranteed a good finish. And then for the AMS, I do believe that the battle between Meyer and Mazur is going to be very rampant towards the end, especially as the fuel and the tires are coming in. Yeah, that's a good start.
Yeah, absolutely there as well. Steve, are you all okay?
Yep.
Good, awesome stuff.
All back under control. Apologies. But yeah, it's looking like a nice clean start, like we've mentioned there, and that's great. The driver briefing has done well. We've got side-by-side action here. But driver's briefing's done its job then. Everybody's nice and cleanly away, and we're off and running for, it's going to be a long time, but looks like this battle here is going to rage on into these chicanes here as I look at the inside from the car behind. But, not too much in terms of heavy battling so far. Everybody just wants to get underway and things nice and clean, like you say. But Van Vaart currently leading his class, and Mia coming in straight away for her pit stop as well. So like you say there, George, interesting that she's done that so early. Maybe wanted to create a gap, but probably just found a nice gap to come in and come out to on the track. And sometimes.
Yeah, it seems it has worked out for her. She's just right behind this battle that we're watching. So she has a pretty big gap, both in front of her and behind her. So that can ease off. She's cleared the GTs already. And then she can focus, right here. She can focus on doing her race. Interesting there, she timed it very well, I believe, to get out, take the drive-through away very fast, and then just put the head down and go for it. The battle ahead is very interesting because it is for position, but it is for not in class. So we have Jason Whited there in the Ferrari, and then the Cadillac, the single Cadillac that we see from Guilherme Benchi. Benchi running in second right now, so third. So he's basically trying to catch up to Hutchison, who's in front of him. He already cleared Jason. So past the Enam driver passing the pro driver, now Jason obviously trying to go back at him. But Guilherme is focused on the car in front, which is for position. That's Wayne. So they have a championship battle. I think Wayne is leading the championship, and Guilherme lost it on the last round. So he was ahead in the championship standings and lost it to Wayne. So he's trying to recover as much as ground as possible. So that's the interesting thing going on here. That's why Guilherme is very aggressive, trying to close in that gap.
Yeah, definitely there as well. And I think it's going to be an exciting one from Guilherme Beck here with Wayne Hutchinson in the Hypercar AMS and the pros together. So it's going to be exciting to see what happens here as well. And once again, Ross Smith as Bradley Sellers currently in front of him, obviously given that position from Mia Rose, being that Mia went into the pits and taken the penalty here as well. It looks like we've also had Tom Lane has gone into the pits, Eugene Mazur, Adam Gray therein, Concalves has gone in and come out as well, and Zalecki is on his way out here, and he's been out as well. So there's people in and out. Obviously the driver's driving solo, as we said, we'll have to take that drive through penalty there to make up for it. But overall, Steve, I think we've had a good start so far.
Nice and clean, that's what you want to see. No drivers buried in walls or barriers, no major spins, nobody getting knocked off track. Nice and clean. And now that that's out of the way, the racing can commence, really. You see gaps starting to form up and down the grid. We're always seeing a 5-6 second gap between Daniel Kirby and Bradley Sellers created at the front, but Ross Smith and Bradley still very much close on track. I'm wondering whether or not your teammate here, George, is going to make this move. If he can, get aggressive, get past, and maybe he can cause a gap there to Bradley. Bradley's struggling for pace as it stands.
I think Bradley is pushing very hard right now. I think Ross, he may be just tucking in there, getting the slipstream and extending or fuel saving. Having two cars running that close that early on in the race is generally risky because any contact and then he takes them both out. So you have to be both very sensible and also very predictable. Now obviously Suvik is joining the party, which is going to make it even more nerve-wracking having three cars going into a slipstream train. But yes, it's early days. I hope it just stays clean and all of them being predictable. But I think it's good so far.
Yeah, what about traffic, George? What are you expecting the difficulties coming from traffic here at this racetrack? You know, we've obviously seen, as we see Smith trying to go around the outside currently here as well. Is he going to be able to make this move? He has. So obviously from Smith's point of view there, it didn't quite follow the instructions, George, or not down into Indianapolis. He's made that move over Bradley Sellers. I think from Smith's point of view, if it was faster, then it was a good move to go and make as well here, and done an absolutely stellar job in getting past Bradley Sellers once more as well into Indianapolis. So you're currently sitting in second place at the moment. What about traffic? How difficult is that going to be here to try and deal with it?
Well, always traffic is an issue, but Le Mans, from all the tracks that you're dealing with traffic, probably is one of the easier ones. You have 4 long straights, and then if you take the run from the Porsche curves to from NARS to the Porsche curves, you have a good bit of stretch that you can do a passing there in the GTs before you start the complex. So you have essentially a 5 very good long safe zones for an overtake. It's a pretty wide track nowadays in comparison to what it used to be, so that's good. The biggest issue, I believe, in situations like this, when you have a lot of driver swaps and a lot of different drivers, is that you generally are used to, when you see a car, you know who is generally driving it, and you're expecting some certain behavior. Now you see, you don't know who of the 2 drivers is till either your teammate tells you or you approach to the car, and that can be a little bit can catch you off guard, because you expect one driver has a certain driving characteristics and behavior, and then another driver is very different. So that can come into play later on when the drivers swap, and we go through the night, and it will definitely catch off guard some people. Not to mention the different strategies that at that point may play, who is double stinting, who is fuel saving, who is going at it at the time. So it can vary.
Well, there you go. It's going to be definitely exciting here as well, as these guys are underway, and gaps developing throughout the field. We've got Mateus Gonzalez currently as well. Now, here's a question for you, George, that you might be able to help with here. Out of interest, any reason why no one is using the van wall? Is it that bad?
No, so the van wall is not on our pack right now, and the reason is because when we initially made the cars with the BOP, the van wall was not granted an entry in the World Endurance Championship. So at the time it was not confirmed that it will race, so it hasn't been included. There are plans for 2024. We're gonna evaluate and see if it's going to be included or if it is actually being liked, because it's quite a slower car that needs a pretty heavy BOP to be competitive. So we'll see if that is something that people want, or we just focus mostly on the new coming entries, because we have obviously 24 is Alpine is joining, Lamborghini is joining. Obviously, we have the privateers of Isotta Fraschini as well. So there's quite a bit of cars joining. So we don't know if that's in the works or not. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, there you go. I hope that answers that question, Volta, there as well. As we can see, Becky Ely currently tied up with Chris Brown in front of her currently at this moment in time, and this one's getting spicy, Steve. Should be a good one going forward.
Certainly will, yeah. And these guys, I mean, Becky Leo's no stranger to controversy at this track, but looks like Porsche Chris Brown here, right all over the back of the car in front is Brandon Gant, I believe. It's going to be an interesting battle. He's gets a tow all the way down these straights here, but is there going to be a move, I wonder, into the Mulsanne corner at the bottom of it? It's a tricky place to make a move. You've got to be very, very confident on your brakes going in here, as we've got 3 cars now, and it looks like he is defending there, Gant, as he's looking towards the inside to this area, but guys behind not looking like they're going to overtake just yet, but he is poking his eye on the inside. There is Brown, and maybe trying to the other chicane. I apologise, I've got mixed up as to where we were on track, but this could be a moment for an overtake down into the tight right-hander at the bottom of this hill. So Gant's going to have his work cut out here. He will have his work cut out here to defend the inside. Is he going to bother, or are these guys are just happy running around in a train at the moment, creating a gap to the guys behind? The yellow part of Peggy Eli at the back of this looks to maybe go for the late lunge here, but maybe just giving Brown something to think about there, do you think, James? Just trying to push him off the line, give him a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I think the difference is Ely is obviously upsetting the thought process of Brown in front. You know, you've got to be looking at, you need to make him aware as Ely's now running side by side with Brown. They go, how is this one going to work out? Gant sitting back looking at this one thinking, well, this is a bonus for me, because at the end of the day, while these two are fighting, they're not trying to fight him. Ely's trying to go up the inside, thinks better of it, and that Porsche there just gets the job done on that run down into Indianapolis. They've gone left, and now they're going to be on the run down into Arnage with a right-hander before they go round in through the Porsche curves as well. You need to make them aware that you're still there, and I think that's what Ely's trying to do at the moment, is just make them aware that she's still there, she's still in with this battle. Gant has now opened up 7 tenths, so that one little bit of a fight here with these guys cost them 3 tenths in that fight, and that's the difference of why you don't want to be fighting early on. I know we know George touched on it earlier about the fact of fighting, and then obviously at that point we watched Ross go round Bradley Sellers, so you know, from that point of view, from George's point of view, Ross decided no, I'm not going to deal with that and just go on doing his own thing. But going forward, it's now down to these guys to make them aware that they are still there. You know, they've got the opportunity to fuel save. They've now got to make the most of it. You know, every little bit of fuel can generally help you in an endurance race. So if you can lift and coast into some and try and save as much fuel as you can, that's what you've got to try and do. And if there's no real reason for Gant to be put under pressure, you know, there's no real reason to go into him. If you're not going to make the overtake on him, like Chris Brown is currently sat there, you know, behind him, then there's no real reason to try and go at him. I think that's the thing. You've got to weigh up the pros and cons. You've got to weigh up whether or not it's worth it, what the situation is going to be. And I think,
So this is very interesting, James. Sorry to cut you off there, because there is a car discrepancy between those three. So Gant, or the Nissan, has the top speed, but it really struggles with front tire wear. So in the Porsche curves and in all the S's, the car is struggling, which allows the Porsche and the Honda of Ely to catch up. The Porsche is the best one in the mid-speed corners going into the complex of the Porsche curves, as we saw in Indianapolis, and then the Ely, the Honda car, is basically the most balanced of the three. So you saw that Ely is catching up to Gant, but it cannot. It just gets side by side, but it cannot make the pass stick. They all catch up to Gant into the straightaway, but Gant can pull up with a little bit of a top speed, and then the train and the cycle repeats. So this is a very interesting predicament that they have all been. So Gant is fighting that because he knows that that's his speed, that's the lap advantage that he has on those cars is on the straights. So he wants to be up in front right here, and then hopefully hold the Porsche into the Porsche curves, or hope for the Honda of the Ely. Yeah, so Ely is trying to use that slipstream right now. They're going 3 wide into the second chicane. Still, immediately when she pulls out, she loses the slipstream, and then yes, she has to pull back in. So this is and then now Gant is trying to make it on the brakes. That's very spicy right here.
Certainly is, yeah, as the Nissan gets up the inside and forces the Porsche wide, but Porsche has it coming out of the final chicane down the Mulsanne straight. But Becky Eli is struggling here. She doesn't know what to do. She's got nowhere to go, and she's got to let these guys fight it out really, and just back it off a bit, save the fuel, save the time, and catch it up somewhere else. But yeah, Gant in this Nissan is going to go for the outside now into the Mulsanne corner. The Porsche should have this quite comfortably with the inside line there, but there could be contact, and there is contact, and into the wall, they career into the wall, and it's a big smash there. And you've got to say, Gant maybe was putting his nose where it didn't belong, maybe got a bit too involved in an incident. Oh, that's not the way you want things to go in. The guy in the Porsche there, Brown's not going to be best pleased. He's struggling with the car now. He's got a lot of damage there. He's crabbing like mad. And that is a big old whack on the left-hand side of that Porsche. He's going to struggle to get it round to the pits. Look at how much he's fighting that car. He's going to have to get out of the way of all these guys coming behind. They know he's struggling. Look at this. Ooh, as he swings back onto the track in a very unpredictable manner. The guys behind probably thankful that he's slowed down and let them pass, but yeah.
That's very unfortunate. You know, we knew that Gant had to make that move going into the straightaway, because that was his chance of keeping those cars behind. If the Porsche was entering Indianapolis in front of the Nissan, the Nissan had no hope on catching it up. It will pull so much into sector 3, it would lose that position. So he needed that position. Now going on the outside on Mulsanne corner, probably not ideal. We can argue that he could have just tucked in, early brake, get the slipstream to Indianapolis to get the Porsche. That would have prevented this from happening. I don't know if Gant has any damage at all. It seemed that kind of he went on his own merry way, but yeah, that's definitely is ruining Chris's race here.
Yeah, he definitely looks to have come off worse out of the two, Chris. But Eli takes full advantage of that and gets both places, which is a big win for her.
Yeah, but the Nissan had no right to that line, right? Because he was the front wheel is not even clearing the rear axle of the Porsche. So
yeah, I would say that's what is commonly known as the vortex of danger, in my opinion. The Nissan shouldn't be putting his nose there. The Porsche's got the right to the corner, he's got the inside line. There's no way that Nissan's getting around the outside in the Mulsanne. And the Porsche's still struggling to get around this track. You see how much damage he's got to that car as he's struggling to get out of the way of people. But he's doing a good job of it so far. Nobody's crashed into him as of yet. How much of that is on him and how much of that is on the other people avoiding him. But look at how much he's wrestling this car. He just doesn't go in a straight line anymore, does it? It's absolutely balked suspension. And the track rod's on the left-hand side of this car there. And yeah, big incident. First one of the race. Probably not going to be the last, though, if we're honest. Probably going to see more. We've got McVeigh getting involved here, but side against it. So this is how you do the chicanes. Can't really go side by side through the chicane, but it is a place where you can really upset somebody's line if you have a look up the inside. But in the GT3s here, Brendan and I believe it's Matthias, or could be Van der Vaart. It's Van der Vaart, the guy ahead in the orange car. Started on pole, I believe, in this class, but he's struggling to keep Brendan behind here. Gets a big toe down these long straights through the chicane. This is not the place to make the move. It's after the chicane into the Mulsanne corner is the best place to make the move. But you've got to have that inside line, like what it worked out so well for the Porsche last time round. It's the
as well, so they're all basically settling in to where they're currently at as well. Mia Rose is doing a great job, currently tucked up here with Felipe Enrique. Rose is not too far behind at all and should get Enrique here, depending on whether or not she's going to make that move as well. But it's going to be an interesting one, as obviously with Mia Rose, gets the job done. Into the left-hander she goes, and all done round in 12 and 13. Now on down into the Mulsanne corner, and that is Mia Rose after a pit stop back up into 6th place there, Stephen, and one that she can be pretty proud of, and she's now coming forward ahead of Enrique, pulled out about half a second already.
Yeah, well, that's to be expected, that overtake there as well, with Mia lapping 6 seconds faster than Enrique on that last lap. But she's got a lot of work to do since she served that drive-through. She's got a lot of cars to overtake still, and each one of those represents danger. And you look at the traffic that's just got in front of her here with the GT3s ahead of her now, and all of this is danger. And she'll be setting off alarm bells in her head to try and make sure she keeps it nice, steady and cautious throughout this sector. Make sure that she's getting these guys nice and cleanly. Plenty of space and time as she goes around the Merc, nice there through the Golf corner. But Indianapolis now. Yeah, Mia Rose has got a lot of work to do. And yeah.
Speaking of danger, I'm seeing here the lap times of the cars, and we're running on the 332s, 333s for some of the front runners, which is quite slow. Looking at the track temp, we're at 38.5 degrees, so we're pretty hot. It probably is degging a lot on the tires. So we'll see now we have about 4 more laps on the Hypercars to go before their first stops happening. We'll see if the Peugeot will stop for tires, or they will try to double stint, and that's why they're cutting off the pace. Talking about Kirby here. Also on the Hypercar AM, we see that Guilherme did clear Wayne Hutchison. So the Cadillac ahead of the Porsche now, and second place, still quite a bit up on the road, is Philippe leading the AM class. And then also for the GT3s, the lap times are quite also on the slower side than some of the early runs, except of course the James Oleski, Becky Ely, that they're leading, or they're at least on the top end of the race. Probably Becky benefiting some of that slipstream, saving her tires a bit. But yeah, so quite settling now into that stage of the race. And then we'll see what's going to happen into the first pit stop window.
Yeah, I think that's one they're going to be definitely having to look out for here as well. Ely definitely benefited from Gant and Brown coming together. Brown did make it back to the pits and is now in the pits there as well. Now, Mia Rose has gone and off track here. Let's have a quick look and see what Mia's been up to. Ooh, is this going to be solo? No, there's going to be contact. And
that's it's a little late of a move there, but
it's a little bit late, but no harm done in the end. No real damage, not like
Brown.
Mr. Brown, who's still struggling to round the
And it's
track,
interesting
probably.
as well, because Michael Brooks has said, watching that car trying to limp back to the pits is sad to see. That's all he's put. And Holla from Calamar, Mr. Reese is well in there as well, for real. So there we go. I do love at this one though, where Michael was just put, that's not going to buff out when Brown and Gant had to come in together. So yeah, I think there's definitely more duct tape needed there on the Brown car. As I say, he is there in the pits, getting it all sorted out. George, would you come back out after a big crash like that?
Yeah, for sure. You continue on. I mean, it's a shame to see. Obviously, it's bad and kind of like puts them on the back foot. That's exactly what we're talking about. You don't want to be doing right now, because now they have to climb up all the order. They're a lap down to the rest of the GTs. A lap down is recoverable here, and Chris has pace on this car to make it work. But that means that they have to go quali laps all the way from now here, or at least to a much faster pace that they cannot get comfortable. Yeah, it is sad to see when they have to do a lap like this halfway, but you know, that's what we said, that if there is something that can be positive out of it, is that you still have 4 hours and 20 minutes to recover, which is better than happening with 4 minutes to the end. So that's the only consolation I can find that car. It has happened to me before, and probably has happened to them as well, and everybody had something like that before to them. So it's not going to be the first, and it's going to be the last time that something like this happens. Just what they have to do right now is for Chris to just put their head down and just say, okay, that's what we have, and we just get over it, and then we'll continue on, and we can, you know, try to go back into the race.
Wow.
So an overtake by Matt Boyce there while you were talking, with his very pleasantly liveried cow car. Trash Panda Racing. That was an absolutely beautiful move. Nice and simply done. Probably going to see another one here from Mr. Lane himself. My pick for the win. He's currently very far down in the order as it stands, but he's got a couple of cars in front to overtake, including the GT. They're going to try and go around the outside of this in the Porsche curves. That's a risky move. You can see inside now. GT3 car being very compliant there as they made that, but look how much time he lost to the hypercar in front. He definitely stepped on the brakes there, trying to avoid a crash. Not sure where he was going to go.
Yeah, definitely.
Your pick for the win is Tom Lane.
Yes.
Interesting.
Why?
You make it sound like that's the worst pick ever. I mean, he's P2 in the championship. He's pretty quick, you know.
He is for sure. I didn't say anything. It's just that I haven't seen the pace from Tom that we usually see at Le Mans. So, will he be definitely a championship contender? 100%. But will he win Le Mans? Especially with the, that Kirby Uyan car, and then Mia is also very strong too. I think that Sellers and Vesa in the Rookie Monsters BMW are also very strong too. So we'll see. It's early days. It's quite a while back now, Lane.
Well, I had Kirby and Uyan. I think for me.
You went with a safe bet.
Yeah, I went with the 100% favourites. I've got to be honest. It's like being a Man United fan in the UK. You pick Man United because they were winning everything now at the time.
Not recently.
Not recently. They haven't won Jack recently. But then again, I'm a Spurs fan, so I get used to not winning anything. So, you know what I mean? Can't
Well, you have to say that they haven't won anything recently after they beat my team in the cup final less than 2 months ago for the Carabao Cup. They did win something this year, Manchester United.
Well, there you go. The thing is with that, I went to, it was quite interesting while I was in Spain last week. I went to Barcelona's football ground, Nou Camp. Their trophy cabinet stretches for about 40 metres long. It is massive, and there are so many trophies. I'm just sitting there thinking, if I go on a stadium tour of Tottenham, I'll probably see just one corner of the room. You know,
the most expensive thing in Tottenham's trophy cabinet is the carpet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just a red carpet in an empty room. That's it.
That's it. Yeah, you're lying there. There's just an empty room with a few shelves from obviously the FA Cups that they've won over the previous times. Barcelona was absolutely massive. It went on for about 40 metres, and there was just trophies everywhere. It was incredible.
Enough,
a little bit of action on the track. Benke's closing up on Hutch's car in the background. Of course, yeah.
Yeah, Whitehead's gone off the back here as well.
Let's have a look at the replay then, see what's gone on here. But that livery, that cow livery on that
that's a rare lock.
Yeah,
that's a rare locking.
He's just locked up, unfortunately, on that one. For him.
Good save though.
Yeah, it was nice. He's just going around. He didn't hit the barrier, so that's always good, which is impressive there as well.
And then Hutchison and Benke are still slipstreaming each other all the way. I've been following those two cars from the beginning of Tetre Rouge, and they are swapping positions in and on and out. This is obviously for the championship lead in Hypercar AM, so it can get quite. I don't think I wouldn't say personal because they don't have bad blood between them, but when you're running in a championship and that close as they do, that can get spicy.
Yeah. Missed this on track at the time as well, but your teammate Ross Smith has managed to get past Bradley Sellers on track and is now creating a sizable gap, up to 1.8 seconds already. So some action going on track left and right, and Wayne Hutchinson and Benk going at it hammer and tongs as well on your screen as it stands. Will Hutchinson has been absolutely rapid in his AM series in the NMDHs so far this season. He's competing with these pro guys on a regular basis.
Yeah, it definitely has been as well, and he's now, as I say, taking the lead in the championship. There could be a reason why Sellers there was taking a interesting little dive out off track. So Sellers has had an off track, which has caused, obviously, well, Smith is in front of him currently at the moment, and there is Sellers behind. So it's going to be an interesting one. I think that battle has still got more coming here as well. Tom Lane is mixing it up once more with Magnus Dahlgren. Of course, we know Dahlgren's quick. There is traffic in front of him here. So let's see how this one is dealt with. Nice and easy through Tetre Rouge onto the Mulsanne they go, and they are through. Dennis van der Veen is literally sitting 4/10 back at the moment. He's blocked him in. Dahlgren put Tom Lane behind that GT. Nowhere for Lane to go, and Lane's going to have a go down into the first right-hander here, which is turn 11 of this circuit. Is he going to take that inside line on the run down? They are side by side at this moment in time. He's not going to get it this time. He's going to look to try and go. He's off. Oh, Dahlgren's gone off. Unfortunately for Dahlgren there, just too much there, and unfortunately he went round. Easily done, George, what he did there.
Yeah, I mean, this is going back to what we were saying, right? It's like you still have 4 hours and 12 minutes to go. You're battling hard like that. They're the last 4 laps of the race, and then you have a moment like that. Luckily, he got he escaped it unscathed. But what if that was a wall? Now then you have to crawl the entire lap, basically, like a kind of Chris did, and then you're behind. So it's one of these things that you have to be disciplined into your own racing to not fall for that. And if somebody is going really aggressively, just maybe let them have it at the beginning of the race. Try to get into a pace, into a rhythm. I don't think that any of those two were gaining too much by fighting that way and scrubbing their tires. Obviously now we go into the Benke-Hutchison battle, and that's not helping them either, but that's, to them, this battle makes more sense than the other, because both Benke and Hutchison are the leaders and they're going for the championship. So they don't really care about what's going on around them. They care about the other car. So to them, if one beats the other, is a good move, is a good strategy, because you get more points than the other. But in a situation where Lane is and he's fighting on the championship, being and fighting so hard for 9th place that early days can have an accident. Yeah.
What's going on here? Sorry to interrupt there, but we've got somebody rejoining the track in a very unusual manner there, causing all sorts of problems out of the Mulsanne corner there. That's very lucky to get away with that one, to be honest, got to say. It's, Mount Joint. Yeah, let's have a look on board with this replay then. We saw big crack into the wall there. That's going to be a sizable bonk on the front right as he gets the chicane slightly wrong there, just understeered so hard and carrying too much speed. Very easy to do in that chicane. Saw as well earlier Dahlgren getting very out of shape in that same chicane there, trying to take a defensive line. He was there, and maybe he just hasn't had the practice with that kind of entry into the chicane. But yeah, it's going to be more of this kind of thing. We've got Mia making another overtake on track here. Tries to get past Bell, goes for the switch, tries to go with the dummy, it does not work out, stays behind for the time being, and Bell is not giving this up easily. I think you're saying, George, these guys are, well, they're racing drivers. Try telling a racing driver when he's got another racing driver to the left or right of him not to race them. And you might as well, be asking, the sun not to come up. It just doesn't work that way. It's Mia Rose, though, has the inside line now for the next chicane, and hopefully this one will go better. Looks so he hasn't managed to keep the top line speed of Mike Bell's setup. It just has that little bit extra, or the car has that little bit extra over Mia Rose's on those straights. When she pulls out of that slipstream, she loses all momentum. She's going to have a go into the Mulsanne corner. It'll be dangerous to go from this far back, though. We'll see what kind of gap she can create when they come out of here. She's had great exits out of this final corner here in past the rest of it. She's going to go for the inside now. Very aggressive move and gets squeezed, and look to be very aggressive moving there, and they have made contact in the end as well. No. And looks like Mia Rose has got away with that one a little bit, gets off onto the gravel trap, and they both get away with that a little bit. Nobody ends up in the barrier. That was a dangerous one, and you maybe think that Michael Bell's fighting that one a little bit too hard. She had him all ends up there, and he turned in anyway.
Yeah, that was a tough one. George, what's your opinion on that?
Steve, at Le Mans they say that there is the happy hour when you come in the morning. There is the push hour. I call this the silly hour. It's the point where you have started your race, you have had good pace, you've filled the car, and now you're getting more and more comfortable to going into the more kind of cocky level, right? And it says this is the point where you're making moves that they are not necessarily well thought, because you think you can make them, and that's the outcome of that. And one last thing, we see that Bradley Sellers has received a penalty for speeding in the pit lane, so he has a drive-through penalty.
That could explain why he's down in 7th. currently at the moment as well. We're going to have a look back at the Bell and Rose incident.
So, I mean, they were fighting so hard. Mia having to get out of the way and use a lot of the inside of the track there in order to avoid her opponent, and yeah, just couldn't do anything about that.
Yeah, I'm
sure
just
why
wondering if she went in far too hot there and couldn't get it slipped, and then when she did go to stop it, the back end started swirling and just carried her straight on. I'm just wondering.
Try to correct it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking there on that one. So
they look like a bit of a swapper on the way in there, locking the back brakes maybe, which is easily done if you're trying to outbrake your opponent. But he's now up into P4 as things stand. A couple of pit stops coming into effect at the moment. But, Smith takes the lead after Daniel Kirby comes into the pits. Looks like he's in there at the moment, but will they be swapping drivers at this stage?
Well, Dan Kirby is in the pit lane as well. Tom Lane has now gone up into 4th. Obviously, Smith is now out in front with Bell and Kirby there. Sellers, Suvic, Rose, Concas as well. So it's all getting a little bit busy in that pit lane currently at the moment. We're at that stage though. They have been going here for a good while currently, about 45 minutes. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're well inside their pit window. George, just on that pit window side of things currently at the moment, mate, where are we expecting these hypercars to come in? Are we looking at that 40 to 45 minute mark?
Yes, I think 38 to 42 is where you're expecting the hypercars to come in. I think that now we see the first cars coming in, lap 12. Ross is obviously very known for fuel saving a lot, so I expect him to go longer. It's interesting to see what the other guys are doing and who is saving and who is not, and then let's see on the stops how many seconds their pit stop time is. Do they take tires or not?
Okay, well, we'll be able to give you that information very, very shortly here as well. We'll see how these all guys get on with their pit stops here, Steve. I think this is where it's all going to start off now, mate. People coming into the pits, people not going in. It's all going to be swapping around for the next few laps or so, and we will be able to tell where everybody is after this pit stop cycle. I think that's going to be the best thing for us at the moment to keep an eye out for.
Yep, certainly. It's going to be a while before things just settle down a little bit, but starting to see people are starting to get involved in a bit of racing, which is what we came here for in the end, and a couple of incidents so far. We're probably going to see more of that as time goes on, and these pit stop strategies are going to mean that we'll maybe end up with people out of position, and that causes its drama, all of its drama on its own, really, when you've got people like Mia behind lots of quick drivers, which you've seen already. She wants to get past them quick. She wants to make aggressive moves to get past them. Aggressive moves there from the LMGT to go either side of a GT3 car. That is, the man in the GT3 car there, his heart is pounding.
Yeah,
these guys are fighting hard.
Yeah, Mia Rose and Jason White there as well. Mia did go round it. They used the GT3, split the GT3. It was kind of the GT3 sandwich there, unfortunately for him. So it just kind of sat there. I think that is Jaime Zalecki. It is Zalecki behind him as well. So Zalecki there at a moment of his own that was not induced by himself on that one. So that's going to be an interesting one. Dennis van der Vin is still fighting it out with Brendan McVeigh. He's got about a half-second gap back currently at the moment as well. And they're also going to be... Whoa, Van der Ven! Oh my
very well there.
Dearie me, he would have been in there, sitting there in a brown pants moment as Van der Ven on that one, because he was going into that corner very, very hot. And unfortunately, well, he managed to miss anybody there, but it has brought Mateus Gonzalez into effect currently at the moment as well. So from Van der Ven's point of view though, Steve, I think at the end of the day, that was quite a scary moment.
Yeah, he was almost eating his sandwiches in the back of a Porsche there instead of his car. But yeah, that done very well there to keep it out of the back of the car in front. He managed to dodge to the left, but obviously that does cost him time. It's those little mistakes here and there, little twitches, under braking, wobbly moments add up over the course of the 4 hours hours that really cost you all of the time in the end. It's those who can do the racetrack with keeping those little incidents to a very minimum. If you can do it with none whatsoever, with a full 4.8, then you could be sitting pretty and gaining a lot of positions from that. But it's not easy, is it, James? I mean, the concentration levels for this race, sky high.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the thing. You know, at the end of the day, as the season's gone on, we've seen these drivers develop. We've seen the likes of Ely develop and get quicker and quicker and quicker. Kirby is there as well. Smith, Suvic is another one. Sellers, you know, we've seen them go quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker as the season's gone on. You know, and it's been absolutely incredible to watch it. Tom Lane is into the pits at the same time. Kirby's still now back out in front after the pit lane cycle. Mike Bell did jump Smith in the pits. I was keeping an eye on it, and Bell did jump Smith in the pits, and Bell is now sitting in second place. Mia Rose currently has got the fastest sector in sector 1 on a 31.923 here as well. Enrique is still leading the Hypercar AMS, is doing an absolutely stellar job as well, keeping Wayne Hutchinson and Benke behind him. Of course, Benke and Hutchinson have been fighting all the way through the first hour of this race and haven't really parted company too much. Zalecki is still leading the way in the GT3s, with Dennis van der Ven in the GT3 AMS behind him there as well, and he's got a bit of a gap back to Peter Meyer. So your pick of Peter Meyer is not doing too well.
Oh, well, thanks for reminding me of that. It's good to know that my predictions are always coming out on top. It's some interesting chat going on there about the incident between Mia and Brown as well, saying that Mia, as we know her, that was a bit naughty by her in my view, says Michael Brooks. And in the real racing series, she would have been disqualified from the championship by now, says Mr. Reese. So I'm wondering if Mia Rose has maybe come into this with a bit of a reputation.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest thing, though, isn't it? When you get a reputation and you make incidents and things have happened, you know, it kind of follows you. You know, it sticks. It doesn't, unfortunately, disappear. The waft follows you around. You know what I mean? But however, on the positive side, Peter Stefani, great broadcasting. Replays are done very well. So I'll take that one and stick that in my pocket. Thank you very much for you, dear sir, there as well. Always love a good comment here, as why not. Let's thank you very much for that one. Going forward though, Steve, the problem with Mia Rose is obviously if that reputation is following her, it's always difficult to try and get rid of it, isn't it? You can spend a season trying to do it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I know from racing in leagues myself is that once the driver does get that reputation, be careful of this driver, they're dangerous. It can go one of two ways for other drivers on the grid. Either, like me, they'll just give them a wide berth and give them, you know, 4 cars widths worth of room every time they try and overtake and just give them it. Or you get people going the other way, whereby they think, well, if they want to be aggressively overtaken, I'm going to aggressively defend. And you tend to find that people won't give you the space, won't give you the room, because they remember an incident that you had with them last week, last month, last year, and there was decided in their head that you are to be defended at all costs. So Mia Rose maybe coming a crop of that. But I have to say, I disagree that maybe that incident was all her fault. Yes, it was her fault. Yes, she got out of shape on the inside, but the fact that she was squeezed so hard there on the inside as Ross Smith gets
it's just got past on Bell.
Lovely stuff there in the first sector as well. It's not a usual overtaking spot.
No, but Bell struggled coming out the final chicane. He bounced the curbs, and unfortunately he struggled coming out of that chicane. So that's why Bell got done by I don't know where Mike Ross comes from. I don't know where I'm mixing children here as well. I've got them both creating love children with Mike Bell and Ross Smith. That's why Ross Smith got through there as well. MH Matthew, loving the stream, guys. Thank you very much for that. And Mr. Reese, I mean, it's no surprise this following when she kicked out Kirby in both Spa races within like 2 days. Well, the thing is with that, right? This is the James Parfitt philosophy of this situation. I fully understand what you're saying, and I get that, and I can fully understand that. Surely, though, somebody deserves a chance to be able to race, and somebody deserves a chance to maybe be able to get rid of that stigma that clearly is following her around, right? There isn't a shadow of a doubt. It's clearly following her around. Everybody has said about it. Obviously, we're hearing it in YouTube as well. But I think you've got to be I think you've got to give people a break sometimes. We don't know what's obviously happening in their rig. We don't know what's obviously they're seeing. We don't know what the situation is. You know, Mia Rose did make the mistake of Bell. She was already on the curb before she'd even entered into Indianapolis. So it was always going to be tight, as they were on the right-hander, weren't they? So they were going into Arnage. So it was always going to be tight whether or not she was going to complete it. But I think if she can just now recover herself and get through the rest of the race without any major incidents, I think you can't... Clearly, she's got the pace, right? She's quick. Oh. We can see that.
Yeah, speaking of the devil, she's back on the inside of another driver again. But again, I don't see anything wrong with that move there. No. She's got the inside line, she's got a long side. Yes, it's aggressive, but one of the other things that you see there with aggressive drivers, the main trait of an aggressive driver is winning as well. So you see the likes of, the best example I can think of here is Max Verstappen. Look at that, she's defending aggressively on the inside here, and she's trying to block in with the GT3. It's not going to work out for her, but she's not doing anything dirty or untoward.
No.
She's trying to get the inside line and trying to race hard, and sometimes that racing hard causes incidents, and Verstappen is no different to that as well. But another trait of these aggressive drivers, along with you know, getting a bad rep that follows them around, they also get a lot of win and a lot of great overtakes that other people don't go for. Because they consider them too dangerous, and people like Mia Rose sometimes make the racing more exciting for us as spectators as well. But just not giving this one up on Sellers at all. Sellers obviously riding high in the standings early on in this race. Has had an untoward moment or two, but Mia Rose should be quicker than him regardless. Going to go around the outside here. Going to get the inside for the next one and gets the move done in a nice fashion. So there you go. That's going to count on your hand as well. With the reputation that she's got, how many overtakes has she made, and how does that compare to other people, compared to overtakes per incident and things like that? It's yeah.
Well, there's a lot to obviously. There's a lot to keep.
My heart went a bit in front of there.
That poor GT3 down there, Adam Gray in the BMW, nearly may have ended up being terminated there.
I'm trying to defend you, Mia. Yeah, I'm trying to defend you, making it very, very difficult.
Yeah, but I think it is as well that some of the moves that we've just watched, right, could have been more aggressive than what she did. You know, with regards to the GT3, she could have been right alongside that GT3 and left Bradley Sellers no room. But she didn't. She went to the other side, allowed Sellers to pull out. Me personally, I would have blocked him in. And I'm not even aggressive.
I would always use. I would have blocked him in. I would have always used the other cars on the track as an obstacle for your opponent.
Exactly.
Really. She could definitely be more aggressive. You can remember, people are only human at the end of the day. People make mistakes. I got destroyed yesterday, lap 1, turn 1 in Nürburgring and iRacing, just because one guy decided that he didn't want to brake for it, you know. Yeah. And that's just an easy mistake. We're all human, easy mistake to make. And if you lock up the back brakes and get a bit of a twitch because you've been squeezed over that white line, maybe incidents happen. And yeah, we're going to see more of them today for sure as people start getting a lot more tired. But yeah, it's making a steady progress through this field. She's had to serve that drive through in the early stages. She did it very first lap. She started on pole. She's looking to get back involved. She's not interested in anybody's ideas of her reputation. All she's looking at is that top spot and how to get it. And Daniel Kirby and Ross Smith are quick, so she's going to need to do everything she can to get back up there. And being aggressive with some of her overtakes on the GT cars is going to be a great way to make up that lost time.
Yeah, definitely as well. There's a lot going on here in YouTube chat between Michael Brooks, Craig as well. Great stream. Wish I was racing today. Keep it up, Adam, as well. And then it's one of this here. Getting rid of a bad rep is very tough. Look how long Max Verstappen had the Crash Staffen tag from around 2016. So we are
still asking for us.
Well, the thing is, the problem is not. When you exude confidence, sometimes it's perceived as arrogance. Now, obviously, from Verstappen's point of view, he's going to go up the inside. It's going to be done here as well. I think it's going to be all over. It is. Concave's went past LePetri, and that was a job done for him as well. And I think confidence exudes can be seen as arrogance, right? It can be. He showed his arrogance in Interlagos with the whole Perez, I'm not letting him through thing and all that. Me personally, I would have dry roasted him in that interview. That reporter, that young lady who interviewed him was far too nice. I would have literally dry roasted him in that, as I have done so many other drivers in esports about it, because it was just an horrendous act of holding on to a grudge that shouldn't have been held on to, but he did it anyway. And I suppose from Mia Rose's point of view, obviously we're talking about the pinnacle of motorsport compared to esports here. You know, it's tough to wipe out a reputation. For her personally, if she comes out after this and says to Mike Bell, I'm sorry, Mike, that was my bad, I was over the line, I misjudged it, it's all good, right? Fair play. Shake her hand, pat her on the back, say well done for coming out and apologising. And that would be for anyone, mind you, in a racing situation. It doesn't just have to be Mia, it could be Kirby, it could be Smith, it could be whoever. As long as you've come out and apologised. Now, from Rose's point of view now, she's got the next 3 and a bit hours to make up for that mistake. She's coming up to Bell again. She now knows the situation. Bell's not going to give a quarter, so she's got to be looking back and saying, right, I've got to get this done cleanly. I don't want a repeat of what happened last time.
Yeah, Belle's going to be also thinking the same thing as well. Uh-oh, she's back behind me again. Best watch out. But important that you understand the drivers around you. Maybe she was thinking, yes, she is faster than Belle by the looks of the timing boards. She's putting in a 327 laps at the moment to Belle's 333s. So she's a good 6 seconds a lap quicker. But that means she needs to take her time with the overtake. She doesn't need to make it as aggressively as she did last time. She needs to take her time and just make it in a nice easy spot, which looks like she's going to get here. But again, Michael Bell not giving any quarter, making it easy as she would like. And no doubt that is partially because he's got so much speed in a straight line. And more contact again, not giving it up at all. And they're back at it, these two, fighting at hammer tongs. There go with the flashing lights, saying, get out of my way. And she is so much quicker than him. It would make sense from Bell's point of view as well. Look at the squeeze going on here. There's no love lost whatsoever between these two. He's not giving up his position. As he pushes her into the wall, very little space. What a battle these guys are having. There's another tap back there. This is very untoward. These guys are going to get a talking to from the stewards, I imagine, after some moments like that. That is very hard racing, you have to say, and Michael Bell not giving up. He's racing this for position. He doesn't care that she's 6 seconds a lap faster. He wants that position. He doesn't want to give it. That's as simple as that. That's the way he sees it. She's going to go for the move now again into the Mulsanne corner. Or she's going to lift and coast now. She's going to go to the outside. Tricky place. Get the move done.
Yeah, not round the outside. It isn't going to work. Not round the outside into the right hander there of the Mulsanne corner as well. I think the thing is, this has got to be getting careful, right? These drivers clearly, as we can see, there is physically no love lost here as well. And we're just on the front right of Mia Rose's car, so we can clearly see there's no love. Now, what Bell doesn't want to be doing, that squeeze was unnecessary, I've got to be honest. Squeezing her that much was just no need for that. Rose makes it through. Bell's trying to come back as well. There's no, what a switchback. But you don't want to be that. Don't do that. Because it's just gonna. They're not finished. They're not finished here. I can tell you this much once more. But I will also tell you they've got to start keeping it cleaner than this. They can't keep getting contact here as well. Now Mia Rose is just about to try and sweep round the inside, coming into the corner there. Job done, I think, for Mia Rose this time around. Is she through? Yes, she's through on Bell. Bell put up a good fight, mind you. He was like, Mike Tyson, Frank Bruno. Oh, Bell's made a mistake. Bell's made a mistake. He's off. Overdriving that car, I believe, as well. Stephen there trying to keep up with Mia Rose in front and has made that mistake and has now gone off track and dropping. He's just about to drop down below Bradley Sellers. There we go. Sellers is through as well. So, yeah, done and dusted for them guys. Now, Mia Rose can now move on. Mike Bell can now concentrate on trying to get rid of the red mist that was clearly waving at some point during that battle.
Certainly was. Red mist going on there. He was definitely overdriving the car. Now, it was the first time he'd gone through the Porsche S's at the curves with dirty air in front of him because the guy, Mia, had just overtaken him there as well. So maybe that caused them a few issues as well. But yeah, Mr. Reese says, Destruction Derby commence in the chat. I didn't know this was a wreckfest. These guys were definitely going at it hammer and tongs there, and it's going to end in tears, says Michael Brooks, but eventually one of them did get it in the end. It did look that way for a long time, that it was going to end in tears. It could have ended up in a very big crash between them both losing their race. both maybe should have maybe taken a step back at some stage during that battle and thought to themselves, hang on, there's still 3.5 hours more to go. Maybe this isn't the best time to be doing this. And the other side of it as well is, James, they're probably going to meet each other on track again. This is a long race. There's going to be more of this.
Yeah, definitely here as well. And now this is closing onto the back of Timon Suvic as well. Timon, of course, one of the drivers that have been in this series. We know there, and as we sit above the windscreen of Mia Rose's car, once more going into the night of Le Mans. This is going to end in tears, says Brooks, and it did. It ended in tears for Mike Bell, who, once the overtake was made, tried to overdrive that car, and unfortunately for him, spun it up there as well. Back marker here in AMG, currently in front, but there is Suvic in the red and white. Rose is going to sweep around the outside. No contact. Great job, John, and dusted over the back marker. Now it's closing down on Suvic. It's got about a 1.8 second gap, lost a little bit of time behind that back marker as it was down to 0.7. Bell, on the other hand, is chasing down Bradley Sellers and is now trying to get behind. There is Bell behind as we look through that piercing rear wing of the Bradley Sellers BMW M1. Here comes Bell now, is alongside. Is he going to make him a move? He has round down into Indianapolis. Here we go. Bell's overcooked it. Bell's overcooked it. He's in the barrier.
Yes.
Oh.
The Mulsanne corner, how much damage has he ended up with the car there? But Bell having a race to forget here after the last couple of laps. I mean, that rest mid's decided he made a mistake and then he's made another one. In short order after. He just needs to calm himself down a little bit, get back into that rhythm. Maybe it's time for the driver swap for these guys. Maybe a little bit early would be the way to go if he's got anybody else to overtake for him, but not going well his way at this as it stands at the moment, is it?
No, it's not.
Let's have a quick replay of that.
Yeah, it goes in too much, way too fast, unfortunately. Can't get the car stopped, goes round, just taps the wall. He needs Jeffrey Ellis in his ear about now. I'm not going to lie, he needs Jeffrey Ellis in his ear, calming him down, because clearly he is driving angry, and that is never a good way here as well. Becky Ely into the pits once more. He's gone about over an hour on the pit stop there, and we'll refuel that car and get it back out as well. Currently at the moment there, so there we go. We've got Gwilym Benck has been sitting down in 13th. Third in class currently at the moment, with Enrique sitting in first place there, and Rose has climbed half a second back on Suvic. That BMW LMDH rear camera looks like a broken in-game face with funky eyebrows. Well,
okay.
Cheers for that, Michael. Now you've just reminded me never to use that cab again. So much love. There you go. Look, is that one? That's a better one, isn't it? That's a whole wing. There we go. On the back of Suvic's car here on the ARX06.
It's got DRS, this car. Look at those little links in the middle of it, either side of I think it looks like this can open up. But interesting.
Yeah, I think it's just the design. I don't think he actually can do that as well. George is back in the booth with us. George, you've missed some incredible side-by-side action going on with Mike Bell and Mia Rose here.
I've been watching, and I wanted to, because you guys keep going at it, and there was one battle after the other. Is there anything or any bad blood that something happened that basically made Mike Bell, Mia Rose, and Bradley Sellers all go in at each other? Because I feel like this was fighting for a championship win at the last lap of a full season kind of fighting.
Well, they had the Bell Rose incident, didn't they, initially, down into NARS, where Rose went too deep on the inside and they made contact. After that, they had the pits, then they come back out together, and Bell was not giving it up. He was fighting tooth and nail. He almost squeezed Rose into the wall at one point as well. So I think there might have been a little bit of red mist from Bell's point of view over Rose, but you know, it's all sorted itself out. Mike ended up overdriving the car and spinning it up there as well, unfortunately for him. So, you know, she's now on the back of Timon Suvic, made a massive gain over him. So hopefully this one might be a little bit of a cleaner battle here as well. But time will tell. But I think that stemmed from that initial contact. So that's probably where that all come out from, George, to be honest.
Yeah, because all of those 3 cars were cars that you would expect to be on the top 3. And now if we look at the standings, you see Kirby leading, 50 seconds behind is Smith, and now is the Suvic Rose battle. So that basically gave the CMS Pro guys a kind of a free reign. But with a 50-second gap, they can take tires if they want to. If they were marginal, now they have that, that strategy to play with, while everybody else is playing catch-up game. And now they're so far behind, they are missing even on the podium by those antics. So I don't understand what was going through their minds there of very early on fighting so hard, dropping down the order.
Not sure on that one, but what I can tell you is Mr. Whitehead has been off track again. We can have a quick look at that one now. So Jason Whitehead coming down into the final 2 chicanes. Bounces one too fast, and unfortunately it goes round and nestles himself nicely in the grass. No contact, which was always good. There, Steve, he got away with that one.
You certainly did, yeah. And you want to get away with them a bit as well. You really don't want to get too much damage in a long race like this. It slows your car down massively. But we are going to lose George just now as he jumps into the car for his stint. We may have Ross Smith come into the booth a little later for some more inside info. But it's proven to be a cracker so far, is this, James. It's got everything. It's got a bit of nastiness, got a bit of fantastic racing, got some pace. It's got strategy involved. We're having a great time.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the thing we've got to look out for. Although, sometimes we have sat here and we've clenched and we've breathed in heavily, thinking we're in the car to try and make them squeeze through any quicker. T-Bone Suvic did lose that place to Mia Rose in the end, so Mia Rose as well. And this could be a reason why Suvic lost that place.
So we'll look at what's gone on here then, but.
Oh, please don't contact
big clatter of the curb, big swap at Arnie's lost it. He almost saved it there and then lost it trying to save it. Then he gets a slowdown, of course, for cutting the last chicane, and he has to just give it up straight off the bat. That kind of shows how hard these cars can be to control at times. When you get that little snap of oversteer, you've got to have the reactions of a mongoose to catch it, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. That's the thing, you're never going to swap something. The problem is when something swaps in such an aggressive way, you instantly try and correct it. The problem you've got is if you overcorrect it, it snaps back the other way and then you're forever fighting it. So Suvic did a great job of trying to hang on there. Yeah, he lost a place to Rose, unfortunately, there as well. Adam Gray and Mateus Gonzalez has also been off track as well, unfortunately for Adam Gray, sitting down here in the GT3 ARMS in the BMW. Had a little bit of a scary moment earlier on when Mia Rose nearly went into the back end of him. Just managed to avoid it there as well. Unfortunately, though, for Mateus Gonzalez, he is 6 laps down, and he is 3 laps down lower than the last LMP car, the last GT3 car, sorry. So if we bring you up the multi-class on the tower, you will see that he is 3 laps down from behind him, so he's got to be careful here as well. So for Mateus Gonzalez, not an ideal scenario currently at the moment. Not loving this car, but you can see the gaps in the classes there on the left hand side. 55 seconds from Kirby to Ross, 2.6 from Ross to Rose, 1.8 to Suvic to Rose as well. And then we go down into the Hypercar ARMS. Felipe Enrique has got an absolutely exponential gap and is absolutely flying here as well. And in the LMGT3s, we've got Vasilias Katarinakis, I hope I said that right, with Brandon Gant 2.8 seconds or 2.2 seconds back now behind him here as well. And a mixture of a Honda and a Nissan here in the GT3s. So it's looking good so far.
Yeah, look at that. That's how well, it is ideal. That's Peter Meyer's name at the top of the ARMS for the GT3s. Told you he would win. We're going to get one right at least because.
Hold on a minute, right? I thought you meant one overall.
Oh no.
Oh.
Tom Lane's going to win it overall. I mean, he's not.
Well, it's not.
That's who I predicted to win the Hypercar category. The Pro Hypercar category, I predicted Tom Lane. And the EM category, GT3s, I predicted Peter Meyer.
Okay. I got that round the wrong way then, because clearly for me, I thought you were doing
Peter Meyer winning the whole thing. That would be it. Some turn up for the books. I mean, his car's not really capable of it, is he?
No, I thought you meant they winning the overall GT3 thing.
No, probably not. No,
all right,
probably
well,
not,
anyway.
Just the ARM group, really. Overall GT3 things, I couldn't say, but I'm probably going to go with Kataranakis at the moment because he's winning right now. I'm going to take a leaf out of your book and just pick the obvious winner. Why not? Who wants an underdog?
Yeah, no, we don't want to do that. Mike Olsen has taken over the car from Becky Ely there, and then down in 18th place we've got Justin Silvestre, who has taken over the car as well. So there we go. We have had some driver swaps currently in place happening at this moment in time. So from Justin down here in currently 18th in the Prime Tech Racing Porsche 911. So in the GT3 category, he has taken over the car. So from Brenda McVeigh. So there we go, number one. And there's also, there was one other I saw earlier on that I was looking at thinking, actually he swapped. And that is Joe Falls in 10th place here from the Storm Rider Racing Ferrari 499. So he has taken over the car from Justin Whitehead. Or Whitehead in the Ferrari 499. So there's a couple of driver swaps happening currently at the moment. Mia Rose has cleared Ross Smith and has cleared it by about 1.5 seconds currently going on at this moment in time. So Mia Rose is now sitting in second. Now from another obvious conversation starter is, Stephen, what we're going to do if Mia Rose ends up beside Daniel Kirby, because clearly, judging by what YouTube have been telling us, there's no loss between these two.
Yeah, flashbacks for Kirby, of course. Chopper sounds, PTSD coming in as he sees the Belgian flag sweep across his vision. It's going to be a tough one. I wonder whether Kirby, obviously he's not going to give it up easy at all, but a 56-second gap isn't easy to close in either. No. And we've already seen Mia come a cropper of a couple of those GT3 cars a couple of times, whereas Kirby looks to be a lot more smooth as he tracks through the traffic. As Mr. Reese says, Kirby plus Rose equals chance for others to win. So that's a great way of looking at it, really. That is Ross Smith's dream come true, really, as if they end up on the same part of the track at the same time. But these guys are having a tasty battle here. Suvic, Ross Smith and Mia Rose in a line here.
Yeah, they've got Gwilym Benke in the middle. Benke is the grey and white, so he's just about to be lapped here, is Benke, with Smith in front of him and Suvic behind. So he's kind of sandwiched in, unfortunately, for Benke. I'm not entirely sure if he really wants to let these guys go. Would it be the obvious choice?
He did in the end, but that was a dangerous way to do it.
Yeah, not entirely sure that was, an ideal way. Brandon Gant is closing down on Kataranakis. So in the GT3 there. So Kataranakis took over the car from Jaime Zalecki. Zalecki in the Stardust Autosports. So Brandon Gant now trying to get onto the back here as well. And it looks like he is closing quite rapidly at the moment. Gaps down to just below 9 tenths.
Was involved in that early incident was Gant as well, into the Mulsanne straight, ended up pushing Porsche into the barrier after another incident into the Mulsanne corner. Brown, as you say, yeah, and should be interesting how he now deals with that. He's obviously P2 at the moment in class, and this will be a tasty battle. He gets a bit wide and a bit out of shape there in the Mulsanne corner. Bit of a drift going on there. Comes down now through the Golf curve. This is a good place to make a move, but there's a big gap there at the moment. He's going to have to get much closer to that. We've got a yellow in sector 2. Not sure what's going on there, but it seems to have quickly disappeared.
I can tell you that.
Let's see then.
Joe Falls
fell off the track.
Yeah, Joe Falls.
I don't apologise.
Fell off the track. And there we go. So that's exactly what happened to that one on that.
Yeah, we're going to see more of that as things heat up. As looks so, got Dahlgren and Falls on track next to each other at the moment. Looks like Dahlgren is making his way nice and calmly past Falls. After that error, the tyres would be a little bit hot. We follow on board.
Dahlgren's a little bit ahead of Falls currently at the moment. Falls is registering as being 1 lap down at the moment. Bradley Sellers is in the pits. Mountjoy, Silvestre and Enrique. So don't forget, obviously, you know, some of these drivers are driving solo. Bradley Sellers has got Carl Vesser as a teammate. Enrique has got Barry DiMarzo as a teammate as well, but there is no driver swaps in that group currently at the moment. Eugene Mazur is currently chasing down Matt Boyce in front of him. There is Matt there as well. This is where we start seeing these glow-in-the-dark liveries. Now, we got to see Boyce has got one on the front of his. Now, we want to have a chat with this gentleman when he comes in as well. Mr. Smith, he's got a very, very brightened front end here. And one that I think can safely say glows in the dark. Literally, there it is in front of you. You can see it on both sides of your screen currently at the moment. Glows in the dark, it just lights up the track on its own, Steve.
Yeah, it's like watching a firefly drive around a French circuit backwards at 200 miles an hour. He's unbelievably bright. It looks so it's the whole front of the car is just beaming in front of it. It's not headlights, it's just the paintwork.
Yeah.
And I mean, for an international audience, this might not make a lot of sense, but I was talking about this before the race. An episode of Only Fools and Horses, it brings to mind when it's a British sitcom. They managed to paint an entire takeaways kitchen in paint exactly that colour, funnily enough. And obviously it was a tough one to step into, very, very bright. It was actually train paint for train signs in tunnels, luminous yellow paint, and yeah, it's a looker, really. It's definitely something you won't miss in your rearview mirror were that to come up behind you.
Yeah, definitely. Mike Olsen is another one who's got one on his bonnet and on the side of the car there as well. Definitely cannot miss him. I wonder if I can get a chat with Becky Ely. Where is Becky? I'll carry on trying to find Becky for a minute.
While you're doing that, it's worth mentioning here that Mia Rose is starting to cut in a little bit to Daniel Kirby. It's back up to 50 seconds or so, so it's up and down. But Mia Rose might just have the pace here. The last lap was fairly slow, but the 31 flat. But fastest lap of the lap race so far for Mia Rose is a 27.6. The only person really to be competing with Daniel Kirby, who's got a 27.2 is his fastest lap, which I imagine he did at the very early stages of his first stint where he had no traffic. I imagine it's much harder to get a time like that in now with GT3 cars strewn across Le Mans landscape as it stands at the moment. But
yeah, we've got Becky Ely waiting for a quick chat. Let's welcome in Becky. Becky, how are you? Becky?
Aloha, I'm pretty good. Had a real nice first stint. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Thank you so much. Yeah, you made a how can I put it? A gain at others' unfortunate incident there with Gant and Brown.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. Like they were playing a bit of chicken with each other down the straight, and then I was like, I have a really good run on both of them. Brandon Gant pulled out and just caught my nose a bit. So I was just like, I'm going to leave you to it. And they did exactly what I kind of suspected would happen.
Yeah, they had that coming.
They came together.
Yeah, you just snuck through from that prime position there. Mike's back in the car. How's he doing currently at the moment?
Yeah, Mike's doing good. I mean, he's dropped a second on Vasilis since the start of the run, so that's well good. We had a bit of a problem in the pits that the car, Stephen's partner Dennis, he stopped and literally like his rear end was pretty much on our bumper in the pits, so we had to reverse out of the pits and get going, and that cost a hell of a lot of time. Otherwise we'd be a lot further up the road, but you know, we're having fun and it's looking better than I really suspected. So
well, I want to have a quick chat. Who designed the livery for this car?
I did. You did.
Okay. What is the monster on the front representing currently?
It's a lemon.
It's a lemon.
It's written on the car, James. I mean,
yeah,
how did you not get that?
I didn't see it. Stop it.
It's because Le Mans sounds like lemon.
Oh, okay. I can see. And the glow in the dark side of it? Just because you could?
More fun than no glow in the dark, isn't it?
Well, it does make you easily recognisable. what is the goal then, Becky? Where are we expecting your team to be come the end of this? You know, what's the overall thing?
Honestly have no idea. I mean, looking at it now, it looks pretty good if we can keep this up for third place, really. Like, when I get back in the car, I might be able to close in on Brandon a little. I doubt I'll be able to close in on Jamie a little. I doubt we'll close in 30 seconds. So, yeah, just hold station, really, and hope more instants in front.
No, there you go. I will tell you now, Brandon and Vasilis are currently fighting, so that might give you
Yeah, I'm surprised the stream isn't watching that,
Well,
rather than
we were
watching
talking
Mike go round.
Well, we were talking to you. But, you know, car
Yeah, we
representation.
can still watch. There we go.
Oh, God.
Just as Brandon's going for it.
Oh, all right.
Perfect timing.
Sorry, Becky. Maybe we'll bring you in and let you produce, and I'll just sit here and have a chat with Steve.
Yeah, James.
That sounds nice. I always enjoy your chats when I watch this back.
Thank you very much. We do waffle on at some parts, Becky. I'm not going to lie. You know, we do have a bit of a waffle, but they are fighting, so that might give you a chance to close the gap on these two.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. As long as everyone's having fun, it's all good. You know, they might come together like Brandon did earlier.
Yeah.
So
and that will give you.
You just don't know with these things.
No, definitely not. Oh, maybe not like that though. Brandon's got to stay off that curb, otherwise he's going to be not doing himself any favours. Becky, it's been wonderful talking to you. I'm sorry I didn't point the camera where you wanted it, but I got there in the end.
You did get there in the end.
I know, it's a goal in life, you see. As long as you get there eventually, you know what I mean? Who matters?
Yeah, exactly.
But
just check out Brandon's car through the Porsche curves. He is slipping and sliding all over the place. It is a beast, the way his Nissan is set up.
Yeah, we did have a chat with George about that as well. We were talking, oh, that's not ideal. We were talking about this with George, actually, the way that obviously the speed of the car that Brandon has got is exceptional, but the rear end isn't loving staying on the track. So, yeah, well, look, we'll stay on board here as we just approaching that area of the racetrack, so we'll see how he gets on, but it is going to be definitely a tough one here for Brandon as well. Is yours, oh, it's full locking that as well. Is yours set up in a way that's more, is it both of you with the setup, or is it you've got to make changes when you get in the car?
It's kind of my setup, because the way Mike drives is very, very differently, and we didn't have time to do a joint setup, and his setup was like oversteer sitting. So I was just like, it's too risky, I can't. So we've gone with my setup, which Mike is dealing with really well.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Brandon. He's got so much lock in that car. If we're going by the steering direction to try and get that car around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, the Nissan's a bit of a boat as far as GT3s go anyway, isn't it? And he's got it set up for the straights, so through the Porsche curves.
Yeah.
It looks pretty stable though. Like, when I was watching from behind, he looked all over the place. I was like, he's going to have a spin later on, but looking on board, it looks all right.
Yeah, a lot of steering angle he's putting in though, I'm not going to lie there. But Becky, we'll let you get back. Thank you. Maybe we'll catch up with you later on.
Okay, yeah.
And we'll enjoy the rest of the race.
I will. You too.
Take care. Well, there you go, Steve. Becky Ely in the booth, doing, you know, telling us about how to get it on. They've, you know, where their car is at as well, obviously, with the lemon on the front. I'm sorry, I did not catch that whatsoever. I really should have noticed that was a lemon, but I didn't. Mike Bell there, RF2 erroring out for a driver swap. So Mike Bell and Jeffrey Ellis from the Smile Power Racing team there, unfortunately, erroring out here on track. John Uyan has taken the car from Kirby. That has allowed Smith in front. For Bell is out.
I mean, they're out. So is Matthias Gonzalez as well. So, something's gone on towards there. But yeah, we kind of expected this. I mean, it's very difficult to get everything to work perfectly in any sim racer. Never mind RF2, which is tricky at the best of times. But it was bound to be an unexpected error or two regarding driver swaps and the ilk. So many variables at play. it's a tough one to get right. It's unfortunate, but it happens. It is. I suppose you can only really put it down to something along the lines of, like, you know, the car just die. Like in real life, every now and again, the cars just die for no reason, overheat, whatever, and put you out of endurance race. This is the virtual equivalent: is your internet going down or the game throwing you out when you try and do a driver swap. But it is unfortunate. It's definitely not their fault. Hopefully, we can get it sorted for the next time.
Yeah, definitely that as well. I'm trying to find out if I can get Daniel Kirby into the booth here, as we can still see Gant battling away with Katarinakis. I will get that right by the end of this, I'm not going to lie. So I will consistently try. Gant's on the left-hand side, Katarinakis is on the left, on the right-hand side. No, Gant is on the right, Katarinakis on the left. 01 on the front is Katarinakis, 02 is Gant. You're going to have to bear with me. It is dark. It is a very complicated process broadcasting in the dark. Gant has gone through. Job done for him, and he is through now, and that is that one done from Gant. I believe he's going to be making moves, trying to go forward now.
He's currently leading the LMGT3 Pro group over Katarinakis behind him, but yeah, he's got moves to be made still, as far away, only a lap down on the guys in the pros, I believe, the Hypercars. So not much chance of catching up with the Hypercars, in all honesty, but Brandon will be glad that that Mulsanne's corner went a bit better than last time he went side by side into there. So have a look on board now with Tower. The gap to what we're looking at here, the gap to leader.
Yeah, Gant currently as well. Gap to the car in front. Katarinakis 0.2 back. Currently at the moment, Eugene Missouri is 0.9. Schultz is 0.7. Mia Rose, I believe, is in the pits currently at the moment as well. Concas has been in and out. Benk has been in and out here. And Gant is fighting away with Katarinakis, sat up right behind him currently. This is what Katarinakis sees. This car, this brick, this boat of a Nissan here as well. The full lock that Gant is having to run compared to what Katarinakis is running. Oh!
That looked like contact for a second there, but Becky's right. This side, he's all over the shop in these curves. Its back end looks as though it's stepping out at every opportunity. The guy following behind, Vasilis in this case, that's going to be very unnerving, because every time he curves the corner, you're thinking, oh, this guy's lost it. He's lost it again. And he hasn't. He's keeping it on the track, and Vasilis gets very sideways there out of the final chicane. But looks like he's getting away now from Vasilis, creating a gap. So Brandon, looking rapid. That straight line speed is proving valuable for him.
Yeah, he is currently at the moment as well. The interesting thing out of that, Mike Olsen's gap to them two fighting initially was above 38 to 39 seconds. It's now down to 36. Now, to us, 36 seconds, you know, is anything like that in an endurance series can be recovered, as we've seen with what Becky said about pit box going wrong, or sitting right in front of people, you know, and you're having to reverse. So you can lose time. Oh, Benk has been off.
That's not what you want to see. Let's have a look and see how he managed it. Where are we?
Oh,
it's like that's
Indianapolis.
Just after,
no,
yeah, it's the one after Indianapolis. It's
NARS.
Yeah. Lowest corner on the track. Tough one to get right, and if you clatter the inside curve a bit too hard, that's not the way he did it, but can very much unsettle the car. But it looks like he just carried too much speed in there, just overdrove the car a bit, but struggling there.
Yeah.
But number of drivers are going to have a few offs. There's going to be very few drivers here in this grid who don't have a single off-track or off-track excursion, such as the nature of Le Mans. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Mia Rose is going to do in comparison to her main rival at the moment, which is Kirby's teammate John Ewan, who's retaking the lead after Angelelius now pops into the car. The man we had in the booth not long ago, now out there driving.
Yeah, he definitely is. He is on track. The reason I picked up on Mia Rose was the fact the gap's come down to 47 seconds. It was out of 50 odd there as well. Schultz has also taken over the car from Suvik. So Schultz is in the car currently at the moment as well. So it's John Uyan from Daniel Kirby, Alexander Schultz from Timon Suvic, George Andelides from Ross Smith. So there you go, and we've got I've got Concas in the car. He's not swapped over to Gilles Latif. Gilles Lalonde, so he's still in the car as well. And obviously Barry DiMarzo has also taken over that car currently at the moment as well. And DiMarzo is currently driving with, as I look down the list, Felipe Enrique in the leading AM car. So we have got Daniel Kirby in the waiting room. We can have a quick chat with Dan now. Dan, how are you?
Hey.
Hey, how's it going, bud?
Good.
Not a bad opening stint from you.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Dad, you could be a little bit more like excited. John's doing a stellar job so far. Are you worried about the gap closing from Mia Rose at the moment? Because the gap's now down to 46 seconds from the 55 it originally was.
Yeah, I mean, John just joked about that when he got in the car right now. He said, no, we'll see how much the gap closes during this stint. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it plays out in the end.
Yeah, what's the ambitions, Dan? Are we going to see you back in the car a little bit later?
Yeah, John's going to do a couple stints. I think we're trading every 2 stints.
Right.
So, like another hour and a half, I think.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier on as well. Have you worked out how many pit stops you got to do? Because there was talk of about 11 to 12 pit stops. Do you think you're going to be on about target for that, or are you hoping to get under that?
We should be, I think it's 8 stints. So, I guess like 7 stops.
Wow.
Seems extremely low, but
Well,
you guys fuel saving?
40 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like 40 minutes and 11 laps per stint. And no, we're not. We're just running full beans power, just flat out.
Well, that's probably the best way to go, mate. And ambitions to win the race overall?
Oh yeah, that'd be nice.
What's your chances?
I mean, as long as we keep it clean and just keep pace kind of consistent, manage traffic well, pretty sure we have a high chance at least.
Well, Dan, you are my pick for the win, all right? So we can't let Stephen win with his pick. So you've got to do that for me, all right?
We'll do our best.
Awesome stuff, Dan. Well, thank you very much for joining me there, bud. And maybe we'll look back to catching up with you at the end of the race.
Alrighty, yeah.
Take care, mate.
Have a good one.
Well, there you go. Dan seems very relaxed, actually, I think, from his point of view. One man that isn't relaxed at the moment is Alexander Schultz, who's got George Andelides tucked up right behind him. And I don't just mean a little bit, I mean right behind him. So, George Andelides, don't make a mistake. There we go.
Both of these guys just jumped in the car as well, so the sweat hasn't quite reached their eyebrows yet. But, yeah, they'll be looking to... not do anything untowards here at the moment, but I need to straight into the car, straight into a battle. This is what these guys want. Because he's going to go for the move here down this straight. He's got such a good run. Defend the inside. Well, he's got the inside to the first chicane. Barrel down, that's going to be a right-hander at the end of here. Looks as though he's going to get this move nice and cleanly. The tight line he's got there to go into that. I saw Dahlgren earlier on get very out of shape with a line like that, but actually this seems to know the track better and gets that move nice and clean. So that's the way it's done here in an endurance race. That's how you do it. You set them up and then you knock them down. It's like a game of a planning game, a game of mind strategies and things like that. So you've got to make sure that you know exactly where you're going to pass the guy in front if you can't pass them at all. Unlike we saw earlier where guys were just going for it left, right and centre. Anywhere they could make the move, but going for the move. You need to plan your attack.
Yeah, you definitely do. Eugene Mazur is probably planning his attack on Boyce there. I want to try and get on, if I can, with Boyce. I do love the wheels on that Lambo. I'm not going to lie. right? I'm going to try and find the correct camera that seems to be different with every car I select, which is a little bit frustrating. And maybe, has it got one? No, it's not got one. But
I do know what you're talking about. I did see it earlier, the wheels of that car.
They light up, don't they?
There they are.
They're like spinners.
Yeah, it's like a hypnotist's best friend or something. You know, it's a crazy looking car, you've got to say.
I know.
With that cow livery with the Trash Panda team. And but yeah, these guys in a tasty little battle here amongst themselves. Boyce, Miller and Monsieur. Looks like nobody's going for the move just yet. It's everybody's unlike you know, Mia and Bell looking to look at the long game really. But Bell obviously out with this race already. No fault of Mia's.
Oh,
big swap there. Oh, what happened there?
Was that
what happened there?
Was that wasn't Stephen Miller? Somebody there had made a mistake. I'm wondering if it was Adam Gray. Give me 2 seconds.
Let's have a look at the replay is going to help us figure that out. That's
Gray,
somebody else entirely.
Yeah, I think Gray went round, but I don't believe it got involved. No, he didn't. Oh.
Looked to me as though maybe it was Miller just got a bit out of shape into the chicane, got a bit of a snap, and the dodge out of the way of the racing line. The other guys just breezed through, but yeah, he's 1.7 seconds off the back now, and then Monsieur got caught out by that a little bit as well, and is now 1.7 off the back of Boyce as well. So a little bit of a one little error from one driver out of the three, and now there's big gaps between all three of them, and they've got to close them up again. Yeah, it's amazing how much a tiny error can make. Difference a tiny error can make.
Katarinac is still fighting away with Gant here as well for the lead in the GT3s, of course. So Gant is still battling away nicely. I think Gonzalez is out currently at the moment. Bell is obviously in YouTube chat, so he's obviously, you know, not entirely impressed about that situation that had gone on with his driver swap. RF2, they're doing RF2 things, unfortunately. But Gant and Katarinac is still fighting it out. Olsen's gap's gone back out to 41 seconds, but I'm wondering if that was in the period of time where they were not fighting, because this gap did open up originally back out to about 0.7 seconds currently at the moment here as well. So it's all a little bit over there and up, and we do have Ross Smith, who's now going to join us in the booth for a bit. Good evening, good afternoon, or good morning, Ross, for you. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good, thanks. How are you guys doing?
Very well. Thank you very much. We've seen some great racing, great battling, questionable overtakes, contacts against the wall, and silly mistakes from people. But overall, it's not been too bad. How was it inside the car for you?
It's a bit warm where we are here, but overall it seems to be, as Le Mans go, pretty temperate.
Good. Well, there you go. Steve.
Yeah, very quiet stint for you in that first run out there. Not much in the way of overtakes or action on track. Was it just like that for you in the car? Just a nice quiet Sunday drive around Le Mans, or was it a bit more tense from your perspective?
I would say it was focused. Everything is going about as according to plan as it can be. So we're in a good spot. We just need George to stay focused on what he's doing and just turn laps as we know we can. And once I get back in there, then we should be in good shape. And it looks like there are quite a few different strategies going on in terms of tire choices, how people are able to go with fuel. I'm curious to see how things kind of end up as we wind down to the final hours.
And you've already seen your partner in crime, George, overtake Alexander Schultz for P4 on track. As soon as he got in the car, he was involved in embroiled in a battle of wills with Alexander. But what is the target today? Are you looking at a podium? Is Sellers on the horizon? Are you looking at him, or is it just talking about racing your own race and just see where you come?
Well, it's a bit of both. I mean, we're here to have fun, and we know the car's good, so we're excited to just be in the thick of it. We'd love to have a podium, as anyone would. On Thursday, we saw circumstances go where I was behind Uyan, Kirby, and Mia Rose, and really should have only been fighting for maybe the last step on the podium, and just because of circumstances later on in the nighttime, actually, where we are now, the race just went my way, and it went to a last lap battle between me and Mia, and just managed to pull it out. So it's we'll see how things turn out with this one.
And you've managed to set the fastest lap for your team so far, 28.7. What do you think the chances of George beating that are in his stint?
Pretty minimal. George hasn't been able to get as much seat time in this car, this setup. He's actually been working pretty diligently at HPD and getting them set for some upcoming races for IndyCar and for IMSA. So he's lamenting that. He knows this is he made a vow to himself that he broke early on, where he said, I'm going to focus on this race. This will be the one that we get on, and it's probably the one that he's least prepared for. But all that said, he's still, turning respectable laps. He put together a solid setup. I gave us a very nice livery, I thought. So we're all doing our part to contribute to the car. And honestly, that pace really, it kind of came out of nowhere. So it was a pleasant surprise to see that, like, wow, we're actually kind of duking it out with some of these guys towards the top. So George did his job very well, and if he's able to just be consistent in the car, that's all we can ask for.
31.9 last lap round, quicker than Sellers by 3/2 roughly, so not doing a bad job in the car whatsoever. But let's come back to that livery, because you've mentioned it now. Whose idea was the Rudolph nose?
So that was a bit on me. Obviously, this is the tribute to HPD, and when they put their first prototype out there, and they were competing on an international level at the top tier in sports car, and it's a great looking livery. Just the original one was, so George said we got to do this one, and knowing that we can do all the modern machinations of getting the cars to light up and everything, I said, initially I was going to just go with a couple stripes, see how that would work out, and instead I was like, well,
Through that plan in a minute, when a wall of beam of intense light. It's like having one of those Audis behind you with the LED headlights. It's exactly. Absolutely horrible, but it's going well so far, you've got to say. And but yeah, it's what was the thing? I mean, did that come into it when you were picking that livery? We wanted people to see us. It's going to make a difference in the dark, like when you see this giant lighthouse coming up behind. Is that a factor or no?
It wasn't thought about too much, just because we're just trying to tick things off the list. But it was a bit shocking at first when we were running some practice laps. I'm like, this is rather bright, and I've noticed some of the GTs jumping out of the way a bit. Like if you're on a bike running up behind pedestrians and you call out to them, they kind of throw themselves off of whatever sidewalk you're on, and yeah,
I used to cycle to work every day, and I used to have to cross a bridge in Newcastle called the Red Hugh Bridge, and it is wide enough for a bike, and it's also for pedestrians as well. This little side along this bridge as well. So the amount of times I saw people nearly jumping off that bridge into the Tyne River to try and dodge out of my way as I flew down that pathway at 30 miles an hour plus on a bike. That was barely fit for for riding. It definitely wouldn't have passed any kind of MOT or check. I mean, one day I was riding that back home and the handlebars came off entirely. Very difficult to fix on the move, I have to say, so I very promptly face planted the floor instead. But tell us about HPD, because a lot of you out there won't know what it even is. What is HPD? What is this team going on? And tell us as much insight as you can on that side.
Yeah, HPD is Honda Performance Development, which is a real racing program. It's the American leg for Honda racing, and they're based out of Indianapolis and California, either Santa Monica or I can't remember exactly where, but near some of the tracks out there. They work really hard. They've got a causal relationship, obviously, with the head branch HQ back in Japan. So. And we've seen their cars in real life. Wade and Taylor Racing and Meyer Shank, all of the joy and controversy and tied up with that whole program. They handle the IndyCar program, the TCR, and the MotoGP in the States and thereabouts. But that's where George works. He's actually an engineer on their simulation side, and his roles are expanding substantially. He's actually been able to correlate a lot of what he's learned and developed into hypercars within this mod. I mean, he's already diehard as it is, so he's been able to get a lot of information accurate, but he's got an inside peek at what's going on with rules and regulations, how the cars are put together, how the stuff actually works, and he can come up with a good strategy how to make that work in the sim. So that's why we picked the team name HPD, because it's very near and dear to his heart. I just kind of went along for the ride, so here we go.
We've got to know all that information there. It's great for people to know, but we've got James back, and I believe we've seen some action on track. James, we've got a crash to review by the looks of things, so we'll go on towards that. What's happening here, James?
Well, Mr. Olsen has either had some tech issues or has terminated the car in some way, because he's driving very, very slowly. There doesn't seem to be a run-up to this incident, I'm not going to lie, but he's blown the engine. The smoke coming out the back of the engine.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That is a nightmare for him and Becky as well. Be very disappointed in that, but he seems to be still moving. If he can get into the pits, will that be repairable?
No, he's not getting that back. Well, Ross, can he get it? Can he repair it?
Might depend on how bad that damage is. Usually when it's smoking to that level, it doesn't look like he's got much power behind it. I'd say it's pretty bleak.
Yeah, I would say that as well, and I've got a funny feeling, yeah, he's out. He is a DNF along with Mike Bell and Mateus Gonzalez there as well. I have, obviously, we've just had that conversation with Becky. You said the team were doing really well, and they were looking in a good spot. So, unfortunately now, it's not looking so clever, as there was smoke coming out the back of that engine there as well. That engine is not repairable, sadly. Even if you disconnect, reconnect, RF2 doesn't let you fix that at all. Oh, welcome in, Alex King, as well. Missed that one. Hey, boys, wish you could be in the booth. Hope you had a good race. So far, so good here as well. Blown engine, though, Ross. Done and dusted, isn't it?
Yeah, typically. I mean, even when you've got... when you hurt the engine pretty well, you can actually see that, and typically what will happen, you'll see a lot of smoke coming out the backside, and some people will turn their quality setups so that way they can do that. But when it's that dark smoke like that, and it just the pace, no pace at all, just kind of creeping along, that's pretty much the end.
Not easy to do an engine swap in a pit lane, I imagine. I mean, it's pretty difficult to do it in an actual garage. I've done it a couple of times in my life on a couple of cars. Absolute nightmare. So probably easier for these guys with the car setups that they've got and the tools that they've got in their garage as well. But it's disappointing for Becky and Mike, that one. But that is the nature of endurance racing, is it not? I mean, it's all about getting to the end. And if you can't get the car there, nurse it there, that's what happens.
Yeah. A bit of a strange one though, because the only way that would happen is overheating or too fast on the downshifts, and they obviously have the shift protection for being too accelerated there, so you can still blow it if you're downshifting too rapidly. So I'm not really sure what they managed to do there.
I'm probably going to guess that he did a downshift, because he's coming through. Where is he? On the back side of the circuit, isn't he? So it's on that run down into what would technically be... Is he on
the Mulsanne corner?
Mulsanne corner, isn't he?
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's
the very last
brakes.
one at the end of the straight.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's actually coming up to Arnage there. So I'm wondering if going into Indianapolis he caused that problem, because there's... He's just got
That's Indianapolis right there. So
that's pretty slow. He must have cooked
already.
it before, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Might have heard it, like you said, going into Mulsanne, and then that was just the nail in the coffin.
We'll get the committee on that, but in the meantime, Mia Rose is taking the fastest lap of the race. She's managed to get into the 26s. A 3:26.8 in race pace is unbelievable. That was 4/10 quicker than Dan Kirby managed in his stint before Johnny Uyan even got in the car. So Mia is looking very quick. She's pit twice already as well. So that gap, 30 seconds or so, 40 seconds we're seeing on the tower there, to John Uyan is coming down. It's coming down quick.
Yeah, well, the thing is as well, I've just had a message from Becky. I messaged just saying blown engine. She put, yep, it randomly went to neutral.
Yeah.
Oof.
So I'm presuming the fact that when we saw him, he was in 6th gear there, 6th to neutral. The car went from neutral from 5th. So that would definitely probably do that one. I'm not going to lie on that one. Anything going down that quickly through the gears is definitely going to go pop. So there you go. But yeah, not ideal for them guys out and out, which is a shame because they seemed quite upbeat when we spoke to Becky earlier.
Yeah, she was. She was in great spirits, and sitting in P3 in class, you would be, wouldn't you? So it's an interesting one. But Vinicius will be pleased with that regardless. He's managed to take P2 now, and will be looking to make headway with that. But Kataranakis still leading the way in the GT3s.
Yeah, so there we go. What is, Ross, can George keep up with the likes of Mia Rose and John Uyan, do you think? Or do you think 3rd place is realistically what you're aiming for in this?
I don't think we'll see him advance more unless they run into issues. They're just too rapid. They've got way too much pace in the car. We have a bit of a strategy to try and neutralize some of it should things happen later on that we can take advantage. But right now, if we can get on that podium, that would be good enough. We just need to look out for Sellers, Suvik. George is very used to driving around these guys and dealing with sort of wild cars in the field, but he just needs to stay focused, and I think he'll be okay. But yeah, they're just Mia and you saw their quality times. They're just absolutely on another level.
Definitely there as well. Well, George has got 11 seconds back to Schultz in the car, who's currently in it at the moment, and Bradley Sellers is a further 55 back. Now, there was a reason why Sellers has gone back so far, and this is it. All right, it's gone into the pits. So, and then even didn't make it into the pits.
A very nice 360 he managed there, though, you could have said. Max Verstappen, eat your heart out.
Bit of a curtsy, and off we go.
Yeah, he definitely did there as well, unfortunately, but didn't make it through the pits without any problems, and that's why he's so far back. He's actually dropped back after his pits behind Concas as well. So Francesco Concas has got in front of him currently at the moment here, and everybody else is slightly more spread out on track. The gap is coming down from Mia Rose to John Uyan. It's now down to about 42 and holding steady at 42. There is only about 4 tenths gap between Uyan's best time and Mia Rose's best time. However, Uyan was nearly 4 tenths, I should say, quicker over the last lap. Mia Rose had a 3:29.021, but that could be down to traffic, of course, here as well. So all in all, it's not going too bad for you guys, being handed some luck there, Ross, and maybe, just maybe, you might get that 3rd podium.
Love it. They're quick, and I'm curious to see how they end up pulling off as they switch back. Mia's obviously very hungry. She didn't nab the 2.4 hours of Le Mans at our regional race on Thursday at NARS, and she was right there too, and she came back against all odds. She ended up having a screen freeze and slamming into another car, and it buggered her up so bad. I mean, she had easily 2 seconds on me per lap, and I was just cruising right behind her. So she still managed pace, and she was there right at the end, and among other things, she had lots of different offs and just all kinds of things happening. So she was right there. You'll watch that gap just shrink to nothing, because John's quick, but I don't know that he's going to be able to maintain pace ahead of her, all things staying as they are. He's going to have to start thinking about that. Now, they do have a lot of gap in hand, so they might be looking at different types of tire conservation, fuel conservation, seeing what they can do to just optimize performance, so that way they can just be right there at the end and gap away.
One thing though, Mia Rose is driving solo. Uyan and Kirby are in the team. Now, with just under 3 hours remaining, Could tiredness take an effect on Mia Rose, considering she is driving solo?
Absolutely. Yeah, we saw it at the 2.4. There was fatigue. Now, of course, a lot of the drivers were already pretty late in the day after a long day of coming home from work, dealing with family and all that, and it's tiring, and it's hot right now. Some people were saying it's 40 degrees inside their sim rig, which is about on par with what you'd see in some of these cars in real life. So it's hot, it's tired. But as you saw with Becky Ellie's team, it comes down to sometimes just one person's hardware does a thing, does a glitch, and you're out. And that's why we have that drive-through at the beginning, which is one of the reasons she's so far back from John Uyon right now. She had to go through. She'd easily be within probably single digits at this point if not for that initial rule that we have in place.
Yeah, Brandon Gant has also been off track here as well. So unfortunately for Brandon, it's not being good. Concast has gone off as well. Boyce has been off at the same time, so it's a Vestal. So we're going to pick up on what Gant has been up to. So there goes Gant. Unfortunately, takes too much of the curb, runs it just. Rejoin, just misses the wall there as well, and here is Concast, and this is coming out near the first corner. Big snap of oversteer, and off he goes. And then Matt Boyce is what is the third one. Oh, George is behind him. Please don't. Oh no!
Oh no! Almost had it. That would explain why Sellers was able to slip by.
Yeah, and then Sylvester also taking an off track as well, just runs deep. Oh, he's going to go in the wall. Oh.
Didn't look too bad, but that's not great.
No, but that George one was not good there.
Yeah, watch that again, and he's very unfortunate there, George, is that the snap just comes back. He looked as though he chose the right way, and then last second, the cow's back and right in front of you. That's not ideal from your point of view, watching your car get hit like that, Ross.
No, but it doesn't look like it's upset things too terribly much. I mean, he's back, I think it gapped it almost up to 10 seconds behind Schultz, so he's able to draw that back a little bit and just kind of stay focused. I think he was looking to double stint those tires, so that might not be great, but we'll see. Yeah, it didn't look like it was too bad in terms of just damaging the car and slowing pace. Just dropped some time.
Yeah, definitely did, unfortunately, there as well. John Meyer has taken over the car from Brandon Gant. So Meyer or Meyer, depending which way you want to say it, has got the gap car now. So let's see how he gets on here as well. There's a 4:01.624 fastest lap currently at the moment in the GT3 AMS from Stephen Miller, so he's doing an exceptional job. However, Katarinakis on a 3:58.762 has got the fastest lap of the GT3s currently all together. So there we go. Gap starting to appear on track now. Steve, it's going to be a little bit more difficult as everybody seems to be spreading out around Le Mans currently at this moment, this 13.6 kilometre racetrack, and they are slightly getting a little bit more spread out currently at the moment.
Yeah, seeing a lot of spread as Bank comes into the pits, I believe, but yeah, we'll be seeing driver changes and swaps coming along galore now as well. As looks as though the gap from Mia Rose to John is staying rather steady at this stands at the moment. But Angelides will be disappointed that he's lost out that position to Schultz, but he should be able to gain it back again in short order. We've got a spin here by Stephen Miller in his orange liveried McLaren. Fantastic colour for a McLaren, you've got to say.
Benk has retired, and this is why. Oh, hold on, we just want to see if Sellers can clear Miller here, because they were getting very close, and he is just going to slip up the inside. Gwilym Benk. So this is what happened to Benk.
I saw him on the track map, kind of
disconnected.
Yeah, the track map on the live races, it showed him as kind of off the in the middle of the track somewhere, kind of going disappearing.
Yeah,
as he headed towards the pits, I expected maybe he was just heading in the pits, but disconnect could be an issue as well. So hope he can fix that. Be unfortunate if that's the way his race ended.
No, it is. He is out. So it stays.
He can come back. If it was just a simple disconnect, then he should be able to rejoin if he chooses to. I'm not sure if he was off pace, but I mean, still sitting third.
Yeah, not sure if he will on that one. We'll keep it a close eye. How many coffees have you boys needed so far? Well, I'm on my 4th currently.
I don't drink coffee.
Oh, well, that's what I say to people when they ask me how many alcohol drinks do you have, and I'm like, I don't drink. Do you know what? The other day, actually, I've got to tell you a really quick story. I know it's completely off topic. I was in Spain last week, enjoyed myself. I went and got something very drastic done. I got a piercing done, and the woman turned around and said to me, "How many drinks have you had?" I said, "I don't drink." She went, "No, seriously." I said, "I don't drink." She even didn't believe me to the point where she asked my wife, and my wife turned around and went, "He doesn't drink," and she was like, "Oh, really?" It's like, yeah.
What did you get pierced?
I can't tell you.
Okay. Kind of tells me, but okay.
Sorry?
That kind of tells me, but okay.
Well, I don't want to mention it. You can't. I don't know if I can say what I've just DM'd you on broadcast. So, not entirely sure if that's completely.
Honestly, at this stage, leaving it up in the air is worse than saying it at this stage.
Not
but
really. Let's just say it's on my chest. There you go. It's on my chest.
There we go.
All right.
Okay.
So,
Michael Brooks in chat is saying tea is better than coffee. Fight me.
No.
And that's the debate we should be having. It's definitely true.
Yeah, a little bit off sidetrack there, talking about James's. I think between me and the wife, the wife got her nose done, and I got that done. I was in a little bit of I think we've had a midlife crisis while we were on holiday, to be honest. But yep, there we go. Like yeah, Schultz is still trying to get onto the back of hand. Hey, I had no kids for a week. Leave me alone.
Most people have no kids for the week. They have a nap during the day, not not start getting body parts pierced and putting holes in themselves. That's,
oh shit! Well, that would have been too easy.
But yeah, I've started something in the chat. I have to say, I can leave this all over the back of Schultz again. Should make easy work of that overtake once they get onto the Mulsanne straight. But I have really started World War III in terms of tea or coffee, which is better. One says it's scented hot water is tea, and coffee is just fancy mud in a liquid form. So yeah.
Oh, well, there you go, Stephen starting wars in YouTube chat there. Ross, tea or coffee?
So, I don't typically drink coffee, but I will say, on a vacation out to Hawaii, I was given a cup of Kona coffee with the Kona beans freshly prepared there, and I have to say, it was pretty magnificent, and it made me almost just start to be a believer in it. And oof, George.
Yeah, I saw that as well. Like George, looking up the inside there, thought better of it in the end and backed out. But that was very scary moment.
I was less nervous when I was in the car by myself, just watching here with you guys.
Welcome to our world. This is our life. This is what we do for
This is heart attack in an instant. You get to see it for about half an hour, Ross. So this is what we deal with on a daily basis. You can imagine how we feel here as well when we watch cars.
Caffeine.
Yeah. And then we chuck caffeine into the mix, or in my case, I chuck caffeine and Steve chucks tea at himself.
Tea doesn't have caffeine in it. It has caffeine. It's caffeine. It's caffeine. Stop. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to that.
You're the one who's carried on talking.
There's caffeine in tea. It's caffeine in tea. Never mind. I'll tell you one thing though, my doctor, I didn't have any problems with high blood pressure until I started working for you, James. That's what I'm saying.
Thanks, mate. God, blimey, help me out, chat. So there we go, all going off. George has lost a little bit of time back now from Schultz. He's about 2 seconds back currently at the moment as we hear big intakes from Ross in the booth as well. So yeah, this is what we go through every single broadcast. Ross, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, you guys have been doing an excellent job. Really appreciate all the work that JBB has been putting in across the season. We're very happy to have this representation, and sight, sounds, it's all great. We love going back and watching this and and hearing the deliberations that happen, whether race focused or not. So it's wonderful having you all.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you. Big thank you to you guys for what you're doing.
No worries. I feel the little bit of off conversation every now and then, you know, it kind of helps it flow a little bit, should we say. There's got to be moments of waffling, unfortunately.
It is detrimental to endurance racing. If you watch any of the graveyard shifts when the commentators are out there, look at the 24 hours of Nordschleife, the Nürburgring, when there is a little bit of soul searching happening at about 3-4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's not, like you say, it's not endurance commentary if there isn't a bit of waffling or old men putting the worlds to rights in a commentary booth as well.
Right.
Some questions here from the chat. Alex King looking to ask you there, Ross, why your car looks like a glow stick.
That's how I roll, man.
How you roll. There's your answer. It's just how he rolls.
Why does the peacock look so fancy? You know, you just got to show it off.
Nice.
That is the best. That is a good way of playing. Why does the peacock look so fancy? There you go.
Well, maybe that answers your question, Alex, to be fair. And hopefully that will help you out. You know, I'm not going to lie, though. There has been some lovely liveries with glow-in-the-dark paint. I've got to be honest. It's quite impressive. What inspired you, Ross, to do this paint?
The glowing part, or just the tribute? Because
the glowing part.
It's a bit of both. Well, it was again just because you've got the modern ability to do it, and they didn't have those options so much back in the day because the LED technology wasn't really applicable. They didn't really open the rules for it. But obviously, in real life we've seen an explosion where people just want to show things off. They want to get that underglow. They want to light up different parts of the car, show it off. So if we've got the option, sure, we'll do it. You can see some of the lemons on the cars that are out there, and nice little highlights across each one. And it really helps just identify some of those cars in the very dark nights.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely does. Here, as we are well and truly into the night at Le Mans here, Steve. Cars well spread currently at the moment. There is Dennis van der Ven is back in the car. He's closing down on Matt Boyce, who's got about a 7/10 gap at the moment. This is currently your closest battle. Actually, saying that, Concas and Lane are nestling quite in nicely to each other here. So these guys are coming together with what is believed. Concas has just passed your pick for the win, and he's got the job done down into the left-hander of turn 12 and 13 before they go running onto Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, I was worried there might be a bit of argy-bargy there with the GT3 in the way as well. I believe that is Mr. Ben? What? I've forgotten his name now.
It's not Gant, it's Peter Meyer's taken over the car, I believe. So, no, Meyer's up the road. John Meyer, if I'm not mistaken.
John
there
Meyer,
he is.
Mayer. Okay,
John
there
Meyer.
we go. So
I'm not too sure if the names are the same, are they?
Meyer and Mayer seem like different names. Mayer's a famous name of several famous people, including Bill, the famous American talk show host, and also John, the famous American guitarist. Makes some fantastic tunes, but we've got some fantastic racing here going on between the two of them. And Tom not giving it up this time either, and looking left and right at these guys, but they want to keep it calm. Don't want to do anything towards here in Indianapolis. Dangerous corner at the best of times. You don't really want to be going there too wide at all, but it looks like Tom Lane is getting a shift on, creating a gap as it starts to come through Arnage, and that GT3 in a very awkward position. These drivers are going to see that a lot as they go around the laps here. Is awkward positioned, slower cars, as we saw there in Arnage.
Yeah, definitely. I think the interesting thing for that is Lane took it very, very easy past that back marker. Right, he probably had the option, if he really wanted to make that move down into Arnage. He didn't. He sat behind him. That allowed Concas to close the gap right up. But now Lane has just stuck the beans through his right foot, and he's gone for it completely, and has now opened up nearly about a 1.3 seconds gap already So unfortunately for him. Now Benk is back in the car, but he has gone and done this.
Let's see what he's managed to do here. Where are we? Looks like
in the left hand of turn 12. So he did run in a little bit deep and go a little bit wide there, unfortunately, for Gwilym Benk. So it's good to see him back in the session. Oh! However, that wasn't good.
Spun it up.
It's like he came off Mulsanne and was just a bit too throttle happy. Oh no, actually he's already sliding it
Sliding
through.
on the way in. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
can't believe there are any bollards.
those bollards weren't important. I was about to say, yeah, they're not needed for anything. Don't worry about it.
George is in the pits. So he's back in the pits again, and Van der Ven is right up behind the wheel flashing Boyce here as well. I do love them wheels. They are incredible in that Lambo.
Pretty nice.
Pretty nice.
And they unfortunately will be going away as we develop. We're going to look at doing the Evo 22 that's currently out on the real cars. Going to try and get those in for next year, as we now actually have models available. So we're going to be updating the cars, and we're going to be upgrading a lot of the visual elements that exist on them. They look pretty good already, but we're still operating on them, still tweaking. Obviously a lot of the graphical aspects. Some of the cars have gotten really good upgrades in the cockpits. Others are in process, but we're hoping that by the end of the year we have all of those in place, and some of the new ones are actually in there too.
Nice.
So, will be sweet. Now, a quick note on here. I believe Van der Ven is a pro driver. I don't recall if that was covered initially, but I heard George talking about it because of the way that the qualifying was run, and they're kind of doing a split in that car. Is that
well,
am I remembering right?
I've got on the entry list, I haven't got them split as pro and am. I've got them down with Stephen Miller as am on the entry sheet. So unless something's changed on that one, I haven't got them as pro-am. I've got them just sitting down in the am category. And if I'm not mistaken, he is am on the board as well. So currently he is am.
Certainly putting the screws to Boos here, who's certainly no slouch.
Yeah, it's looking very tricky on the exit here, as he's definitely exploring the limits of that cow liveried car. It looks fantastic, I must say. If you hit it, does it go move? Who knows? But maybe he'll get him out of the exit here. He gets a very good exit out of the final chicane, but maybe had to back off a little bit to avoid hitting the man in front there, and maybe he needs to bide his time a little bit, make the move in the right place, but definitely could have maybe got alongside there. But, how understeery that car in front is. The Trash Panda Racing Lamborghini struggling to get around that right-hander there, come through the S's, and this is tail happy, is it not? It looks to be struggling with the corners. Is the Lamborghini good in a straight line? Is it corners? What's it good at here, Ross?
It's a bit of everything. I think right now Dennis is taking a bit of the air off the back, and he's also applying some pretty strong pressure, so that's sending him off as he's going through some of these corners. He'll be good here on the straight, but I think Dennis is close enough. He could get a run as they head down to the first chicane.
And 2/10 the gap here, the flow of the air, not a problem for Dennis here. Gets the slipstream all the way down to the first chicane. It's going to be a right-hander at the bottom of here, but it's very tight if you get the inside line. Go for the move here, and alongside he goes. I think he's going to get it nice and early and done it nice and cleanly. The inside line here is going to be very little chance to fight this back from Boyce, but he gets through and makes it a nice easy move. That's how it's done.
Yeah, definitely that as well. Michael has just said, Michael Brooks, Dennis is in AM class. So there we go. YouTube chat. Yeah, maybe. YouTube chat putting us to correction there. William Miller in the Hypercar AMS. How did he end up sitting down? Oh yes, they disconnected with Gwilym Benk. He's obviously teamed up with Benk, and unfortunately that's how they've ended up down there. So yeah, so there's been a few, it's all go here currently at the moment as well. Where are we Ross, in terms of what your race preparation is right now, what sort of stage in it are you in the race? Are you looking back thinking, okay, so we've got to be on target for this or this or this, or what's the situation there?
It's just steady as she goes. Try not to have any mistakes or get caught up in anybody who's napping. Like you unfortunately saw a bad example was George unfortunately didn't have anywhere to go. It was just a bad spot, but those are the things that you really got to minimize in order to make sure that you're in a good spot as the sun starts coming up, because that's going to be the countdown. And drivers are going to, I'm very interested to see how this works out, but drivers have to pay very close attention, particularly with the hypercars, on how their tires are developing with the track temperature and as they go through the stints. You won't be surprised to see some of these teams opt to try and double stint through the night. They might think they can carry that into the day. They might be okay doing that. It's gonna be close to see as they start to come to the end of the race here and how that affects positioning on track in those closing laps.
Yeah, so we just had some little bit of an inside information on what we were talking about earlier on with Stephen Miller there. Now, as well, I believe Stephen Miller is the only one in the championship. Dennis van der Ven is not in the championship. Now, they are registered as AMs, partly because obviously Stephen initially is the AM driver. So although they got pole, they won't get the AM pole points because it was done by Dennis, and Dennis isn't in the championship and is too fast for the AMs.
That was it.
So that's why they haven't got the pole points. It will be Stephen, if he does obviously win, and you will obviously take the points, but it'll be Stephen getting the points and not Dennis, because obviously Dennis is not in the championship currently at the moment. So there we go.
He should be.
I can't see him on the list.
Come on, Dennis, join the fun. Get in here.
I literally cannot see him on the AM list or the pro list in the championship tables. I'm not going to lie. So maybe he isn't.
Yeah, he should though. I think.
I agree.
He's been in other series I've kind of poked around with, and he's a good driver. He's definitely great to have. He's obviously he's been pretty consistent here, and yeah, more should join in. It's a great time.
Yeah, well, and I have said earlier on it'd be cool to drive in these cars. Maybe not in the series though, because I don't really want to crash anybody else out.
Surprising the number of people who have that kind of sentiment, but I mean it's a great series. It's a great league because it's open to all kinds of different talents, different talent pools up and down the grid, and it's just incredible to see some of these guys come in. They first of all, a lot of them say like, oh, you know, I don't want to get in anybody's way. On the podium, first race. I don't know how it happened. It's just incredible. It's good.
I can safely say I won't be, mate. I can safely say I won't be. And the fact that I'm normally in the booth, so, you know, it kind of counteracts my ability to do any driving. This is how little driving I've done. I looked through my iRacing results the other day. There is no official racing on iRacing from the beginning of this year. I have done no driving whatsoever on iRacing from the beginning of this year. So it goes to show how little time I have to put in here, and I would be a national liability if at any point I jumped in any one of these cars and thought I'll join you on track. I couldn't, Ross. I could just, because it'll be no my luck, it'd be you are it. And then how are we gonna explain that one?
Well, I think you just kind of you write it off, and you say that you're just trying to get some good coverage for the broadcast. That's all.
Right. Okay.
I have to remember that excuse next time I hit somebody. I really do have to remember that one, because I hit people often in my racing career. A fantastic story, if anyone's interested. My very first, well, not my very first, but it was my second ever sim race in F1 2017, I think it might have been. I actually managed to crash into the safety car. That's
oh dear.
To give you the kind of level that I'm at, do you know what I mean? I crashed into the safety car. It was a funny story because I thought, every I was ghosting through every car in the F1 game, and I thought, well, if it can ghost through all the cars in front of me, that means I'll ghost through the safety car as well. And it stands to reason that you're allowed to overtake the safety car if you've been lapped. That's not the case in F1 at all. Not at all. So yeah, I drove through the entire grid and then drove full speed into the back of a very green Aston Martin, smashing at the back of it, and then I didn't cause a safety car, thankfully, because there was already one out. But definitely didn't make it come in any quicker. But that was my introduction to...
Uyon's off track. Uyon's off.
Ooh. That is unbelievable then. Let's have a look at what's happened there. So, looks like he's caught the back of somebody. Is that lap traffic? And he says his nose cut off there. Sticking his nose where it didn't belong, maybe. That's a very little build-up to it. But that's... Lalonde, you say, who's cut his nose off. I mean, honestly, looking at this replay here, this is from the start to finish. He's gone for a very late move and dive there. That's on him. That's on him.
Yeah, that's on him. I'm sorry. I can't blame Lalonde for that. I'm the big advocate of letting people through, but you're going to dive from that far back, mate. You might as well jump on an aeroplane and FedEx it, because it was a very long dive back, and definitely all on John Uyan, unfortunately. But that has allowed Mia Rose to now get within 23 seconds of John Uyan now. So the gap is coming down quite rapidly. Ross, what's your opinions on that?
Ross has seemed to have left us at the time being, so yeah.
Bye, Ross.
I'll give my opinion again if you like, but Michael Brooks also has his opinion in the chat, which is that it was a stupidly late lunch, which, yeah, I want to agree with that one.
Yeah, I've got to agree with him there on that one. I'll just message Ross and say bye then, as he kind of left us without saying much. But there we go. All in all, oh, there we go. It was in the other, stepping away for a moment to check on George. Okay, that's fair enough.
What's known as a French exit, I believe, in the UK. And funny enough, over in France, they say leaving like the English do, which is leaving a party or an event without saying goodbye to anybody. That's essentially that. But the French exit, apt considering we're in Le Mans.
Definitely as well, but yes, it was unfortunately all on John Uyan there. You cannot sit back and bring in Gilles Lalonde for that one, because it was just incredibly late. I'm going to go on a little bit of an investigation. I think it's time we had a chat with somebody. I'm just seeing who we can pull in for a conversation there as well. Maybe somebody might want to be jumping in to the waiting room. Who can we have a conversation with who isn't currently in the car? Well, we can't talk to Tom Lane because he is in the car. What about, is Eugene Mazur in the car? Yes, currently as well. Peter Meyer? Yes. Okay, so my hunt is not going so well here. So I'll keep carrying on, Steve. You talk for a minute and we'll see if we can get.
Well, to make your life a little bit easier, what about Kataranakis?
Ooh.
He's one I spotted just off the cuff there, but yeah, we're going to have...
in the car? I mean, definitely we've got Zelecki in the car, yes?
Let me double check that before we start dragging somebody out. Yeah, definitely Zelecki in the car. He is definitely not in the car. On my head be it if you drag him out and make him crash. But in the meantime, it's halfway through the 4.8 hour race here at Le Mans. The first time they've done this endurance racing here at CMS, and it's looking brilliant so far. We've had so much action on track so far, and a lot of things going on. We've got Schultz and Alexander. Big gap between those two now at this stage, 20 odd seconds. Those guys were on top of each other earlier on, but the gap between Mia Rose and John Uyan is coming down very steadily. John Uyan not doing as well in that car as Kirby did, and Mia Rose will be the only driver in that car, so down to Dan Kirby to try and extend that gap every time he gets in the car. Hand it back to John Uyan so you can let it close again, and then take off again. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams work this out. Whether or not Mia has the advantage because she's not doing the driver swaps. We've already seen a couple of driver swaps go wrong. Will we see more of that happen, I wonder, as well? But D'Amato has managed to get P1 in the AM category. Wayne Hutchinson a long way behind him on track. William Miller a long way behind that again. Zelecki currently leading the LMGT3 Pro group with Meyer 30 odd seconds behind all three, but that 30 odd seconds is actually another one of these bugs that we keep seeing here on the tower, where it shows the pit time for far too long. Vinicius Calves looking very tasty for a podium at this stage, as well as we see the John Uyan getting around a GT car on track there in stylish manner. Starting to see daylight starting to creep in a bit now, so we're going to start to see the dawn rise, and going to make things interesting as the track starts to heat up in temperature. Maybe that some drivers may struggle a little bit more, and obviously the light coming up in certain areas makes it very difficult to see the glare off the screen, and the view that you get as you come over certain hills here at Le Mans when the sun comes up can be a nightmare to see your apex.
No, anything with the sun rising is always difficult as well. Got no. Oh, Becky's back in. Let's have a chat. Welcome in, Becky. How are you? Wait, patiently.
Hello.
Hello. You okay?
Yeah, as okay as can be after a nice mechanical, I suppose we should call it.
Yes, I feel this conversation is not going to be as upbeat as the first one was, of course. But do we know exactly what happened to Mike, or was it just something that glitched out on the car?
It was literally a glitch. He changed fifth, and then split second later he was in neutral. Panic, change up, engine blown.
Right. And could that be a hardware wheel issue, or are we saying it's purely, obviously, within the in-game situation?
We think it was just a weird glitch, because he thought maybe like the gearbox in the car broke, and I was like, I don't think that can happen.
I've never heard of that.
No, so I watched it back because he was recording it, and yeah, just weird one, really weird one. But you know, these things happen in real life. It happens. So
yeah, it's just a bit of a shame because you guys were absolutely flying. Of course, as you know, third was on the cards. Second.
Oh yeah, look
at
second was on the cards. Like looking at John falling back from Jamie, and my first stint wasn't a good one. I was losing time on what I reckon I'd be doing in my second and third stints, and Mike was just going faster and faster and faster. So yeah, I reckon second was on the cards. I also reckon John and Brandon are 5-stopping, and me and Mike, as well as Jamie and Vasalis, are 4-stopping, looking at when they've been pitting.
4-stopping?
Yeah, 4-stopping to 5 stints, by the looks of things.
So that would have made it very, very interesting there. Look, despite obviously the downfalls, Watkins Glen in a couple of weeks, 60 laps of the Glen. Do you like it? What's your opinions on the Watkins circuit?
It's a track I've never really driven before, to be honest. Being British, like all these American tracks, all new to me. Like, of course, I've heard of Watkins Glen, and I've done the odd lap here and there on various games, on NASCAR 98 back in the day and stuff, but it's going to be learning a new track.
Okay.
Always difficult.
Yeah, I'd probably say do some practice, because it is going to be it's a tough one to get right, especially with the chicane in the middle of the straight as well. You know, where are you sitting in your mindset for the championship for the season? You know, what is the plan for you going forward? Because currently in this one you're sitting in 6th place. You're a good, 38 points back from Gutierrez at the moment. What's the thought process for you going forward?
I mean, after this, nothing really, is there? Like, we were on for a good third, maybe second, loads of points available in this one. Would have made it pretty tight at the top if Johnny Gutierrez had some bad races and I had some good races. You never know, but I never held out much on this championship. I'm here to have fun, and if I can keep up some good pace, then mission achieved, really.
Improvement as the year goes on, do we think? Has that got to be an aim as well? Getting better and better?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've shown improvement here. Like, I was going pretty fast out there.
I never said you didn't. I said you've improved as the season's gone on and got quicker and quicker.
I don't think much more improvements really likely to happen, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I'll see.
Don't listen to him, Becky. Don't listen to him. He's just trying to start arguments. He does it all the time. He's a very difficult man to work with these days. You see, it's a problem. It really is. But you've done a fantastic job here today in your stint. Anyway, how disappointed are you that it wasn't anything? You weren't in the car when things went wrong. Is that a factor, or is that just kind of, you just water off a duck's back? It happens.
I don't know. I said to Mike, I was like, oh, I'm kind of glad it wasn't actually either of our fault. And then I was like, wait a second, I'm not sure I am glad it wasn't either of our fault. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you prefer if you've made a mistake, if you've crashed out, or if you have a mechanical, or someone crashes into you? What do you guys prefer?
I don't know. I'm generally like, a couple of times this week in iRacing, I've managed to make this same error twice, whereby I've gone into the race with quali fuel in the car, had to pit lap 1, and it's ruined my race. And they kind of hurt. That one particular hurts quite bad because I've done it so many times now. You'd think I'd learn from that mistake. So it depends on whether, I suppose, whether or not you've made the mistake before. If it was just one of those, it happens, mistakes in racing where you've had a bit of contact with somebody racing wheel to wheel, and it's a racing incident, I suppose that one's easy to take. But when it's something that's totally out of your control, just ruins your race, it kind of makes it feel as though, like, what was the point in turning up? Well, there was nothing you could have done. I don't know which way is more frustrating, to be honest.
I would go with a failure. And the reason I go with a failure is because I know how involved I get watching broadcasts. And if you see me in the car, you know I get 100% more involved with that. And I think that's the thing. I think I would rather go with a failure or somebody crashing into me, because then I know that there was nothing I could do. If somebody has got and torpedoed the grass and hit me, then that's not my fault. If my equipment or my internet or whatever, the game crashes, that's not my fault. I think. Oh,
what was that?
That was Boyce. Boyce went in the wall like an absolute torpedo.
Rocket ship, wasn't it? Like, it looked as though he was aiming for it. What happened there? That is unbelievable.
That was a leg breaker.
It's that looks like a wheel disconnection. That just kept turning right when he should have been turning left, wasn't it? So,
yeah, just nothing happens. And then we see that there's a wall.
So it could have been a freeze. Like on Thursday night, there was a few people having a few second freezes.
Yeah, he just locks it. He just keeps going.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with you there, James. If it's not your fault, then it's a lot easier to shrug it off.
I find I could swallow it a lot easier if it's not my fault.
Like that?
Yeah, like that.
Yeah. There's obviously nothing Matt could have done.
No, I would have sat back and just gone, there's nothing I can do there. But if I was in a 5-hour endurance and I made a stupid mistake and hit the grass, then I'd probably be more beat up about it. I just would feel horrible for the guys I was driving with or whatever. Where that, I would just be like, meh, what could I have done about that? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, think of it this way, Becky. If Mike had binned the car instead of just an engine blowing up, if he sent it on somebody, killed himself and them, with that would have been worse from your point of view, surely, because then you'd be sitting there thinking, well, you shouldn't have sent it. I imagine there would have been an argument or two between teammates if that was the case, but glad it wasn't really, because that means nobody else died either. But
nobody else died, nobody's fault. You know, just one of those things. It happens. It just happened to Matt, so it's not even just us. It's happened to, and they were obviously on for a good race, like fighting for third. Dennis is a bit faster, Steven's a bit slower. They're still in that fight. Pretty much like we were maybe in a fight for second, they're in a fight for third, very similar.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's the thing. I think that's where you've got to look at the picture. You know, Mike's probably going to be beating himself up about it, but he shouldn't feel bad about something going completely wrong. So, you know, it's not exactly his fault, where obviously Matt is the same situation. If that was some form of disconnect or something that happened there, he can't sit back and be like, oh, well, you know, at the end of the day, it's an unfortunate incident. It's like me, if I'm broadcasting now and my internet cuts off, I'd message George and Ross and say, well, I'm not sure what you want me to do. I've had an internet out. I can only apologise, but I don't control the internet supplier. You know what I mean? So I think they're just easier to swallow than being torpedoed off, you know what I mean, for that one.
I think so too.
Yeah, you're hanging around for a bit. Are you going to stay in the booth with us, Becky?
Yeah, I can hang around for a bit. I mean, as you can see right now, you're watching Mia at the moment. John's holding station. You said earlier that Mia was closing and it's going to be up to Daniel to pull it out. John's holding it.
Well, if John carries on doing...
like 23 and a half before, it's holding station.
Yeah, if he carries on doing this, it probably won't be.
So look at what he's done this time, but looks brilliant. That view of that car there as it comes in the line. But yeah, you can't be going to use the track, but that bit's not part of the track there, John. So I would avoid that bit if I were you. But that's definitely going to cost him a little bit of time in this battle. But more mistakes like that, and that 24 seconds will disappear pretty rapidly. You can lose 20 odd seconds in one incident if you go off track at the wrong place at the wrong time. He's got a little bit of traffic here slowing him up. Comes into Mulsanne corner. Look at how slow he is there through the corner. He's slowing up so much to try and get around this back marker here. But he gets it done easily.
Yeah, we've had Michael Brooks. Hang on, what happened to Matt Boyce here? Well, Matt, let's see if we can show you again what actually went on here. He literally did this, unfortunately.
Yeah, another view of this, but looks like a technical issue from him. As got Mr. Reese in chat also saying, this is what happens when you think the track goes straight. It doesn't.
Yeah. So, Michael, this is what happened to Matt. He literally just, some form of incident, and he went upside down. So, unfortunately, that was why he ended up like that one. Do we think you're going to get up to the stages now, Becky, of Mia Rose's predicament? She's driving so low in this. So is tiredness going to be kicking in, do you think, at this point? Is that why? Because that initial, when she got in the car, that initial diving gap was huge down to John. You know, John even admitted it for himself as well. He said to Daniel, watch the gap close now. But she's not really making any more inroads.
It could be that she's double stinting her tyres. As you said, like, people double stinting tyres overnight. We're just coming through today. She's double stinting tyres, so now the tyres are just wearing down and the pace is slowing. When she puts some fresh boots on, she'll be flying again.
Yeah, and do you think she's going to get near the front?
Oh, that is a tricky one. I wouldn't put it past her to not get near the front, but I reckon Daniel and John have this under control. It's gonna take some kind of incident, which cannot be ruled out.
Yeah, I know.
Plenty already.
We have heard about Spa 2 days in a row with Mia Rose and Daniel Kirby. It was pointed out in YouTube chat, actually. Somebody told us that. But then we've also then got onto the conversation of the reputation and how it seems to follow you around more than you're able to clear it here as well. It is getting a little bit slow on track, guys, as well. They are very spread out at the moment. You can see the gaps on the left-hand side. Takadashi is probably the closest one down in the LMGT3s. He's 5 seconds back, is Yuki, sitting there in that McLaren as well.
He'll close that because he's fast.
Yeah,
so he will close that.
Yeah, it's been coming down quite a lot, to be fair, and he's now sitting, well, as you can see, it's 4.9, as we can see there behind it, with George Angelidis in that very brightly coloured car behind them as well. So that's probably where we're looking at this moment in time here on the current track, Steve.
Yeah, for the VSWC 2023 Modern Le Mans Championship. It's looking like a cracker so far. 2 hours 11 minutes remaining. Got Becky Ely in the booth. Apologies for getting your name wrong earlier in the stream there, Becky. I know.
I'm so used to it by now. Like you wouldn't believe.
I mean, my surname's Karabalis, so you imagine how often that gets said wrong. I can definitely feel your pain.
99.9% of the time for you.
I did message him. Ely. It was like Ely again. So there we go. Can we see some of Hypercar AMS? I haven't seen Barry's line. Well, I just want to show you Barry D'Amato is currently in the pits, so unfortunately we can't have a look at that. We've obviously got William Miller after the disconnect with Guillaume Benk, or Benke, and they are sitting down about 4 laps currently at the moment. Wayne Hutchinson is not really making any inroads in Jason Whitehead. However, as Whitehead carries on going off track like he has done twice within the last couple of minutes, he will be having an issue very, very shortly. So overall, we are going to be focusing on Yuki here, who's closed basically a second off since we last looked at him, Becky. You know all the drivers in this series. Is Yuki a naturally quick driver?
I would say yes. He only joined for Spa and was in the other server, but he was flying. Like, I've seen the practice times, and he put some pretty damn fast times in. Was expecting him and Josh to be much further up, to be perfectly honest. So I don't know what happened early on, but I expect them to climb.
I think a lot of people underestimate how difficult Le Mans is as a track, especially if you're coming into it as a new track. But Yuki, this man here, I was saying at the beginning of the race, I've actually raced against this fellow in iRacing a couple of times this season in the Formula 3.5s, and he is apparently one of the world's leading Formula 3.5 racers in iRacing. He's absolutely rapid at the top of the timing tables. I was on the front row with him at Interlagos. And I managed to have a bit of a battle with it, but that battle was short-lived because I actually, again, forgot to fuel my car for the race and had quali fuel in. So the only reason I was able to keep up with that man was because I had no fuel and he had full fuel. And I did manage to get a couple of locks on the inside of a couple of corners, but he quickly disappeared. Even with full fuel to my none, he disappeared. I ended up getting lapped by him and then following him around after being lapped in Lagos, and I could not stay within anywhere near him. He was just so quick. I'm pretty sure it's the same Taki, but can't imagine that name's very popular. But,
well, yeah, I mean, he was pretty damn fast in the practice sessions, and I was really expecting him and Josh to be right at the front.
Michael Brooks, is there a relationship between William Miller in the Hypercar AMS and Stephen Miller in GT3's AMS? Well, I would probably say probably not, due to the fact that one's American and Stephen Miller is Canadian, and I'm pretty sure they're not in the same family there as well. So I'm probably guessing that answer is a no. Have we worked out yet, Steve, this relationship between the voices? Is Matt the father, or are they two brothers currently?
I have no idea.
I do know there's 3 of them, and there is the father and the 2 brothers, but I don't actually know
who's the father.
Yeah.
We haven't worked that one out either, unfortunately. So if one of the voices is, let me see if I can pull one into the booth. I might have to send him a cheeky message and work out which way round it is. Can I find them in chat? That's going to be another question. We'll see here who is who. Who have we got currently in the car? Well, we did have Matt in the car, so maybe if we can send Matt a little cheeky message and ask him if he fancies the chat, and then we can...
You got to imagine one of Matt and Mike is the father, because you wouldn't call your sons Matt and Mike, would you?
Well,
too close.
We have a footballer over here in the UK who was called Gary Neville, and Gary Neville's grandparents named his father Neville.
Yeah, but they didn't then name his father's brother like Bevel Neville or something.
Hey, I'm just saying, the people do cruel things to their children, and
they certainly do,
and do call them weird and wonderful names. Have you not seen Elon Musk's child's name? It's some random letters.
It's just Kyle. His name's Kyle.
You can call him Bob, mate, and you're still not going to get the right answer.
The kid's name's Kyle, but it's just spelt in the most
XYZLE
way you could possibly spell the word Kyle. But yeah, I've definitely seen some very, very strange names for children. There was a girl in my first school, no word of a lie, named Toyota.
Oh, well.
Wow.
I guess that's, somebody had a fun.
Like, I know people are called Mercedes sometimes, but Toyota.
Yeah, it's not even, it's not even a good car. At least call them, Aston or something like that.
Yeah.
Salika would be a better name if you want to name them after Toyota.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That would work.
Yeah, so we've got some information. So Virus GR42, Matt and Mike are brothers, and Stuart is the cousin, I believe. So that's how.
Really?
That's how we're.
Wow.
So they did do Matt and Mike as brothers, but then again,
they did. I'm going to be in some hot water now.
Yeah, well, my niece, to be honest, as well. Good job she don't listen to this. However, she does know what I do. She's obviously called Abigail. Other half is called Ashley. Their children have also got names beginning with A as well. So they've gone for a full, we're only going to look past the A section in the name section.
See, that's family legacy, though.
What, Abigail, Ashley, and Annabelle, and
it is now.
Adam, or
yeah,
something.
when their kids marry someone beginning with A, when they're like, no, sorry, Ben, I can't be with you. Your name begins with B. They get with someone called Andrew. They keep up the tradition.
Yeah, I can't see it myself. I didn't do that. I just went for Kings on my children instead, and called them all Kings names. So there we go. Apart from my daughter, who just, well, she was just called Olivia, so she really wasn't related to anything currently at the moment. As we're sitting here waffling quite randomly.
So you're going to have to tell your children you're all named after kings, apart from you, Olivia. You're just called Olivia.
Yeah, pretty much.
Harsh.
What? Stop it.
The cruel things we do to our children. It's a good thing I don't have any children, though, because all of my animals are named after Greek gods, so I can't imagine that going down well in school when they introduce Zeus Carabulus or something like that. Definitely the name for a dog, that rather than a person. But I actually had a rather interesting, I mean, this is totally random out there, but I had a rather interesting conversation with a man who I was spent a long time telling him I hate how people give their pets human names. So you don't want to ever see a dog or a cat called Dave, or a guinea pig called Archibald or something like that, you know what I mean? But as I was telling this man this, he called his dog Over, who was called Ben. So I kind of then had to bury my head in my hands and say, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, but it was rather... He took it rather well, just called his dog Over Ben, gave us a little wry smile and wandered off, but...
Yeah, definitely not ideal. But we have had Takanashi into the pits here as well. So he has made his pit stop, but has unfortunately dropped back a long way there as well.
That's an early stop. It's 2 hours to go. That means 2 more stops, not 1 more stop.
Can he stretch
go
the
for
last?
a different strategy.
Yeah, can he stretch the last stint? No.
They're going for different strategy. So it depends what Vinicius is going for. Vinicius might have a pit stop in hand on them.
Yeah, Schultz
might
is
all
out.
come to play at the end.
Alexander Schultz is out. This is why.
More drama at Le Mans, more crashes, more things to get excited about. What's happened here then is...
Whoa! He's
disconnected. On track. It's disconnect, isn't it? Yeah, so it's unfortunate, but the longer the race goes on, the more likely these kind of issues are going to rear their head, but hopefully he can get back into the car and get going again. He's losing a huge amount of time. This is not like, I mean, in other races that I've done F1, ordinarily a car or an AI will ghost the car around the track for you while you're out disconnected, but not so in RF. So it just puts you straight in the pits. You've got to restart again. So a lot more lost in this game than it is some others.
Yeah, Schultz is unfortunately there on a disconnect. We'll bring Ross into the booth. Ross, welcome in. Thank you so much for coming back. We've got Becky as playing our third pit lane reporter in the booth as well. So she's joined us for some wonderful conversations. Not that we've had some random conversations. I'm not going to lie, Ross. But how is George in the car? How's he getting on currently?
Eating coffee, you know. As best as he can handle the situation as it's been handed to us. I mean, I saw the thing with Schultz just after I had a conversation with George about what we're doing on strategy, and that was, I'm assuming, a technical glitch of some kind where he just got kicked, like Guilherme.
Yeah, unfortunately, second one there as well. Guilherme Bank. However, they have come back, and William Miller is in the car currently as well. So, you know, going forward for you, is third place in the cards currently? As, you know, the car has been taken over, Bradley Sellers, by Carl Vessa. Is third place possible, do you think?
He's closing down Vessa a little bit here and there. He's pretty confident that once he gets some fresh rubber on the car that he'll be able to come out and chase him. Obviously, Tom Lane is right there, and he's very quick. He's catching George, and he's going to move up by him probably within the next lap, if not sooner. So there'll be a bit of a squabble there. I have no idea where Tom is on his cycling, so we may end up leapfrogging him at some point, but he's quick against George. I should be able to do something for him once I'm back in, but obviously there's 2 hours left to go in the race, so anything can happen.
Yeah, when are you taking over the car again? Because have you sat back and thought, right, George, you know, jump out, bud. Let me have it, because obviously, you know, we know you were doing 2-second lap times quicker than George. Have you thought about going in and whispering in his ear and saying, give me the car, let me maintain it and see if we can get that third place?
We did have that conversation a bit. George is on the fence right now as to whether he can maintain pace and double stint these tires to run them out to the end of his stint, which obviously would, if he just takes the current pace and nothing's really changing there, then that would be a good add. But he's on the fence, so I said, well, do what you need to. We're here to have fun, so I'm not going to yell at him just because he's the second driver here to get out. I mean, he put the car together. You know, if we're down a place, I'm not gonna scream and shout at the end. I know that's not a racer thing to do, but you know, he put a lot of effort in. He should enjoy his time in the car that he built and that we built together. So looks like he's in for his stop here. So we'll see what he does in terms of tires.
Yeah, he's going into the bits.
Are you happy to risk the double stint with the problems we've seen people having? We've seen a few spins, we've seen some offs. Like, you don't want him to play safe and just change?
It's on George. If he feels comfortable with the car, he'll keep him on there. If he's having second thoughts because of the way the temperatures are rising right now, he'll switch him. So, well, the car goes up, so there's your answer.
Well, we've got some problems going on for Wayne Hutchinson here as well. It looks like he is showing up as a DNF currently at the moment. So we'll see what's happened to Mr. Hutchinson. Hopefully the... Whoa! Okie dokie. Was that another tech issue there? You don't just drive on and put it in the wall?
Doesn't turn, does it?
No.
Obviously he's trying to turn it and then it doesn't want to. So I'm guessing that may be a wheel issue rather than a disconnect or any kind of freeze there, because it does look as though he was trying to turn the wheel, he just didn't want to.
Yeah, he just didn't go. He doesn't even hit the brake and try and bomb it just straight into the wall.
Interesting.
It looks like it might have been a freeze and he just didn't know where he was for a moment. And it's just, that's probably one of the worst places on the track where that can happen.
Is that something that happens? You know, because Becky touched on it earlier on. There was a few people who had freezes the other day. Is that something that is a risk in rFactor 2? Is that something that you've asked to try and get sorted out, or you've looked into some ways of dealing with it? Because, you know, having a freeze is obviously freeze screen. Next thing you know, you're in a barrier. It's not ideal.
It's unfortunately it's something that the drivers have to deal with. The rFactor 2 code is a little bit different, the way the net code operates compared to some. Like when you compare to iRacing, you'll see some rubber banding. You'll get that here, but the way that it positions the cars, it generally will wait for the client to come back. And unfortunately, that interaction, the way that it sort of shows itself is that the screen will freeze instead of continuing to go and then resync on the server. Everything kind of locks up for a second, and depending on your hardware combination with software settings and everything else, it can affect certain people more than others. It's especially on a heavy track like this with these cars, they're very high poly, all of them. They use a lot of heavy materials in terms of the rendering qualities with PBR. So you've got you know, like you're looking at the car as it is now, like there's the texture, but then you've got like 6 or 7 layers of other textures that are producing different types of lighting effects, not just the glowing car like you see on the front of ours, but obviously like just different things to make them look more realistic. So all those things combine, and they give rise to certain machines just experiencing certain issues at various times. It's very difficult to track down, so drivers do what they can to mitigate it, turn off replays, turn off certain settings, and cross their fingers.
Right, okay, so Mr. Reese is in YouTube. Connection to server lost while internet working perfectly. So unfortunately, I'm guessing that's
gutting. Oh, spin in the back.
Yeah.
There was a spin there in the background as we saw an overtake on track there, but I believe that was just a back marker.
Got it.
Trail Vase doing very well in his position in P3 at the moment.
I'm just trying to see who that was currently. Was it Mr. DeMarzo who had that incident? It was Mr. DeMarzo. Comes up.
Doing rather well in the AM category was Mr. DeMarzo, but he was leading. So
yeah, dropped off the sausage.
Gets it corrected in short order though, back facing the right way and on once again, and should hopefully hang on to his position. But it is Mr. Zalagi who is currently leading the GT3s, but it's DeMarzo who's leading the AMS. So yeah, he is leading the AMS at sizable lead over Wayne Hutchinson at the moment. So not a lot to lose out there. Wayne Hutchinson doing very well.
Just was in the wall.
Wayne was just in the wall. Okay, so
it was Wayne, wasn't it? It was Wayne, wasn't it? That just
Wayne, yeah.
Yeah. So Wayne was just in the wall. So Barry's really probably the only person on lead lap now for them, or their lead lap.
Yeah, well, Wayne is in the garage. It did say that he was out, but he's now back in the garage. So he is literally the only pretty much on track here. I'm not going to, don't get me wrong, William Miller is back on track, but due to Gwilym Benkei's issues, he's obviously down more laps than DeMarzo. So from DeMarzo's point of view, really, he just wants to kind of keep it where he is and try and not do anything crazy. I'm hoping somebody's got hold of him and said to him, look, son, you don't need to be doing these. Felipe Enrique is with him in the team, of course, so hopefully Felipe's having a chat with him and just saying, look, keep it on track, we've got this wrapped up. Mia Rose gapped, where you going? Mia Rose is gapped to Daniel Kirby, has just taken over the car, 5.7 seconds, but Becky, that is going to be a tough job to stay now with Kirby, because obviously we know how quick Kirby can be.
That is going to be a very tough job. Where did she gain that 20 seconds?
I got a funny feeling it was in the pits.
Was it in the pits?
Yeah, I've got a funny feeling
if it's in the pits and she's going long on tyres and Kirby is on fresh tyres, I assume she gained 20 seconds in the pits. And I'm sure you're well aware of how he flies when he's on fresh tyres.
Yeah, he definitely does do as well. But we have obviously seen a few incidents from John over his stint as well, making, well, what could only be described, Stephen, as somewhat silly mistakes, really, can't it?
It happens in endurance races. It's very, very difficult to keep your concentration for 4.5 hours driving a car on the limit the entire time as well. So it's no surprise that some people are falling off the track a little bit. It's just kind of minimising those really, and making sure that if you do fall off the track, you get back on without damaging the car. So if you end up deep in the barrier because of a freeze like Wayne, it won't be possible. But there's lots of places you can collapse for a barrier here and still remain on the track. Still keep going, but it can really damage the car and start hurting your times a lot. But Kirby, as we know, leading the championship for a good reason. But Mia Rose is no slouch, and she's got the fastest lap on track at the moment. And she's looking at rapid in that first sector, as sector 2 as well, or 7/10 quicker than Kirby in that one. But still all to play for, really. But an hour and 52 minutes to go for her to catch up. Once she gets there, we know how aggressive she can be in the overtake as well. So Kirby's going to have to keep his eyes peeled for her appearing on his rear wing.
Are they, though, is there faults, Ross, from both of these drivers? Because they have had, should we say, somewhat of a little bit of a ta-ta-ta before, haven't they? Are they going to both be wary, Ross, do you think, of them coming near each other?
I think it'll be in the back of their minds, since it will be on ours, watching them come together, because they're both extremely good drivers. They've mastered their cars very well, and they're very different cars. They obviously, the 9X8 all-wheel drive, and it understeers like a dog until it doesn't, and they've set that car up at extremes to work its way around the different corners here, whereas that LMDH, the portion is just, it's really hooked up and able to drive out of the corner in different ways. Becky was talking about where she got those 20 seconds. I mean, she could make that up on the track. She totally is capable of doing it. I saw that pace on Thursday until she ran into her issues. So this will be the fight to watch as they close in on the final hour.
One thing we said before as well is that Mia Rose is wasting no time with the traffic. She is such an aggressive driver. Is that something that you've noticed out on track there with her, Ross? You've driven alongside her before. How aggressive do you know her to be?
I've driven into her. If you caught any of the, so you can just bouncing through there. Yeah, she's very tough. She's tough and fair. Some of the incidents, I think, at Spa, it was just a slight misjudgment. And when you're on the limit like that, especially when you're fighting with somebody as good as Daniel Kirby, it's very easy to just go a millimeter too far. And I think she's wiser now with that. She's managed herself. When she was around me, I wasn't worried about being run off the road. We had really good fights, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens between them. Fingers crossed, maybe they give each other a little trouble and we have a chance to maybe advance up the grid a little bit. But hopefully it's entertaining for everyone, and they have good racing.
I love your thought process there as well. Maybe they have a couple of issues and they might, tack with each other, but the gap is down to 4.6 seconds. Fastest lap of the race, 3:26.829. Last time out, Mia Rose was on a 3:27.2. Kirby was on a 3:28.5. So it's pulled up one.
The Jaws music.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the end, but I'm just presuming that might be.
There's definitely some music playing in Giles Lalonde's ear at the moment, as well, as he's getting a penalty for speeding in the pit lane as well. So that's one to watch out for.
It's only getting worse. Yeah, unfortunately, but there are a lot of cars more spread out currently at the moment. As I say, DiMarzio has pretty much wrapped up the Hypercar AMS as long as he keeps it on track. Peter Meyer, 70-second gap in front in the GT3 AMS, and in the GT3s, Jaime Zalecki has got, a long old time. He's got about 105.802 seconds. So that's just an insurmountable gap. However, Kirby has come down to 4.5 now. So it's all starting to go off here as we come towards we're in almost 1 hour, 48 minutes remaining of what has been quite an interesting race, should we say. Interesting information in YouTube to clear up some debate. The Buses are all brothers, no relation to anyone else in the race. Sadly, server issues sent the poor cow into the wall. Still hope to see the checker, so hopefully they might be back. Barry DiMarzio is not doing himself any favours here whatsoever currently.
Let's have a look and see what happened there then, yeah.
It's just hit the sausage curves and around it goes. Yeah, but he doesn't even need to be doing this. I don't know. I don't understand that process there. I'm along the lines of, look, dude, you've wrapped this up. Keep it on track and you're going to score some nice points. But
I think it's called being a racing driver.
That's it.
Well,
you want to go fast.
Yeah, I get that.
You're in a fast car, you want to go fast.
But you don't want to jeopardise your position, right? You're the only one remaining.
So it doesn't matter if he has a few little spins, does it?
It does if he hits the barrier on one of them.
Have we not learned from some of the incidents so far that them spins could come into quite a horrendous incident? I don't know. But this is why I don't drive, Becky. Can you see? This is why I don't get behind the steering wheel. My steering wheel sat next to me. It's got more dust on it than anything else, to be honest. It's more a dust holder than it is a steering wheel currently at the moment.
And that is the saddest thing I've heard all day.
Well, I'm sorry. I spent more. Have you not seen the YouTube channel? I spend more time in the booth than I do on the racetrack. So there we go. George Angelidis has got literally no gaps to Tom Lane. Is currently behind him. Oh, is he going to lose the place? Big intake from Ross in the booth here. Can see these guys fighting away in front of him. Not an ideal scenario for you, Ross, to be watching this.
George is tough to pass. Tom is tough to drive against. They'll both make it hard on each other, and we'll see what happens with Mia. She wants to get by both of them, so this is a bit of a powder keg that's forming, and getting ready to lose some nails, chewing them off.
Yeah, because we've got Kirby in front there. You can see Kirby in front of that's Zalecki in the GT3. You've got all classes here as well. Is Lane going to make the dive on the inside? Stephen, here we go. Is he going to be through?
Looks like he is. He's made his intentions very clear. George has to go off track to avoid the incident. Maybe that was a bit overly cautious there from George, but he avoids the incident. That's the most important thing. But Tom Lane, my pick for the win, gets through. And but yeah, he still needs a lot to happen. George is going to go back at him though. Looking alongside already and getting past nice and easily there on the other straight. So maybe Tom Lane's pulled the trigger a little bit too early.
Top end on the Porsche isn't quite as good as the Acura, so if he's close enough, he'll always be making that move.
Oh, George has made a mistake again. Tom's on his way back round. Oh, George, there's going to be contact. He is
coming in.
Oh, there was side contact there as well from Tom Lane. And Angelidis, and Mia Rose is on the way through as well. How is she going to deal with this? Because although they will be lapped, She obviously needs to get through because Kirby's up the road. So from Mia Rose's situation, she is in the more difficult position, watching these two scrap in front currently at the moment. So we'll jump on board with Mia now. Lane's going to allow her through, I think. Yeah, just maybe. I don't think he had a choice on that. What's going to happen to Angelides now? Ross, what would you be saying to him? Let her go?
I'm not saying anything to George right now. Just holding my breath.
Here we go.
He has cleared Tom Lane nicely, though. That's important for her. It doesn't look like Tom Lane was really giving that up. He definitely doesn't want to lose too much time in his battle with Angelides. And but Mia Rose may open a gap here that he can follow through the Porsche curves. But I wonder if George is aware of who it is behind him and what he needs to do. He needs to not lose too much time. If he lifts too eagerly to avoid this incident with Mia Rose, then it could allow Tom Lane to get right on the back of him. But at the moment, it looks like Mia is not looking at this as an overtake opportunity. As we head into the Porsche curves, it's almost impossible to overtake through this sector. Interesting to see how she gets this move done and whether she can get it done clearly. Looks like she's got a bit of a backwash there off the aero there a little bit. She got a little bit out of shape, and we've got GT3 cars getting in the way, looking to dodge out of the way as safely as they can. But she's going for the inside into the Ford chicane, and that is going to be a tidy move done. Angelides gives it up nice and early, but now he's got a battle with Tom Lane on his hands. He gets it away with it though.
Yeah,
gets it away with it.
He bounces the curve there, doesn't he, unfortunately. Becky, what would you be telling your teammate in this situation right about now that George is setting?
I'd be keeping my mouth shut so he can concentrate. He's doing everything right, isn't he? He let Tom pass when he needed to, just slipstream him straight back, kept Mia going till the last second, then the little lift. He's not stepping a foot wrong. I would leave him to it.
Yeah, I wish Ross
he
thought the
obviously
same
is
way.
stepping a foot wrong because he keeps hitting the curbs, but, you know, considering that.
He's got a lot on his mind at the moment, but Ross has disappeared from the booth in order to go have a word with his teammate, so he's not listening to your advice at all. He's in his driver's ear saying, just let him pass, do whatever you can, defend whatever he's saying to him. It seems to be working so far, but these guys still battling hard as they come down out into the first chicane. Looks like Tom Lane's going to go for it again. He didn't learn his lesson from last time, and maybe he wants to kind of hang back and wait and to make this move at the end of this straight, because like Ross said, that Acura has a great top end, so it's very quick down this straight, much quicker than Tom Lane's car at the moment. But Tom Lane right on the back of him, pressure's mounting on Angelides.
Yeah, he's just
going in for the second chicane. That's the one, because overtaking into, is it Mulsanne at the end of the straight? Overtaking into there is scary, so I'd want to get it done here.
Yeah, he's gone up the inside, job done. He's obviously going to be on a different line. Is Angelides going to go back at him? That is Angelides down into 5th at the moment. I know from what we said about before with Ross saying, jump out the car, George, let me have it. Do you think, Becky, he's going to be getting to that point? I know you and both of him, you and him have both said that you're here for the fun, right? And I fully understand that. But surely there's got to be a little bit of a competitive edge in there that says, come on, let me have it. I'm quicker than you by 2 seconds. Let me have that car.
I mean, maybe, but Voss won on Thursday. Took an amazing win. Like, fantastic. So Voss might feel like I've done my job at Le Mans. And I think he's quite right to say, let George enjoy it. Like, don't pressure him out of the car. He's a major part of making these cars in the first place. I sure wouldn't want to pressure George out of the car. If George was 10 seconds a lap slower than me, I'd be like, you go have fun, mate.
All right, okay, I'm gonna agree on that one. As we can see, Michael Brooks, give a driver a race car and tell them to go slow, see what happens. Well, yeah, I fully agree with you. Then we're talking about the Barry DeMazo. Barry's tyres, or maybe trying to catch up to George's team Honda. Maybe, but I don't see the need for Barry DiMarzio to do a lot, to be honest, apart from keep it on track. You see George spitting up dirt there currently at the moment as well, and has dropped a little bit back from Tom Lane, about a second currently at the moment. I think George is trying to overdrive already a car that he doesn't really need to. Adam Gray, unfortunately, has taken a trip off track currently at the moment as well, so we can have a look and see what Mr. Gray has been up to. There he is, Steve, in the BMW.
Yeah, nice lively BMW as well. Just gets the background, steps out, hits the barrier. Quite a hard hit that as well. I imagine that's going to be difficult to get back around to the pits. One piece. Let's have a look at his rejoin. It looks reasonable enough after a little bit of a glitch there, but cars on the outside, well off the racing line. He rejoins and gets back underway, but not what he wants at all, Mr. Gray. He's down in P23 out of 24 drivers remaining. Not long, well past the halfway mark, down to 1 hour and 22 minutes, I believe that says. I cannot read.
1 hour 39. 1 hour.
That tells you how badly I need my glasses, then, doesn't it?
Yeah. 1 hour 39 to go.
But yeah, not long left to go, and starting to get to the point where things are heating up a bit, and racing drivers want to see that countdown coming up at the top left, like Michael says in chat. Just tell them to go slow, see what happens. These guys will be definitely looking to gain every inch of track that they can. But what do you think there, Ross? You're back in chat. You've had a little chat with your teammate there. How are things going in George's seat at the moment?
Yeah, it was intermittent chatting, just waiting for things to kind of clear up. But yeah, just checking in where he is on his stint. So it'll be a few more laps, about 5 or 6, before he's ready to hop out and rejoin you all here in the booth.
Great to see him and what he does, but it looks like Tom Lane's making a sizable gap and getting away from him at the moment. I think that's your chances of a podium as a team gone, or what do you think you can do once you get back in the car?
Tom was always going to pass him at that pace, Steve. I mean, he was just gaining too quickly. George did all he could to hold him back. I think he handled that situation as well as he could, just to keep him delayed. So hopefully once he hands back to me, some of the laps we've managed to put in the bank early on will come back to us in the last part of the race, and we'll be able to wind her back way up to some of these that have kind of traveled up the road from us and make it interesting.
So there we go. Matthew here in Marlow and Brandon Vey are literally, they were until he's gone into the pits. So hour 37. Where does that leave him in the GT3s, Becky, on pit stops with an hour 37 remaining?
An hour 37 remaining, 2 more stops, well, including this and 1 more. Again, like a lot of people seem to be going for the 5 stop. I thought everyone would be going for 4 stop, but apparently not.
No. The number of drivers, like we say, racing drivers, time to go slow. It's impossible for them. I think whenever it comes down to a strategy choice for me personally, I always go for the one that's just go flat out the entire time. It's less to think about. You don't have to worry about managing your tyres or your fuel levels and hoping to hit some magical number. Look how close Daniel Kirby's getting to the wall there through the Porsche curves as well. This guy is on the very millimetre of the limit every time, and he does it so faultlessly without making a mistake. Look at that. On that white line. Yeah. 100%. Within bounds by the looks of things, but he was very edge of it though, wasn't he? Mia Rose now getting on the...
wasn't she?
Sorry.
She's Mia Rose.
Yeah, watching Mia through the Porsche curves, that was like Wall of Champions in Canada, wasn't it?
Yeah. Apologies, I thought we were involved with Kirby. I don't know why. But yeah, the limits that these guys are driving to, Mia and Kirby especially, those guys, 2 quickest people out on track at the moment. Mia currently with the fastest lap still by 4/10. They're really leaving nothing on the table here. We were talking about earlier, is it Zalecki or D'Amato, who's currently the only driver racing, and he obviously can back off and race at 90%. But Kirby and Mia Rose don't seem to be capable of that. They are 100% or nothing.
Yeah. Absolutely. They'd be the same if they had a 5-lap lead. I would bet you money their pace would be exactly the same as it is right now.
Ross, what's your opinion on that one? Is it full flat for these guys constantly?
I think at this point in the race, they're pouring it on, and just seeing these. Mia's got the red mist. She wants to redeem herself from Thursday. She knows that she can get up there and capitalize on Kirby, so she she's getting as much pace out of that thing as possible. I don't know what John and Daniel have up their sleeves in terms of what they've put left in the car when it comes to the end. I think you're going to see a lot of this come down to how they've managed the car, how they deal with tires. I mean, look for some wild cards that people throw out there, just X factors that pop up into it. And if it stays like this is going to be the fight to watch. It's going to be a nail biter to the end.
Is there more incentive the fact that Mia can now see Daniel? Do we think that, does that from a driver's point of view, Becky, does that entice you to try and go a little bit more faster because you can physically see the guy in front of you now?
Absolutely. You start looking at every tenth. You just want to make that image of Kirby, of his Peugeot, get bigger. And as it gets bigger and bigger, you get hungrier and hungrier.
But doesn't it make you wonder where that pace was at the beginning of the race? Do you see what I mean? Like, if all of a sudden you're, say from your point of views down in the GT3s, if you're doing late 3-minute laps, and then all of a sudden you're banging in a late, say you were doing 3:59s, and next you're banging in 3:56s because you can see the guy in front. Does it not make you wonder where that pace was at the beginning of the whole race? Because obviously you were capable of doing it.
Ever that bigger difference, but at the beginning of the race you're easing into it. It's a 5-hour race. You don't want to take any risks, not any big risks at the beginning. I mean, we saw what happened in GT3 where people took risks at the beginning. We saw what happened on Thursday where people took risks at the beginning. It just wasn't worth it. So I think people did ease in, and I wouldn't be surprised to see people going faster. The track rubbers in so much as well. Like, you will see people a second, possibly even 2 seconds a lap faster towards the end of the race as the track rubbers in, as they really get into the groove. But I would have thought that Kirby and Rose, they will be going a pretty solid pace. The only increase you'll see from them is track rubbering in.
Yeah, definitely it, as well as we've got currently William Miller. Yowzers. Don't want to be doing that, sir.
So difficult to follow a slower car through those chicanes. You've got to really recognise that you've got to back off a lot on the entry before you go through. And but there she manages to get it done in the Dunlop curbs.
He really should have been letting her through earlier. Being 5 laps down on the next competitor, he should be jumping out the way of blue flags.
Oh,
we're going to start that blue flag debate once more.
Well, I think she's got the right of it in this particular case. I know James is going to agree.
Hey, man, I'm Formula 1 blue flag rules through and through here. I've watched far too much of it over my period of time. Me personally, I reckon everybody should jump out of the way, regardless. But you know, I think, yeah, you're definitely right there as well. I think Miller definitely should have been trying to make that a little more straightforward than he actually did. You know, as we've said before, running a car down into an apex of a corner when you're clearly back, you're clearly slower, no need. Just lift and let him through, and he could have done that previously. So yeah, I'm fully agreeing with you. The gap is now back out to 4.2 seconds here, so it's dropped a little bit, but Mia Rose is currently definitely flying here, Ross, and doing an absolute stunning job in the process.
This is about the critical time drivers are going to need to start thinking about, particularly on the hypercar side. Becky can probably talk to maybe some of what she's seen on the GT3 side, but certainly with the tire temps I mentioned before, you're going to get into the last 2 stints here, and this is where I was talking about some of those wild cards. Are drivers going to try and make the softs work? Will they try and double the softs? Will they go for the mediums and try and double those up and wrap it up? It's going to be critical to make the right decision, because otherwise you'll just get dusted.
Becky, is Ross right?
I think, yeah. I think it's very similar. Like, deciding what to do, because you can see a bit of a drop off if you double stint the tires and you skid about a bit. You're gonna find a big drop off. So there's gonna be different strategies in play. And it's a bit of chance, really. Like, some of these massive gaps you could see completely disappear where people do or don't double stint tires.
No! No!
How did that work out?
Well, I don't know how it worked out, but it did work out, and that was nearly the end of that one for Mia Rose. Not an ideal solution. That's scenario there, Steve, at all.
Not at all, no. And Michael in chat is saying as well, don't blame Mia for being in a rush, but you can't expect other drivers to fall out of your way. They have their own race to run. William did the right thing there. Mia was too impatient to get through. Now, we just saw her be very impatient to get through. But I believe that first one there in the Ford chicanes, especially with them both being in the same car as well, you kind of want to say 5 laps down, maybe Williams got to do the right thing and lift and just give her the position, like make it easy. If you know that she's going to be aggressive, maybe you didn't. Maybe that's the part of it that we didn't know, that he doesn't know, that whether or not Mia, how well he knows Mia's reputation. But yeah, it's not taking any prisoners here at all, whether it's GT3 or amateur in the hypercar. She is sending it regardless. She's got a job to do, and it's catch P1, and she's letting nothing stand in her way.
Definitely that.
To be fair, with the whole blue flag debate, I think the rules are, they're unspokenly a bit different. Because if you're in the same class, you're 5 laps down, just get out of the way. If you're GT3, we have to be consistent. The hypercars have to know we're just going to stick to our line. So we stick to our line, they overtake us on straights. Like, diving down like that is scary for the GT3s. It's scary for Mia. If Stephen hadn't have seen her, he would have turned in. I would have said that then it's Mia's fault.
Yeah, certainly on the overtaking car to make them move safely. That's one of the things that you see in the iRacing blue flag rules as well. But one thing that everybody misses, everybody talks about the blue flag racing rules in iRacing, saying you don't have to move out the way. It also says you've got to make every reasonable effort to make it a safe pass for the overtaking car if you are blue flagged. You definitely don't. I think one of the main things about that particular statement in the iRacing rules and regs is it's all about whether or not they want an inundation of reports in the report system saying this guy didn't move out of the way for blue flags, and that's not what they want to be dealing with, I believe anyway, with the reports. They went with the report system to be there for those drivers who intentionally wreck others, who rejoin very, very unsafely without a care for other drivers on the track, who push others off the track as well, or try and just bump them in the back to punt them to pass, which I've had happen several times. I've only ever reported one person on iRacing, however. I think that's the reason why they've got the rules written that way. But in my eyes, the iRacing blue flag rules are pretty much the same as the F1 ones. You've got to move. You can't just stick there and fight them. You've got to make it easy.
Yeah, they basically say it's quite interesting on the blue flags in iRacing because they word it in a different way that involves the blue flags are advisory to notify you of a faster car approaching, and you are not expected to move, but you are expected to be predictable and try and facilitate the overtake. Now, Becky, you might be able to say something on this one as well. GT3 going down the mole saying, not racing anyone, LMDH approaching, would you lift and allow them through before you get into, say, for instance, the entry of turn 11?
It depends how far behind they are, what's going on. Like, define not racing. I mean, look at Yuki Takanashi in third now, closing in on John Mayer. You'd say they're not racing. He's 43 seconds down. What if John Mayer and Brandon Gant have one more stop to do? Suddenly they're racing, so he doesn't want to be giving off any time.
But
also he wants to be consistent. What you don't want is a GT3 suddenly being like, oh, I'm going to get out the way, swerve off the racing line. If everyone starts doing that, it's going to be a gamble for hypercars. So they just want to stay on the racing line and go, really. Let the hypercar do the safe overtake.
Okay, so so the LMDH is approaching you. Would you run him down into the corner if you know they're going to be able to overtake you before you get there? I know this is a tricky area, and I'm just trying to sum it up from a GT3 driver's point of view. So
I watch very carefully in my mirrors, see what they're doing. I might have a little lift, I might not. It depends how close they are. Generally, I think just take the little lift. If you think they're going to dive down on you, take the little lift. You kind of have to look at their almost car language. Are they itching to get past you, or are they just looking like they're happy to follow? It's that you're looking for. You're looking for those little wobbles, little itches, like, oh, they're having a look. Then you back off. You don't want to risk a collision. Otherwise, you just go. What I quite often find myself doing is I'll just brake a little later going in because I'm scared of them running into the back of me.
Well, let's have a look at a couple of little people taking excursions here, and one of them starts with Mr. George Angelidis.
Oh no, that's not what we want to see. Not everybody agrees with your opinion there, but let's see what Angelidis does here as he comes into the chicane, trying to make overtake, doesn't get it right, ends up going over the grab trap. That's going to be a big slowdown as well. At least 2 seconds worth of slowdown there.
And William Miller.
Another incident here as well with Miller. He's getting very hard on the brakes, loses it under the brakes, locks the back tyres, back end comes round, and then he has to dodge out of the way. Is he going to stay there? Looks like he is. Wait there for a car to come past. Very well done from his perspective. Maybe he could have got out, but didn't want to risk anything. But yeah, not everybody agrees with that. Michael Brooks in chat says, if I'm a GT3 driver, why should I lift to allow an LMH car past when they can just breeze past me on the straight anyway? Would stick to my line and let them get around safely. Now, I don't think that's what we're talking about here. I think from your point of view, James, it's what do you do when the LMDH does dive on you? Do you just, if you're going to be on the same part of the racetrack at the same time, like say for example you're coming into the first chicane, you've got the LMDH right behind you, he's 5/10 behind you, you've got an idea that he's going to dive down the inside. Would you not just lift and let them get ahead of you before and make it easy for them to make their decision before the chicane, rather than try and judge, oh well, they're not going to be there or they're not going to dive, they're going to have to slow down for me as I take my line? It would be, I'm with you on that one, James, to be honest. I think you've got to lift, you've got to make it easier for the guy behind him, means there's less chance of an incident for you, and that's the main thing, is keeping your car safe. By making the decisions easier for those around you. And it comes back to that age-old word that we've said many, many times this afternoon. Predictability.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think predictability, the word facilitate, that's the word that everybody doesn't translate into what we are considerably saying, as we've just seen there, unfortunately for William Miller, have another off track there as well. I think Mia Rose has jumped in to the lead, but that is only because Daniel Kirby has pitted, as we've got an hour and 23 minutes remaining here as well. I think that facilitate word is a word that can be translated into, well, I'm going to stay on my line, you've got to go past me. Whereas I translate facilitate in is if I'm going down the Mulsanne and I know you're going to catch me as I'm going into turn 11, I'm going to lift and let you through before turn 11. Why am I going to do that? Because I don't want to run you down into the apex of the corner, because you're going to dive me anyway. So from my point of view, I might as well lift and let you through. What do we think, Becky, on that?
I was listening to an audiobook the other day, and one of my favourite lines I think I've ever heard: it's an imperfect solution for an imperfect world. You do the little lift. It's not perfect, but you're better off doing the little lift. You're going to lose less time in the long run, because if they dive you, they're going to push you out wide. You're going to get a bad exit, and that's what you don't want. You want slow in, fast out. Take the lift, go through the corner, get a tiny bit of slipstream as the hypercar blasts away, lose less time.
And that is it. The main thing out of it all is lose as little time as possible, essentially. That's what it's all about in these endurance races. And those little seconds and tenths add up over the course of the 4.8 hours. Currently, as it stands, Mia Rose in the lead as it stands, but I believe they're on the same amount of stops, because that 4 stops that Mia Rose has done compared to Daniel Kirby's 3 that I'm seeing. One of those, she gets very wide there in one of the chicanes. One of those is the drive-through. So she might have just kind of driven through the pits there, and that will come up as one of the pit stops as well. But could this?
No.
So she's going longer then. That is often the case in these races, that Rose goes longer than Kirby, and that could be the case.
Oh, okay, so
Angelina's getting very wide here in this replay.
I think that was the scary moment, but William Miller, I think this is the one we actually saw on board as he goes in too hot and then goes out and unfortunately buckles off through the gravel. Well, I got a little bit worried because it did say Mr. Angelid is off track, but for now he's still running at the moment. In hindsight, they would have 2 stops left in the hypercar, right? 20 minutes to the hour, 20 minutes past it. As we've heard from Daniel Kirby, they're about 40 to 45 minute stints in the LMDH. Becky, is that about right?
As far as I'm aware, yeah. I was told that they're looking at a 6 or 7 stop, kind of tight between the two. I'm pretty sure Mia said that she was looking at a 6, or maybe it was a 6 stint. I honestly can't remember whether it's a 6 stop or a 6 stint.
It means it's going to be exciting and an unknown for us for the remainder of this race, as we still got a hell of a battle going on between these two. I don't know what's going to happen when things settle down, but we'll see when it does, I suppose. Kyle Vaser doing a fantastic job in the BMW as well, in P3 at the moment, and keeping a sizable gap over Tom Lane as it stands.
Yeah, it currently is at the moment. Obviously, him and Bradley Sellers are sharing this Team Rookie Monsters BMW hybrid here as well, and seems to be doing an absolutely stellar job. As you can see on the left-hand side, guys, there is a lot of gaps appearing at the moment, so we are trying to keep up and trying to bring in wonderful insights into blue flags and pit stops and how this is going to mean for everybody else. And it's all... Are we at that race stage, Becky, where now you're sitting there? Are you crunching numbers? Are you a number cruncher, or are you just a full flat, go for it, see what happens, see where you end up?
I am a number cruncher, and that has gained me many positions in these races. So I would continue to number crunch. This one I did my number crunching beforehand, had it all laid out. So that's what a lot of people do, is they number crunch beforehand. But yeah, I'd be number crunching right now, being like, okay, so exactly how much fuel do we need for the final stop? Then I always add 1 lap just in case.
Steve?
Is that something that you do throughout the race then? As things develop and unfold, you're constantly adjusting your plan and strategy and putting new numbers into a fancy spreadsheet that you've created beforehand?
Generally, it's just in my head before the final stop. So when I'm counting down to the final stop, I'm like, how much fuel do I need? I'll work out beforehand, like, oh, I need to fuel save this much to make sure that I say 2 stop or something. In the 98 series, that's worked out very well for me when I've number crunched, like, what fuel usage I have to do, how much I have to fuel save to 2 stop. The 2 stop has won me races, whereas if I went flat out, I would have 3 stopped, and I didn't have the pace to actually keep up on that.
Mia Rose in the pits as it stands there. Danny Kirby retakes the lead of the race. Mia Rose is looking rapid on race pace as it stands at the moment. At 28.5, Daniel Kirby last lap is no mean feat either. It's very, very fast time as it stands, but still a long way off the fastest times that we were setting in the early stints. Is that gone now, that fastest lap, do you think, Becky, or is the track going to get even quicker from here?
I don't know, at night time the engines work better, don't they? The tyres don't get so hot. So I've definitely found myself that I can do the quickest times at night time, but the rubber's building the whole time, and I would never put it past either Kirby or Rose to put in stonkingly fast laps at the end of the race in the final stint. They might both put on some fresh rubber to really go for it, or they might try and go long with their tyres, double stint it, and hope the other one pits and has to overtake.
All remains to be seen what's going to happen there, but interesting racing nonetheless as we're heading towards the final hour of this 4.8 hour long race at Le Mans. It's been fantastic entertainment so far with a lot going on, but yeah, still more to happen really, and we've still got no real idea as to who's going to win. It's going to be between Daniel Kirby and Mia Rose by the looks of things, but will there be any untoward contact between the two? Mia Rose has definitely showed throughout this race that she's not afraid of that contact. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this battle works out. Pleasure to be joined by Becky Ely in the commentary booth. It's fantastic to have you here. Are you enjoying your first foray into the commentary world?
Thank you very much. I am indeed. I hope you don't mind having me.
Not at all, not at all. Great to have you here. Giving us great insight into these races as well, because I don't race rFactor myself. Don't have it. I'm more of an iRacing man. Is this the only sim that you race in, or do you spread yourself across several?
But this is pretty much the only series I'm racing. I don't really have the experience or the energy to do much else. So I'm all new to this. This was my first ever driver change in a game ever.
Oh, don't call it a game. Or you'll start a big argument with James if you call it a game.
I will. In this simulation, I mean, rFactor was made. It was almost made for like professional use, wasn't it? I think.
Well, when you look into how
was a second fault. So
when you look how difficult it is to run rFactor and the issues involved with doing it, you practically need a degree in software engineering to make it work. So yeah, it's definitely not for the faint of heart, but rFactor is definitely one of the better sims when it comes to the feel of the car. Do you think?
Absolutely, it's second to none. Like, I got myself a rig a while ago, got a PC, tried out a few different sims, and just nothing compares to the feel of rFactor.
Well, it's iRacing, but I'm a bit biased on that front because I love iRacing. I think it's the best thing since sliced bread was invented. But what was the best thing before sliced bread was invented? What did people say was the best thing since before sliced bread was invented?
Cooked meat.
Okay. Quick answer there, I like it. Straight in there, cooked meat, I like it. Love it to bits. But yeah. Any predictions here for your class particularly? We've got the GT3s at the moment. Zalecky currently in a commanding lead at the moment over John Mayer.
You'd have to be brave to say that the Stardust boys are not going to win it. You'd have to be very brave to say that. Because, I mean, Zalecky, he has been on fire the whole race. Like, he zoomed away in that first stint. Like, by the time I got to second, he was 12 and a half seconds in front of me. Pulled out a bit more towards the end of the stint as I got a bit flustered about the pit stopping and all the technical issues of driver changing. And he hasn't looked back since putting it on pole. So no one has a chance unless they have a technical glitch or someone goes into them, I think.
Yeah, he definitely hasn't had much competition there in that stage. He's currently lapping in the 3:59s pretty consistently as well. He's very rarely over the 4-minute 1. Your fastest lap out there was a 3:59, I believe, 3:59.6.
Yeah, my stint was disappointing, to be honest.
His fastest time so far on track is a 58.7. I got second and 0.2 seconds faster than your quickest time. Is that going to give us a better idea as how rapid Zalecky has been throughout this race?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like through the night, I probably would have been doing a very similar pace. Like my first stint wasn't fantastic, and yeah, Zalecky is flying. And I would expect him to stay mostly in the 39s. That's what I would have been expecting of myself, and I expect him to be a bit faster than that. So I'd expect him to be in low 39s, really.
There's a 39.3 that he did last lap on lap 53 around Le Mans. So he is looking rapid at the moment, but it is Le Mans. It is endurance racing. Anything can happen, and Meher and Takanashi are at least in a position to take advantage of anything untoward's happening, but it's going to have to be that, isn't it? It's like he's going to have to make a mistake, go off track, have an accident of some description for these guys to get back into it.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Are there any big surprises in the grid so far from your perspective, Becky? Any big upsets that you're seeing at the moment, or is it just kind of as you expected?
The only big surprises are the people dropping out. The collision between Brandon Gant and Chris Brown was a big surprise, because based on practice pace, I was expecting Chris Brown and I can't remember his teammate's name, but I was expecting them to be fighting for the win for sure. And that collision with Brandon Gant has probably taken away a bit of a fight, although I don't know if they had the race pace, because there's a reason why that fight took place.
It's always easy to lose a bit of pace when you're under pressure from a driver behind, for sure. But interestingly enough, we've got Mia Rose right on the back of P1 right now. So, James, you come back at the perfect time to see this battle for the lead take place. What do you think's going to happen here We've been waiting for this all race. 3 hours this has led to this, and finally Mia Rose is going to attack Mr. Kirby.
Yeah, how did she end up there? It was about 8 or 9 seconds currently at the moment when I left. How did it all go on there?
It was 7.
Yeah. She must have been absolutely flying. Oh.
Not sure if Kirby made a mistake or two, but it doesn't look like way so far. But looks like we're going to have a bit of spice added to the mix in this race. This cake is going to be a hot one.
Yeah, it definitely is here. Saying that though, Mia's on the last lap was on a 3:25.7. Kirby's was a 3:29.6.
3:25.7.
Fast.
Yeah.
That is so quick. That is over a second and a half quicker than Kirby's fastest time. And Mia Rose is now all over the back of him coming at the chicane. She's going to have a look on the inside. Nope. She's going to hang back for the time being. Maybe gets a little bit too close and out of shape there. I'm going to take the runoff now and have to slow down. That means that battle's going to go off the boil for a little while. Is Daniel Kirby runs away with it now. 2 seconds down the road. That's a big mistake from Mia Rose.
Yeah, definitely is. Unfortunately, it's going to go once more. There's no point replaying a mistake. Just goes in too hot and unfortunately runs off track. So the gap's back out to 3.6 seconds here as well. Something an interesting one to note as well is if she's done it once, surely from her point of view, though, Becky, she could do it again, right?
Yeah, she's going to be kicking herself, but she's not going to be amazingly bothered because she's just closed 7 seconds in no time. She's just done an absolutely ridiculous qualifying style lap, and if she's done that lap once, she's going to have the confidence that she can keep doing them. So she's going to be so full of confidence right now to close that gap again. And when a driver's got confidence, they go fast.
Yeah, they definitely do. So you can still see him, of course, Steve. So once more, into the breach she goes, and hopefully she'll try and get onto the back.
Yeah, she's shown that she's got the pace to do so. She's to do it again. These guys are the only ones on the lead lap at the moment. 61 laps into this race, and it's starting to get spicy. And you can see there the kind of racing we're going to expect from Kirby and Rose once they get near each other. Nobody's going to give an inch. They're all going to be. They're both going to be fighting tooth and nail for this win. They want this win. It's not just about the points difference between 1 and 2. It's just about the pride of winning. No driver ever wants to give up first place and just say, you should have it. After you, gentlemen. Everybody wants that win. So Mia Rose is definitely leaving nothing on the table here to catch that, close that gap and get in front of Kirby.
Well, we've got some information on Ross Smith. Sorry there, Becky, just 2 seconds. Ross's steering wheel display has gone kaput. So car functions, but has no gear, no dash, no relative, no lap times, no fuel indicator. I am race engineering for him till we get that sorted out, says George. So Ross currently has no displays, nothing whatsoever at the moment in time. How important are they to a driver to be able to see all that information? Because obviously from Ross Smith's point of view, he's literally got nothing going on at the moment in the car.
It's huge. He doesn't even know what gear he's in.
No.
He'll be counting his shifts the whole time, which takes mental effort. And I mean, I imagine that's about it. It depends if he knows if he's got any display to show him what fuel he's got. That's the most important one.
He's got none of that. He's got no fuel display either.
No fuel display.
No.
Well, if George can tell him his fuel, then it's okay. But the main problem then will just be him counting his gears and that using that mental energy to count the gears, just going that little bit slower. But he should be fine as long as George can tell him what fuel he's got.
Right, okay, well, let's hope that is possible then for these guys, because clearly at the moment, poor old Calvin Ross in that car has got nothing. He's got no display whatsoever. Gap was out of 3, it's now down to 1.5. We're going to resume battle number 2 here with Mia Rose and Daniel Kirby. So stay tuned, just keep your, what do they say on an aeroplane? Tray tables upright, because this could get rocky here. So let's see how this one gets on as these guys buttoning it out. Kirby lost a little bit of time behind the Mercedes there. So he's now got Mia Rose even closer. Pulled out nearly 9 tenths there and is 7 tenths back at the moment. Stephen, it's going to get exciting.
Certainly is. And this is kind of a great example of Mia Rose's pace at the moment. Fastest person on track, but last lap round it was Daniel Kirby who was the fastest, but that was down to the error that Mia Rose made into the chicane. This is the next lap on, and we already see that she's made up that 2-second gap that she lost in no time at all. So she's definitely the fastest person on track at the moment. Kirby knows that as well, so he's thinking to himself, I need to slow her down, otherwise once she gets past me, she's going to disappear. And we know how aggressive she can be as well, so Kirby's going to keep his eyes peeled for that late lunge as well. She's not afraid of them, so he needs to keep his eye out as well, and make sure that he doesn't end up in a wreck with her as well, because it's going to be important that he keeps his car safe. P2 isn't the end of the world. Dying in a crash with P2 is. So it's important that they all keep a cool, calm head and keep the racing nice and smooth and respectful.
Is this a surprise to you, Becky, that Mia Rose has closed this up, knowing how quick Kirby is?
I think it is a bit, but I think it just really shows how insanely fast Mia Rose is and how she makes things last well. I think that's the big thing. Kirby, it often seems to be the case. Kirby runs away a bit at the start, and then Mia just edges and edges back. And at the end of the race, she's just like lightning.
She definitely is. And now, this has got Daniel Kirby in her sights. The target is set, and the world is set there. Is Daniel Kirby fuel saving or double stinting tyres, maybe, says Michael Brooks. What do we reckon on that one, Becky? Do we think that's a possibility?
It's definitely a possibility, considering the 7 seconds fell off like nothing, the 3.5 fell off like nothing. It's very likely. I'd also like to say, like, Daniel Kirby is one of the drivers. If he's coming up behind me, I don't feel any pressure because I know that it's going to be clean and nice, smooth overtake, smooth lapping. I've noticed he's flashing his headlights a bit. I've only ever seen him flash his headlights as a thank you. And I've noticed that coming up to a few of these, he's flashing his headlights. I don't know whether the pressure's on or whether he's just trying to make the GT3s a bit more aware.
He's in a heavy battle himself here for the lead of the race, so he definitely wants to make sure that these GT3 cars see him. Because from my perspective in a GT3 car in iRacing, when an LMDH comes up behind you, it happens quick. You think, oh, I've got loads of time. All of a sudden, they're right on the back of you and about to make the overtake. So he's just trying to make things as easy on the GT3s as he can in order to facilitate these passes and make sure that he's not losing too much time. Because obviously, if he ended up having to brake in an unusual place because of a GT3 parking it on an apex, Mia is going to just dive around the outside and try and make the move. She's going to go for the move now, and it's down the inside into the chicane for the right-hand chicane, the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. And look at the drop in speed she gets as she pulls out from the side. But Kirby gives it up, brakes early. Ooh, big snap there from Mia as well. Is that going to be allow Kirby to reopen the door? He's looking rapid. He's got a good run here, but he's slotted in behind, and he doesn't look too interested in pulling out. But he does now. It's a left-hander at the bottom of this one. He's alongside now. More side-by-side racing there as we come into the next chicane. Is Mia Rose going to battle this one? Of course she is. She's battled everybody on track for everything, even the GT3s. But Kirby gets back in front before the chicane and gets it done. But look, still, Mia is really struggling for that straight-line speed. She's got plenty of overspeed when she's in the tow, but as soon as she pulls out, drops.
Yeah, definitely. It's like hitting a brick wall, isn't it, Becky, once you come out of that tow, though, because you're in full force of the air in front of you.
Definitely. The Peugeot is fast on the straights. The way they have to have it set up, it loses a bit of, well, it loses a lot of its advantage. Like, its innate advantage that it has to actually get it to turn. But it's still going to be a bit of a beast on the straights. But I think Kirby did the smart thing there. It's a bit like when we saw with George and Tom Lane. Let them pass at the first chicane, slipstream, pass them at the second chicane. Much harder to pass at the end of the straight. Keep the position. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Mia learn from this and go for the second chicane next lap.
Yep, definitely us there as well. We've still got an hour to go. These guys should have to make at least one more pit stop as well. So they are going to have to make one more stop here. So we should see another battle resuming before the end if this is all going to happen. I think, Stephen, from our point of view, you know, we've waited, what, almost 3 hours for this to happen. You know, Mia Rose took the penalty earlier for driving solo, went and took the, you know, the drive-through pretty much straight away. So it's kind of been brewing, hasn't it? We're just sitting here waiting and waiting and waiting. And now we're in that pressure cooker situation with all of these guys where they've come together on track, and now it's just going to go bang, isn't it? You know, and not hopefully bang where they end up colliding.
Yeah, well, obviously fireworks, but not the kind that bring down Parliament. The guy, folks, we don't really want him here. But it is going to be exciting for sure, and it's what we've been waiting for. Like you say, it is the main event, and it's going to be interesting to see how Mia Rose tackles this one, because she's been sending it like the proverbial brick through a window, really, on everybody so far, smashing everything in her path to get here. And now that she's here, what you're going to do is you're going to send it and be aggressive with Daniel as well. Is Daniel going to defend? How hard is he going to defend? Looks as though so far, that last lap, let her pass. But like you say, Becky, it's all about the strategy, that one. You let her pass so that you can retake her again. But we're going to head towards now Tertre Rouge, and in a second, and we're going to see what kind of strategy Mia Rose is going to employ here. But they've also got a lot of problems in front of them. Look at all of these cars around as well that they've got to also navigate. Mia Rose can't lose any time by getting stuck behind one of these cars and let Dan Kirby through. We've got to make sure that they're getting this right. But look, so she's going for the outside, already alongside. She's not learned her lesson. She's going to go for the toe from the LMDH ahead. It's a back parker, though, and that could prove vital here. But she's got no space to get around now. Which side is she going to go from this LMDH?
I wouldn't say it's not that she hasn't learned her lesson. She's forcing Kirby to take a slower line through the chicane. She can still get an even faster way through the chicane.
Oh, sorry, Becky. I get too excited for my own good. As that come very close with that back marker there. Unfortunately, flashing frantically. And it is
I was completely wrong there, but I reckon Kirby's going to get her back.
I think he is, but that was a very untoward moment for Mia Rose there. She went for the early dive on the back marker there, and it almost worked out, but she lost the back end a little bit as she lost the car on the braking a little bit, but to get it back here, and it's now in the lead, 4/10 gap, and it's not good for Mia at this stage.
It definitely is. I don't think Kirby's done though, mate. You know what I mean? I don't think we can.
I don't think this is over. No, yeah.
That was definitely him letting her have the lead for now, wasn't it? He backed out of that one.
But he's going
to back out of this one as well as he comes to the outside down at the Mulsanne corner. Not the place to make a move at all. I think he just wants to follow her and lift and coast, like Michael Brooks says in chat. He thinks he's lifting and coasting before the zones. Maybe this is a difference in strategy. We've got a very big difference in pace levels here, but the last lap was a 30.7 for Dan Kirby and a 30.6 for Mia Rose. They were battling throughout. But we'll see what kind of times Kirby can now put in with the toe that he's going to get down these straights. Is he going to have a go here in Indianapolis? I wonder. It's going to be a dangerous move if he does. I doubt it.
No, he's not. He's just got to really try and stay as close as possible, I think, Becky. That's going to be kind of Dan Kirby's job, is it? Just try and stay as close as possible?
Absolutely. Use the slipstream. His car is going to be fast in the slipstream, so just use that. Try not to lose time through the corners, especially the course curves. As long as he does that, he can just stick on her. And the problem's going to be is he might be able to stick with her, he might be able to overtake her, but he can't get away from her. So I'm wondering what his strategy is going to be there.
Well, he's dropped back, unfortunately. He's 1.4 seconds back at the moment. And
he is, yeah, she's gone.
Yeah, but is it... What is it? You know, we know Kirby. We know how quick he can be. You know, how is it that Mia Rose has produced the best lap? Her best lap is 1.5 seconds quicker than Kirby's best lap.
I think it's got to be the tyres, really, doesn't it? It's got to be the offset between who took tyres when. And at the moment, Mia Rose has got a fresher set of boots on compared to Kirby. The side factor that you've got to get involved in this as well is that Kirby's got to come and give the car up to John Uyan soon. And give him the last couple of stints and then get back in the car maybe for the last one. So maybe it's Mia Rose isn't going to be fighting Kirby for much longer. It's going to be Uyan. Maybe he's going to have the last stint. And that could cause problems for their team overall.
It's quite likely it's the way the tyres are wearing. Especially with the Porsche being rear-wheel drive, the tyres wear, you almost turn in better. Whereas the Peugeot, as the tyres wear, you get a bit more understeer. So I think the Porsche will probably hold pace a lot better with the worn tyres than the Peugeot will.
It's possibly understeer, the bane of every racing driver's life. I think majority of racing drivers, quick drivers that I know, myself included, I wouldn't include myself in the quick drivers debate, mind, but oversteery cars setups are the way to go generally. Most drivers like that sharp turning. Just go slower in the corners and faster on the exits, basically, with that kind of setup. But what about you, Becky? Do you prefer the understeer or the oversteer?
I prefer a bit of oversteer. I mean, if we watch Mia here, she definitely seems to prefer a bit of oversteer. Keep seeing that rear end stepping out a bit while she absolutely flies along. And I know the Peugeot being four-wheel drive, to even get that, to get something, if you like, that oversteer, is going to be hard work on setup.
Yeah. Setup's going to be playing a huge role in this race today as well, but Mia Rose made short work of that. We wanted to see fireworks. We've got a battle on our there, but I definitely wanted to see more of a fight back from Kirby, but we could see that things work themselves out a bit in his favour. Maybe he's going for a different kind of strategy with a stop less and see what kind of fight back he can make, but he's losing time hand over fist as it stands, and that's not good from his point of view. But if Mia has to stop an extra time and he can go to the end after one more stop, maybe he's just pulled the big brain 200 IQ move. Let's have a look at the stop. So Mia Rose has stopped 5 times. One of those includes the drive-through penalty, I believe. And Daniel Kirby's only stopped 3 as well, but they have got another driver change, I believe, to go as well. So we'll see how this pans out. Any predictions from your end? Who do you think is going to win out of these, Becky? Where are you going to put your money?
As much as originally I thought Kirby, I have to change, because Mia Rose is impeccable at doing long runs, and really knowing that, I should have never had a single doubt, because as you can see, she's just going faster and faster and faster, and she does that every race. She just goes so fast and goes so long. So I backed the wrong horse, I think.
I mean, I backed Tom Lane, so you can think about how there's varying degrees of wrongness, isn't it? And mine's definitely 2 or 3 degrees wronger than yours. But a 30.9 there from Mia Rose, and then a 30.28.9 as well. So absolutely rapid still. A 3-minute.29.5 from Daniel Kirby there as well. So quite a way off the pace, 6 tenths at least that lap, heading towards Mia Rose's bank rather than Daniel Kirby. So it's proving to be a tricky one for Kirby. I'm wondering if he's maybe got the strategy wrong. Well, remains to be seen. We're starting to head towards the business end of this race, and it's going to start getting a bit spicy for any battles on track as it stands. There's people looking to gain any advantage that they can now. But what are your thoughts in terms of when you get to this stage of a long race like this, Becky? How much of it is it, well, I've got to try even faster, go even harder because now's my chance to gain the position, or is it a case of, well, I'm knackered and it's been a long race, I just want to keep it on the track, and it is all dependent on where you are on the track, or what's it like when you get to this stage of an endurance race?
I'd be going, I just want to survive and keep it going. Like, it's probably everyone's had a fun race. There's a lot of points on the table. Making a mistake now is going to be even easier. So just keep it on the road. For Kirby, I don't know whether I'd be thinking to myself, I need to push that a little bit harder, or just thinking Mia has done such a sterling job today. Just leave her to it and bring home second, or whether he wants to try and pile on that bit of pressure and hope that something happens.
I mean, that's something I've never ever heard a racing driver say in my life. What about you, James? Have you ever heard a racing driver saying, don't worry about my rival deserves it, they can have the win? Have you ever heard that? No, me neither. She's certainly recovered from that incident with Bell very well. Obviously, Bell out of the race because of a freeze issue, I believe. So it didn't end up going well for him. He ended up at the barrier after an untoward move from Mia, got the inside. And I'm wondering whether or not that maybe is going to change the way she drives now. Do you think that's going to happen, Becky? Do you think Mia will change the way she drives now that she's in the lead? She's been sending it left and right on every GT or AM car she's come across. Is she going to be more patient now that she's got this comfort barrier behind Kirby?
A little bit, only a little bit, because she's going to expect him to try and come back. So she probably won't take as many risks as when she was chasing, but she does like to send it.
What do you think is better? Do you think it's better? Is it better to chase or is it better to lead in these kind of situations?
Well, when she's going as well as she is, it's better to lead. But I quite often like the chasing, but not when you're falling behind. That's never fun.
No, you're 6 seconds back for Kirby. He's 6 seconds. Where's the commentary gone? Have we gone anywhere?
Have we gone anywhere?
I have no idea. And then Michael's put, oh, it's back now. I didn't realise we actually...
I'm not sure where it went, but anyway, if we did go, I apologise.
Yeah, apologies
apologise for that. Yeah, we are back. Very strange, as Sam Schatz says. What a name that is. I love alliteration in names. Reminds me of...
the commentary went dead for about half a lap. Oh, okay. All right, well, I'm sorry about that. I apologise. I've not done anything. I've not touched anything. And neither has Becky or Stephen. And of course, Becky...
Well, nothing for me to touch, to be honest.
Yeah, Becky who's come in and out of the race early and decided, well, I'm going to go and have a crack at commentary. I'm going to go and sit with Stephen in the booth and give us these wonderful driver insights here that we're getting, which is absolutely amazing. So thank you so much for taking your time out and joining us for the rest of the race. Obviously, you know, you could have gone off and done, I don't know, whatever it is that you enjoy doing, Becky.
Well, thank you for having me. Well, I was kind of expecting to be racing this afternoon, this evening, so... You know, suddenly I found I had a bit more time, and I quite like watching some racing. So, where better place to watch it than with you guys?
Yeah, why not? Why not, indeed?
Yeah, I fully agree. And you get to listen to me and Steve ramble on about random things. So this is what happens while you're on track.
That is my favourite part, quite honestly.
What? Listen to us ramble?
Yeah, love it. Because I'm seeing what's going on track. Everyone's a bit spread out. Mia's kind of... It looks like she's won that battle, to be honest. We'll see. We've got some more interest after the pit stops. Now ramble. Keep me intrigued. Keep me entertained.
The only side I can see... the only bright side I can see from this battle between Kirby and Rose at the moment is if this is his last stint and he's trying to eke out these tyres to go to the end on this setup and she needs to pit still, then you will overtake her and she won't be fast enough to then catch and re-overtake again, but that might be a tall order. I mean, what kind of time drop are we looking at for a pit stop here?
They both need to pit. They've been going ages.
I think they both
need to pit. The big question is, are they going to take tyres? Is Kirby going to driver swap? Or is he going to say to John, look, I'm a bit faster than you. If I take fresh tyres, I can close that gap. Or is he going to go, oh, no, you have your stint. It's fair. It's a long race. We both put in a lot of effort.
Well, it's just for the fun, right? That's what I've heard from.
I think so. I'd be driver swapping. I'd be going, all right, we're doing a good race. Second is still a good result. Let's just enjoy ourselves. That's why we're here. We're not being paid to be here or anything. We're here because we enjoy ourselves. So having fun is the most important part, and the winning and the podiums is a bonus.
Yeah, and I agree. Now, I've just found a very interesting stat here on the live races, right? They've completed nearly, well, what it says here is obviously what they've saying has happened as well. There has been 94% of Mia Rose's laps have been clean around here, apparently, and 83% of Daniel Kirby's laps have been clean. So there you go. Has that been playing his part, should we say, Becky, as to why Mia is flying at the moment, because she's keeping it cleaner?
I would pay no attention to that. I mean, when we've been watching Kirby, there's no way 17% of his laps haven't been clean.
That's what the stats tell me. I mean, you know, stats are stats.
I think the stats are wrong. Personally, I think Daniel Kirby is incredibly clean. There's no way 17% of his laps have been not clean. No chance.
Well, I'm just saying what the information's been given me. The computer's telling me. Phil across the pond.
The computer is lying.
Thank you, Becky. Phil across the pond, you should offer Becky a commentator's job, James. Well, there you go.
Thank you very much.
See, there you go. You know, hit me.
Wholeheartedly agree.
A few more engine blow-ups and...
Yeah,
you know,
hit me up after this.
crashes.
I've got work coming out my ears at JPP at the moment, so I'm sure I'll be able to. I was going to say put you to work, but that wasn't. That's probably.
That sounds very wrong.
Yeah,
that sounds
right,
more your earring, your piercing announcement.
Yeah, well, it's not in my ears.
I was picturing a much worse place than you actually said when you said you couldn't say it.
Well, believe me, I was too when he first said it. I was thinking, oh.
But I didn't actually tell you where it was, though.
Yeah, you did, which is good, because I think everyone was probably picturing something a lot worse.
I said it was on my chest. That was it.
Yep.
So there we go. Never mentioned the specifics.
The less said about James's holes in his body, the better, if we're honest.
All I will say is all right. So, yeah, I don't recommend that for anyone. I'm not going to lie. It was one of them good ideas, and my midlife crisis in Spain probably caused me to do that, but there we go. If you have just joined and wondered what the hell's going on, we are commentating on a race. Everybody is very, very spread out at the moment here as well. There isn't a lot of battles that I can show you, because there isn't really battles that I can show you. People are 6 seconds out, 7 seconds out. Daniel Kirby is now 14 seconds back to Mia Rose here, so he is losing time over fifth. However, he has just pulled 13 seconds in, a second and a half, 2.5 seconds currently at the moment, so maybe he's in where he is and is now going full beans. I don't know, but that's a lot of time to be given up here, Steve, don't you think?
I think there's a battle brewing here between Ross Smith, Tom Lane, Kyle Vaser as well. So they're all fighting for the last remaining podium position. It looks like Ross Smith is closing that gap on Tom Lane. It's interesting to see. It'd be really interesting to know about the strategies and what's going on and whose tyres are in which window as well, because maybe when Kirby comes into the pits next, he might change tyres for this last sprint to the finish line, and maybe Mia Rose has got to stick on the one she's got, and that may mean that the pace advantage trips back towards Kirby's advantage as well. But there's still a lot of racing to be had, a lot still to happen before the end of this race. 41 minutes to go.
Yep, definitely. So there we go.
Kirby has got to be thinking he's got to change tyres. There's nothing else to try other than changing tyres. And if Mia gets any more of a gap, she's going to go, well, I might as well change tyres. And then we're going to see a mad sprint from the two of them.
What kind of extra time are we looking at there, Becky, then, for changing the tyres versus not changing the tyres? Are we talking 10 seconds in the pits, 20 seconds? What we're looking at?
For GT3s, it's 13 seconds to 17 seconds. It can vary a bit. It can be about how nicely you get in the pit box. But yes, it's generally around 13 seconds. So if it's the same for Hypercars, which I suspect it probably is, if I was Mia, I'd be thinking, it's safer, I might as well just change them. And for Daniel, I'd be thinking, I need to change them.
He's got a big gap to make up. 12.4 seconds dropping and gaining as they drive round the track in different areas. The chicanes popping in odd places and things like that. But can it be done? I mean, Ross Smith, 4.3 seconds now, the gap to Tom Lane. So he's dropping that gap quite rapidly. 2 seconds a lap faster last time around compared to Tom Lane. So my pick for the win might not even finish in the top 4 at this stage.
Ross Smith is closing down on Tom Lane quite rapidly here. So
Ross has fantastic pace. Don't forget, he qualified third, didn't he?
Yeah, he's been flying.
Ross has the speed.
Yeah, I fully agree as well. But the question is can he get Kyle Vesser? Can he get the third spot, do you think?
That's going to depend on strategies. I'm wondering, there's 40 minutes left. Have they just got splash and dashes to go?
Well, if they're going now, that would give them a full stint, basically. If they go in 40 minutes here, that would give them a full stint. Everybody's been roughly on the hour. I think it was Mia Rose who went in at 22 the hour. So technically, it should be 20 past the hour, which is now just gone. So either Mia Rose or Daniel Kirby should be coming into the pits. Oh, that's on. Look at that. Right on cue. In the pit she goes. So it depends now on what Daniel Kirby is going to be able to do, as he's coming around the last part of the lap going into the double chicane, and how much he's in as well. So it's going to be a straight race to the end.
So now the thing is to watch is, are the jacks going to go up? Are they taking tyres?
Well, here we go.
Be interesting to find out for sure. 25 seconds is the time lost for the Hypercars, but Mia definitely taking tyres. Front jacks go up, and we'll see the back ones as we see Kirby in the background entering the pit box at the back as well. His car doesn't seem to be lifted so far, so he's not taking tyres, but Mia is. That is a very interesting situation by the looks of things. I did not see his car move.
Surely he needs to. You don't want to go head-to-head with Mia Rose on worn tyres, do you?
I don't think he's going to gain any time in the pits either. That time, the gap between them.
He's going to come out in front of her.
Yeah, he's going to come out.
But surely...
Is he? I mean, Mia's going to be so much faster on those fresh tyres. She's going to make short work of him once she gets out, but she's still stuck there at the moment as Kirby trundles down the pit lane. She's not moving as it stands. It'll be interesting to see what kind of gap he can create by not taking the tyres, but those tyres for Mia are going to be good. And if he didn't take tyres, he was already slower than Mia on the last stint. Surely Mia's just going to make mincemeat of him now.
Has he just thrown...
Goes fast on the straight. That's
but
got to be his hope.
Yeah, but Becky, she closed so many seconds.
You got to risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah, I do understand that one, and trust me, I'm not surprised that he's gone for it, but 7... Okay, so we're opening it up at 7.9 seconds is the gap. How long with... Whoa! Oh, okay.
No, that's just rFactor being rFactor. Don't worry about that car flying off.
Where's she going?
Looked like something out of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, didn't it?
Yeah. So 7.2. 7.10's gone already, according to the tower on the left-hand side.
I'm going to go with 2 laps.
You reckon?
You think he's going to get it in 2 laps? Any advance on 2 laps, 2 laps, 3 laps, 3 laps, we've got 3 laps, we've got 4 laps? Oh, okay.
Do you know what, the way she's going now, I'm going to say 1 and a little bit. I've got to be honest.
I mean, it's down to 4.7 on my time history, so it could even be half a lap. It's a long lap, this one, as well, so you've got to take that into account. But Kirby looks to have, I don't think the strategy's working out for him as well. And an extra stop for Mia Rose. 2 extra stops, but one of those, I believe, is the drive-through. So she's done the extra stop and just put the pedal to the metal, I should say. I don't know where the petals come from, but there are no flowers in these cars. And Mia Rose, I get the feeling she's going to make short work of this one, isn't she? She's going to get past so quick. She's got the extra stop as well, and after an incident into the Mulsanne corner as well, she's still caught up. She has been absolutely breathtakingly rapid today at Le Mans.
5.6 already.
Already unbelievably rapid. The other side of it now, though, she's got track position in the wrong place. She's the man behind, so, well, woman behind is the case maybe, but it's going to mean that Kirby has got the opportunity to defend, and how hard he defends, how hard Mia attacks is going to determine this race, really. And Kyle Vaser is sitting in the background, 2.4 minutes down the road, is sitting there thinking, I just want them to crash. Give me the win. Why not?
1.6 laps, says Michael Brooks. Becky says 2. Steve, what do you say?
I'm going to go with 2 along with Becky. I think it's going to take a little bit of while. Once she catches the back of Kirby, Kirby's not going to give it up as easily as it did last time, because he knows there's no other chance to get back at her. Once she's gone, she's gone. We saw that the last time she overtook Daniel. It was an 8-second gap in short order, so he's going to fight this tooth and nail, I think.
Okay.
I meant 2 till she's up to the back of him. Then we're going to have a tasty fight.
Okay, well, it's 5.6 if she's going to gain space now, and time is going to be through the Porsche curbs. Kirby 4.7, 4.5, 4.4, 4.3, 4, below 4, 3.8. Well, here we go. Daniel had no choice but to stay on his current tyres, but there is no way he is holding on to the lead till the end. 3.2, we've just seen Kirby go flashing through there as they come through the double chicane. 2.6 as well. She's just bouncing it through that last chicane as if it didn't even exist. It's incredible.
I see this all the time from these elite level drivers. They take those curves in the final part of Le Mans as if they're not there. They just bulldozer their way through them. And if I even just look at them the wrong way, they send me off. You know, I don't get how these guys can keep the car so stable. I imagine part of it's set up, but a lot of it is just
amazing
the
car
talent
control.
behind them.
Did you see the front tyres going through there?
Yeah.
If you saw an onboard, you'd see incredible car control.
Yeah, done an amazing job. There he is.
It's the difference between them and us mortals.
Yeah, these
Less than
aliens.
1 second.
Yep. Okay, so I
How
said one
quick
and a
is
little
that?
bit. So a little bit, I'm not quite sure where it takes me up to be honest. You know, I'll probably just blag it as I go along and say it's the Mulsanne corner or something at the end. So 1.6 will put us going into Porsche curves. 2 laps, we'll say, obviously, 2 laps, clearly obvious. But if she hasn't got it by the end of the Mulsanne, then I'm not right. But we are only in the first part in turn 11, and the gap's now down to 6 tenths. So it's distinctively possible by the time we get into the Mulsanne corner, Mia Rose will be in front.
I think so. I think it's hers to lose at this stage, but Kirby might still have something to say about it if he can defend hard enough, but I don't think he's going to have enough. 5 seconds in and out lap, says Michael Brooks, and that tells you everything about the pace difference between these drivers as it stands at the moment. Looks like Mia's just got the strategy right. She's pushed harder, got an extra stop, and is still all over the back of Kirby, even with that little incident with Bell into Mulsanne as well. So Kirby's had nothing like that. Maybe a couple of spins. I think it was Ian who had a couple of spins as well, but it looks like it's going to be Kirby till the death. So I get the feeling maybe Kirby pulled rank on Ian there and said, look, in the championship, quicker driver, we're in a battle now, let me drive this last stint. What do you think, James?
Yeah, I think it's all down to it. Kirby's had to take the car. I don't think Ian was even going to wrestle the steering wheel away, to be honest, but I think possibly it's going to be by the end of this lap. Yeah, it's, well,
the overspeed Mia's got here down into Indianapolis. This is a dangerous place to make the overtake, but she's gone around the outside. She's got the inside line in Indianapolis now and gets the move done. And that is brave. That is what we've come to expect from Mia. But she gets it done nice and cleanly as well. And Kirby, I mean, it didn't really have much of a choice, did he? Had the poor line in Indianapolis.
That was the worst possible place for Kirby because she's going to be gone in the Porsche curves, and then he can't slipstream her back down the Mulsanne straight.
Have to do a brilliant job through these curves as well, but ooh, bit of untowardness there as they go. Get a bit sideways, and Kirby's alongside now as they're getting very spicy here as he goes a bit wide here as he tries to avoid the contact. That GT3 car in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Mia could care a jot. She's gone. She is away. She is taking full advantage of that slip up by Kirby there. Kirby not sure what to do with the GT3 car there in the way. Mia, no such worries really. She just thought, I'm going to send it like I've been sending it all race.
Yeah, done and dusted. Michael Brooks, I'm claiming the moral victory with my 1.6. So, you know,
I think that was the closest.
Yeah.
I think he's quite right to do that.
Yeah, I fully agree. It was coming out of our NARS, so I fully agree, and down into Indianapolis. So, yeah, we'll give you that one, Michael. Well done to you. You win absolutely nothing apart from the victory and saying, woo! There you go. So, there we go. Good.
The pride counts. The pride matters. But we've got Aero Rose. Let's go wifey in the chat as well. Support there from partner of Mia, I imagine. So,
well, wifey, I'm
see.
probably saying it's husband. Husband? What? Ooh, have I... Husband? Wife?
Could be Mia's wife. Who knows? Like, you know, could be 2 wifeys in this situation.
Yeah, I don't...
Living in 2023, you know?
Yep. I don't know. That's the thing, right? That situation is so difficult for us to translate because obviously, you know, with 2023, Anyway, I'm going to shut up now because I feel like I've dug myself a hole anyway. So I'm going to
Digging it in more as you speak.
Let's say partner.
Partner.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Will do. Her partner's cheering her on, and she has been absolutely fantastic this race.
Yeah, there we go.
Jackie clarifies that for us. Mrs. Rose in chat has clarified that it is Mrs. Rose in chat and Mrs. Rose on track. It is wife and wife.
Oh, well, there you go. Bargain.
Well, one wife deserves a nice dinner, a nice lunch, something. I bet she's hungry after this long race.
There you go.
And she has earned something nice.
Get the bubble bath on the go. She's going to be very sweaty and needing a shower after this one, I imagine. But it's been a fantastic drive, you've got to say, by Mia. It's been very risque at times and caused us a few intakes of breath for sure. But you've got to say it's been absolutely fantastic from her point of view. A brilliant race, and strategy-wise, spot on. Race-wise, spot on. Bravery-wise, spot on. Can't really say she's done a lot wrong in this race. 29 minutes to go before the win. She's got to keep it clean and on track as it stands. That's all she needs to do. Got the pace at the moment over Kirby by a long way. 5 seconds that gap now already.
Yep, and that's the problem we've got. Is that Kirby's just not. I think from Kirby's point of view, I think he should have. Yes, I understand he tried to jump her in the pits, and I get that. But he needed tyres. He needed tyres, and I think if he had tyres, he would have given himself a lot better shot to go with Mia and have a go at trying to get some of them gaps back that he could. But now you lose out to Mia Rose, who's been flying all day, done a stellar job. You're going to just fall back, and unfortunately, I feel the no tyre thing for Daniel Kirby was a little bit of a mistake.
Yeah, it's still unfixed, that issue there with Ross Smith and his dash. His teammate George is having to walk him through every stat and bit of information that he normally sees on his dash. But thankfully, fuel isn't going to be one of those, because he should have enough fuel now to get to the end. But that battle there for P3 has seemed to have gone off the boil a bit. But Tom Lane is only 10 seconds behind Kyle Vaser, though 20 odd minutes remaining of this race, and Kyle Vaser has work on his hands as it's dropped now to 5 seconds.
He's in the pits. Kyle Vaser's in the pits.
Kyle Vaser's in the pits, so a pit stop extra there that we didn't expect, and that means he's going to drop off the podium then, and maybe Ross is going to get through as well. Ross down 1 minute after he was closing onto the back of Tom Lane earlier.
Tom might have to pit again.
Yeah, maybe.
I've got a funny feeling, yeah. There's been a few off tracks in the process. Unfortunately, Joe Falls looks like he's been up to no good. We can have a look at some of these now.
Let's catch up with the gardeners. He's not quite mowing the grass there, but gets back underway very quickly.
Does the same
another
thing,
one there.
And then does it again. Unfortunately for Joe, he's just not having a good time, going very slowly there. And also, one of the people we did not expect, Yuki Tanakashi, called on as well, just runs wide.
Takanashi, isn't it? It's not on the side feed, Steve, but I'm pretty sure it's Takanashi.
Yeah, Takanashi. All right, give me a break. Joe Falls again has unfortunately been making more. Ooh, big snap there for Joe. Jaime Zalecki has just gone off track as well. We got these little highlights that have up and down over the last 5 minutes. Zalecki just goes in too hot, misses his braking point, goes off through the runoff, and the last one, and Joe Falls is just coming back on track once more. So that's basically what's happened over the last 5 minutes here, with certain individual drivers making crazy mistakes and unfortunately going off track. So there we go.
That was Thomas Lane getting a bit of a wake-up call there from that rejoin from Fall as well. Maybe wasn't too unsafe in the end, but I'm sure Thomas Lane there thought to himself, oh, don't come back on here, don't come back on here for a moment, as we all want to do. We all do that. I'm sure, Becky, you've done that plenty of times where you see a car off the track and you're just wishing to yourself, don't come back on, please don't come back on here, not here, not now. And
I don't know if you remember the 98 Le Mans 2 weeks ago.
I do, yes.
Yeah, I was very much wishing, don't come back on here, you're on the side of the track. Just
fell on deaf ears,
it.
I believe, those wishes as well, and they did come back on and smash you off the track, I believe. So that was one to forget from your position. But it sticks in the mind, doesn't it? These things, these incidents. And do you remember who did it to you? That's the other side of it. Like,
I do. I
Yep.
do remember.
Those names tend to be ingrained in your memory, and imagine as we've got another slide there from Joe Falls as he went sideways there in the Porsche curves, I believe that is.
Yeah. Not having a good
hard
time.
corners
He
to get
needs
right.
new tyres.
Yeah, he's
They'll
Those
definitely be
tyres
on
will
fire.
be mush now.
Yeah.
He's
Definitely
driving
will
on
be on
mashed
fire.
potato.
Kirby 7.5 seconds back currently at the moment there as well. So some big old gaps appearing.
That's a pretty good job.
Eight,
I mean, come on.
8 seconds.
Like, Mia Rose, she closed 7 seconds in a lap and a half. And in the last few laps, he's only dropped 8 seconds. So he's doing a pretty slap-up job there, going as fast as he is.
Do you think tyres was a mistake? Not taking tyres, sorry, Becky.
If he didn't feel he could close 13, 14 seconds with them both taking fresh tyres, then he did the right thing to try it. I mean, could you imagine being able to close 13 to 14 seconds on Mia Rose in this form that she's in, even with fresh tyres?
I wouldn't be closing 13, 14 seconds on Mike Bell, who went out 51 laps ago. You know what I mean? I couldn't see him try. Do you know what? I think that's where, from my point of view, I would look at trying to give it the best go that I can give. And if I've changed tyres and then just pushed like an absolute banshee, I know I've worked my socks off. I know he's tried a different strategy, and for that I praise him, and, you know, fair play for having a go. You've got to be doing these things. But I think, knowing how quick Kirby is, I think I would have liked him see him push on full tyres, get the tyres done, and giving himself the best opportunity to have a go. I'm not saying he would have caught her, don't get me wrong. Mia Rose has been outstanding today. I'm not saying that by any short bit of form, but I'm saying that he would have had more of an opportunity to have a go if he could have closed it up than he did not taking tyres at all. Does that make a little bit of a sense?
Certainly does, but
I
I
would
think
have liked to have seen that, but he did what he thinks is best, and we got a little bit of action out of it.
Yeah.
I think the boat sailed, though, to be honest. Strategy-wise, I think Kirby lost it when he tried to do one less stop altogether in the race. 6 stops for Mia Rose, 6 stops for Kyle Vaser, 6 stops for Tom Lane, only 4 for Dan Kirby. And one of those stops for Tom Lane and Mia Rose is the drive-through as well. So they've done an extra stop and are still in front of him. I think that is down to, we've got a bit of a squash going on here between the GT3s with Kirby. He's in a very awkward position. He managed to navigate it nice and cleanly, as we expect him to do. But I think that was where it went wrong for him, really. He's trying to eke the tyres out and the strategy out and save fuel to go 1 stop less. And that slower times, lap times overall, has meant that Mia has caught him with the strategy, I believe. So I think she's just going flat out and doing an extra stop. And that's meant that she's kind of won it on the strategy front there. 3.2 second lap there from Daniel Kirby to her 29.5, 7/10 she gained over that last lap.
Yeah, currently 9 seconds now, so the gap is opening. Tom Lane has got 6.1 to Carl Vesser. 21 back from that is Ross Smith. And then Magnus Dahlgren, Francesco Concas, Felipe Enrique, who's taken over the car from Barry DiMarzio, which I don't see a bad thing, because obviously DiMarzio did have the few incidents that he did have, and you don't want to jeopardise the fact that you are the only AM that can really challenge, and you're going to take the victory easily. Timon Suvic down in 8th, Joe Falls 10th, William Miller back up into 11th. Obviously Miller has struggled with Golan Benke, and unfortunately Benke did get disconnected and they have rejoined. Katarinakis is leading the GT3 Pro category by 98 seconds over Brandon Gant. I'm surprised that's not a lot closer. Peter Meyer is leading the GT3 AMS with Eugene Missouri 160 seconds back currently at the moment, so about 2.5 minutes back from him. And then that's really about all the information that's going to really make a difference here, because there is still 20 minutes of racing, and as we've seen, anything can happen. But I think we may have just seen the leader and the winner of the race there, I think, as well. I don't think anybody can catch Mia Rose, or unless something drastic happens, which we have seen today with a few disconnects. But let's hope we don't see that.
I've got Ross Smith, Tom Lane and Kyle Vaser still within short order of each other on track as well. A lap down, of course, from the leaders, but still a tasty little battle between these three for the last podium position as well. Paul Ibbotson in chat is saying, amazing focus from these drivers. Kudos to them all to make it through this long of a race. It's rare that you see races this long in sim racing, to be honest. We usually see something like along the lines of, I've seen 12 hours in iRacing, 6 hours in iRacing as well, but obviously a lot of driver swaps in that. These guys here doing this all in one stint, such as Mia Rose and Tom Lane, big respect to them for sure. 4.8 hours of racing, it's a long time to be in a car. I mean, I struggle after a 45-minute GTR VRS race in iRacing. I'm absolutely gasping for breath, sweating the proverbial chesticles off. So it's interesting to see how long these guys can go and how long they can keep their focus without coming off track. I mean, I can't do a 20-minute race without ending up in a smash.
Well, some insider information. Vessel and Lane didn't take tyres, as we see someone off track there. Joe Falls again, unfortunately. I don't want to focus poor on Joe Falls. He's looking like a bit of a horrendous time. Vessel and Lane did not take tyres, but Ross Smith did. So
19 seconds in 19 minutes, so it's a hard ask.
Yeah, but he did pull out last time. Well, let's have a look as they go across the line here, and we'll see these lap times, obviously from Lane and Smith and Vesser there. Let's see, I'll bring you up a comparison once they all cross the lap time, because I've got a funny feeling the last time's lap time were not really valid laps.
Unless Smith is pulling 3.5 seconds a lap, it's not going to happen.
Well,
a mistake could change all of that from any of these drivers.
Absolutely, yeah, just a little off. Something goes wrong with a back marker.
I've got a question in chat that I'm not sure how to answer either. Maybe you know the answer to this though, Becky. You would, is Peter Meyer is such a massive lead in GT3 Ab? Should he not be in the pro class, says Michael Brooks? He would be 5th in the pro class. He would actually be 4th, to be honest. He's ahead of Josh Lepetri on track as it stands. How are the classes decided though for pro and AM? Is it?
I have been waiting to big up Peter because he is having the race of a lifetime there in AM. I mean, for LMGT3 AM, he's put in the same sort of performance as Mia Rose has. He is doing fantastically, and I don't think one result should put him in pro. I've recently got promoted to pro. That was off the back of 2 or 3, I think two results. That was off the back of, and one of them was a 2nd overall. So that definitely I had to go. I said that I had to go up. Peter, I think this will probably put him in the lead in the championship, but I don't think he's leading it going in, is he?
No, he's in 7th place in the championship as it stands at the moment. He came P2 last time out by the looks of things in Spa. P4 the time before that in Long Beach, and then it looks like a P3 in Sebring before that. So he's had good results, but he's not been dominating the series by any stretch.
So this is just showing what a result he's pulling out today. Like, sometimes it happens, and I think there should be some kind of bonus when you pull out a result like that. If he's in 4th place overall, he's having a mega race. I suppose he is getting a bonus because there's so many points on offer. But back to the question of how it gets decided, George actually does it based on average lap times. So it depends. If your average lap time is faster than the 99% barrier of the average lap time, so if your average lap time minus pits minus incidents is faster than 99% of the average of LMGT3 AM in total, you get moved to LMGT3 Pro. So that's kind of confusing, but it's basically if you're 1% faster, which doesn't sound like much, but over 1.5 minutes, like 2 seconds?
Near enough.
A lap, roughly. That's a big difference. Probably 1.5 seconds a lap, 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap. That's a big difference. If you're on average that much quicker than everyone else, then yeah, you deserve to be in pros. What can happen though is if there's a few people, and this is what did actually happen, there was a few of us that were all a bit faster than the other AMs, and because there's 3 of us, because we were all a bit faster than the other AMs, it brought the average speed of the AMs down enough that we weren't outside that barrier. So then what had to happen was, for people that are quite fast, you can look at it another way and look at the LMGT3 foes or the Hypercar foes, and if you are within 101% of the average lap time for them, then you're fast enough to be in with them. So it's complicated maths that goes on to do it, to keep it fair for everyone, because it's no fun when someone just runs away every race. If Peter was doing that every race, that'd be no fun. Him doing it this one-off race, he's doing a bloody good job and deserves to own that picture.
Certainly does as well. It was actually Dennis van der Van who started in pole in that category as well. He's currently in P3. Not had the greatest race pace so far. Chris Brown in P19 ahead of him as well. Is doing a fantastic job with a great recovery after that big shunt he had in the Mulsanne corner. But the real story of the race so far, as we head in towards the final 15 minutes, is Mia Rose, who's managed to come from a long way back to now lead this race at Le Mans, and did it in some style as well, with a fair amount of aggression involved as well.
Yeah, definitely involved there as well. Absolutely stellar job from Mia Rose. Flying along, as you say, fair amount of aggression, sometimes questionable, but you know, it is what it is, and that's
it was
part
tied
of
behind your pillow time with some of the lapping of the GT3s.
Yeah, it definitely was as well. She's come very close to a BMW at one point, didn't she, Stephen? And me and you both breathed in like we were even in the car there. So let's see. It's got the gap down. Ross Smith's got the gap down to Tom Lane from 20 to 13 seconds with 13 minutes to go.
Ooh. Penalty involved here as well, as Joe Falls gets a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Ooh.
If Lane's tyres fall off any more, Ross will have a chance. If they don't, he won't. It's going to be tight.
Yeah.
It's going to be tight. I reckon there's going to be a 2-3 second gap at the end, but if Lane's tyres fall off, we'll get a nice tasty battle at the end as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And we start to see those mistakes creep in as well, though, once that pressure got put on by Ross, and Lane sees him in his rear view mirror, might start to push him into a mistake or two. But Ross is not using all of the track here, so you think he's not pushing to the very limits. He's lost a big gap there to the wall as he came through the Porsche curves, and that's time left on the table. But interesting to see how he can close up that gap, and whether or not Tom can close the gap to Kyle as well, who's also still in a battle with. But 3 seconds a lap faster last time around was Ross over Tom Lane. So that's going to be interesting. And this lap is just across the line here. It's a 3.31 from Ross to a 3.32 from Thomas. So a good second faster this lap.
Not quite enough. As for the curves, it could be the setup of the car. He might not have the grip on the curves. If he doesn't have the grip on the curves, he'd slide straight into the wall if he touched that curve.
A possibility, yeah. But it's interesting how the different cars react differently to different parts of the track. Some of these cars might like the curbs, won't mind them too much, and others might struggle with the grip there, like you say.
Yeah,
so I can say for my NSX, I can bounce over the curves fine if I'm off throttle. If I'm on throttle, it just spins up the rear tyre.
So there we go. Some insights there from Becky. We have had Mike Boyce go off track once again. Let's have a quick look and see what he's been up to.
In last place, but I absolutely love the livery for this car. The cow and the wheels, absolutely fantastic. Look like fidget spinners or hypnotist things, but a snap there. Gets back on it nice and safely. T3 alongside him there, getting through nice and clean, and I'd be happy that he didn't snap right back into them.
Yeah,
sure.
This looks like Joe Falls has had another big one there from Joe. So
he
also
got lucky there.
Tom Mountjoy has also not completed the race. I'm trying to find where that accident actually happened there, rather than him sat there staring at me. Can't actually see where that went on, but Tom Mountjoy is out, unfortunately. So another DNF. We've lost Tom Mountjoy, Wade Hutchinson, Mike Olsen, Mike Bell, and Mateus Gonzalez, with Mike Boyce having their own issues, of course, with the server connection, I guess we could call that one, Steve, I think, where Mike went into the barrier.
Yeah, I suppose you can't really call it much else, to be honest, but another what to kind of put on the
like a broken steering rack, didn't it? Which it's pretty remarkable to recover from a broken steering rack. So they can count themselves lucky in one way.
Yeah,
certainly can.
There we go. It's 11 seconds with 10 minutes, and he pulled out 3:30.877 for Smith and a 3:32.3 for Lane, and Vesser did a 3:33.168. So Smith pulled out literally 3 seconds over Carl Vesser, sat in third place here. I'm not saying that's a possibility because he has got a bit of a gap up to the road there, but it could be, I suppose. It's going to be close.
1 or 2 more laps.
Yeah.
1 or 2 more laps, and we would have a very, very tasty finish. But I think Ross Smith needs a bit of luck here.
He needs something to go wrong in front of him, essentially, but the lap times are in his favour at the moment. I mean, if he gains 3 seconds a lap from here till the end, maybe he'll just be in with a shout, but still remains to be seen. And we're at the very death end of this 4.8-hour race. 4 hours 48 minutes have gone under the 4 hours 38 minutes have gone under the bridge so far, and only 9 minutes remaining. And these guys are looking to get very racy for this podium. It's still on. And as long as it's on, Ross, with a 33:29 lap there, is definitely putting the hammer down, looking to make short work of this. It's, gap's not closing too quickly, though. It's that's the important factor. He needs to close that gap.
Well, he's closed it to 10 seconds, and he pulled out basically 2 over Lane, and last time out, literally 3:29.9, 3:32. So he pulled out 3 over Lane last time out, and 4 over Carl Vesser. So this is going to be a very, very close scenario coming down to the end here. He's got the gap down to 9.8, 9.6. So he is looming and closing, but can he get it done in time? What do we reckon, Becky?
This is where motor racing needs some kind of new initiative where the commentators can go, I can see if there's an extra 10 minutes added onto this race, we're going to have an epic battle. Right, announcement everyone, 10 minutes longer race, go.
Oh.
Everyone dives into the pits, has that 10-minute last dash, those battles can continue, because this is shaping up to be fantastic.
Surely you'd end up in a never-ending race.
No, but there's times when it evens out, like 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, if you called that the end of the race, we all been like, yeah, that was a great race, all spread out. Now it's all closing back in, just between those 3, closing back in. Another 20 minutes would be awesome.
Give it 20 minutes time, you can say, well, there's another battle further back. Everybody's going to go another 20 minutes. You've got to stick to the time given, you know.
Perfect.
I guess we all want to race all the time, but it's important to have a clearly defined end. Ross Smith, though, definitely putting the hammer down. He's got the bit between his teeth, and he's looking to make an interesting finale to this one for sure. Do you think he's going to do it? Not long left.
No.
6.
Just a bit.
6.
Just a bit off. He's a second a lap off what he needs to be.
Yeah, 6.5 seconds. 6.5 minutes, and he's got 8. Just broke below the 7.9 second gap marker. So it's going to be very, very close, but I don't think he's able to. I've got to be honest. I don't think it's going to be possible. But
I might change my mind on this, because there's 3 laps left, isn't there? Just about. Is it 3 laps left for him?
Yeah.
It will be 3 laps left for him, won't it?
Yeah.
And he's closing 2.5, 3 seconds a lap, and he's 8.5 down with 3 to go.
Yeah, he basically pulled out 3 seconds in the last lap over Tom Lane and 2 seconds over Carl Vesser. I'm not saying he's going to get podium. I think that might be a little bit too far, as there's a 12-second gap between Lane and Vesser. So I don't think he's going to get that, because that would have to say he's got to pull out 20 seconds over 3 laps, and we know that's just not possible. But 7.5 seconds back to Lane.
I think they'll meet in the Porsche curves on the final lap.
I've got a funny feeling they will as well.
I think Ross thinks the same as well, because he is pushing that car something rotten. He was very out of shape there in the Porsche curves, getting a bit of grass and dirt on the inside as he overtook a GT3, but he wasn't letting up any as he came through. Even though he lost the car a little bit, he was still pushing it pretty hard, getting a snap hose here and there, and he's not trundling around coasting this, thinking, well, this place will do. He's driving around at pace, thinking, I want that podium.
Yeah, he's not going to stop.
This is a mighty spin.
He was quick. We knew he was quick anyway. That's what we were talking about earlier on in the race, weren't we? Where we were saying, is Ross going to sit in the car and take it off Angelidis? We said about, obviously, the fun and all that, you know, so on and so forth. So, you know, at the end of the day, they've done what they've done, and now Ross is going for it. So let's see how we get on here. 3-car battle for P17. Am I missing something then, or am I not here? Because I've got P17 as Justin Sylvester, Josh Leperde, and Chris Brown. There's Brown.
Yeah,
there's Sylvester in
Eugene Brown closing him down fast.
Eugene
and there is Eugene
Chris,
just behind.
Yeah. So that could be another one we'll have to try and keep an eye on all at the same time here. 6 seconds now for Smith and 0.8 for Brown. We knew Brown had that issue, didn't we?
Brown is fast.
Yeah, he's flying currently.
He was 3 seconds a lap faster than his direct opponent in front of him at last lap, but 2 seconds faster on the best lap that they've managed as well. So 3:58.7 was the fastest lap that Chris Brown managed to put in this race. That's on a par with Josh Lepetri and Vasilis Kataranakis as well. So were it not for that incident, would you expect Brown to be on the podium here, Becky?
Absolutely. I was expecting him to fight for the win.
Not gone his way so far then. He hasn't been able to recover quite as well as Mia managed after her early incident, but yeah, there is just some other kind of otherworldly being at this stage with a 12.5 second gap over Kirby at the moment. Odds on to win the Pro Hypercar group, but Kataranakis also odds on to win his group. Enrique and Peter Meyer have all got them pretty much sewn up, so winners for each category pretty much in the bag at this stage, but there's still plenty to be fought for here. There's Chris Brown within 1 second of Sylvester at the moment, and not far behind them is Monsieur, who's looking to take advantage of any mistake these guys make. Into the final few minutes we go. So anybody's guess what's going to happen here between this for this podium here, but 5.7 seconds the gap between Ross Smith and Tom Lane. It's not coming down quick enough, is it?
No, not at the moment.
How much that's going to play into Tom Lane's head then as well. If he thinks that Ross is catching him up, how much is he going to think, well, I've got to put my foot down a bit now? How much does that increase his chance of making a mistake?
Well, if you're pushing like an absolute trooper on tyres that you haven't got underneath you, you are going to make that mistake, aren't you? And that's the thing. If Mia Rose can get round this lap before that 2-minute marker, there's going to be surely one more, if I'm not mistaken.
That's what I was banking on. I reckon Mia can just do it, which will push one more lap, which is why I thought Ross had a chance.
Yeah, she's coming down the second Mole Saint as well. Went right and left, so she's gone around turn 11. She's got 12 here as well. 152.
She might just miss it.
I think it is, yeah. I think this is going to be very, very close, and unfortunately, it's going to put us in a situation here where we either shout, "Oh, she's won," or "Oh my God, there's one more." So, yeah, either way, we're seeing how Mia Rose gets on. Do you think, though, the fact that she wouldn't want to be doing another lap, she would back off and allow the time to run down?
I don't know. It depends how exhausted she is. She's just been doing 5 hours. She might be shattered and thinking, if I back off by 5 seconds, I'll win the race. Or she might be thinking, I've got a nice victory lap here. I'm just going to go. I'm going to keep going. I'm loving every second. This has been an awesome day.
Well, definitely been a machine. I'm not going to lie. Definitely one that, well, she can only be praised for, I think, Stephen. I think that's the words for it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It's given us a lot of entertainment for sure with some of the brave moves she's made in today's race, but that's the reason why she's in P1. Like I was saying earlier, that kind of aggressive behaviour is the mark of a champion, and you very rarely see the Bottas's of the world, shall I say it, trying to be as politically nice as I can. You very rarely see them win a championship. The guys who are maybe a bit more cautious when it comes to wheel racing, those guys don't win championships. They get overtaken. They can't get it back, and they don't have the aggressive nature or the sharp enough elbows to push their way through the crowd like Mia Rose has managed to do today. I've got to say, that's the most impressive part of it. She's really sent it at times. It's been very risque at times as well, but she has been, on no uncertain terms, saying, this is my line in my race, and I'm going to win it. That's that. And she's not let anybody else have a word in edgeways in regard to that. She's just put her nose where maybe it didn't belong sometimes. She got the moves done, and she got them done in short order, and that's kept her in with a shout of winning this race.
Well, see how it's going to do. I think the time is up. So that was the final lap. I'm going to trust the fact that there's going to be a checkered flag out.
There it is. That's the checkered flag. That is the win for Mia Rose. You're going to say, fantastic drive. Can't heap enough praise on how well she's done in this one. It's been brilliant to watch.
Yeah, definitely has.
Well deserved. Bigger balls than the boys tonight, for sure.
I don't really. Okay. Well, that's one way of putting it, I suppose. There, as we see Felipe Enrique come around the final part of the racetrack as well. I'm trying to make sure we don't miss Katarinakis or Peter Meyer, but I don't think we will. But it is going to be Enrique here will take the victory in the Hypercar AMS.
It's a shame we didn't get one more lap.
Yeah, I think Smith might have got him.
Yeah.
He's there, look. Tom Lane is literally there.
He is as well, but look at that. The
Why
snap
is Chris
that Ross
Brown
gets.
showing us in the pits?
He is showing us in the pits.
Oh, he's gone off. Oh, no, he's finished. He's finished.
Well, he would have been lapped, so he would have finished as he crossed the line last time. So, but yeah, Ross Smith, maybe an extra lap or two. If maybe Becky's in charge of race control next year, maybe we'll get that. But it's been an entertaining one nonetheless. Peter Meyer, you've got to give huge credit to him as well, finishing that race in the AMS. So dominant in that series there. Katarinakis also dominant in his as well. But Brandon Gatt involved in that early shunt as well in the Mulsanne corner with the Porsche, getting a bit friendly with the barrier, I should say. But Enrique also dominant in his as well. But Mia Rose, what can you say about that drive? She was not only last at the very beginning of the race, but she also got into an incident as well and still managed to win it. That is a superb drive. Can't heap enough praise on her at this stage.
Yeah, done an absolutely incredible job. Absolutely incredible. So, you know, there's just no words for that, is there really? It's done an absolutely stellar job. And, well, Becky, what's your opinion on it all at this moment in time?
It's been a pretty fantastic race. There's been great drives all round. I mean, Mia Rose has just, as you said, it's almost undescribable, isn't it, what she's done today? But I'd like to go back to Peter Meyer. He has done the same thing in LMGT3.
Yeah, he certainly has. It's important not to forget those guys at the lower rungs of the ladder in this championship as well. If you had to pick a driver of the day, I don't know, we don't do that here, but who would you go for, Becky? Who do you think's done the best job?
I don't know why you don't do that. Driver of the day is always so much fun. It's a hard one between Peter and Mia Rose. It really is, because I think I'm going to go with Peter, because he won by what, like 3 minutes or something?
He's a long way ahead of his nearest competitor. He's actually P4 in the pros as well, beating Josh Lepetri on track as well. So he's a long way in front.
So
dominant,
5-hour race, staying in front of the pros, dominating the LMGT3 AMS. I'm going to go with Peter Meyer's driver of the day. Even though words can't describe how good Mia Rose is. It's almost to be expected sometimes, whereas Peter, like, drove his socks off.
We all expect a lot of pace out of Mia Rose, but 2.2 seconds, like 1.5 seconds, I think it is, faster than a nearest rival, Dan Kirkby. Best lap, 325.7 for Mia, a 327.2 for Daniel Kirby. So obviously big strategy difference there. He's gone longer and tried to save fuel and tyres in order to win this one. It didn't work out for him, but that's a huge gap between two of the top. That's between P1 and P2. You wouldn't expect to see a 1.5 second gap between, I mean, even Verstappen and Perez. You don't see that, and you all know Perez's not quite up to par when it comes to race pace compared to Verstappen.
Yeah, there's very, very different strategies there. Like, if you're comparing, if you're saying Formula One, you're comparing a 2-stop to a 1-stop strategy, where the 1-stop strategy hasn't worked out. In that case, you do see that pace difference. I'm not saying Mia Rose, she descended from the heavens to come down and race today. It was that impressive. But the 1.5 seconds is a bit. It's not telling all the story.
Great, yeah, so I agree with you wholeheartedly. It doesn't tell the whole picture, but yeah, going to be interesting to see how this affects the championship. But Maya is going to gain big for certain in his area. LMGT, so he was currently sitting. He was sitting on 40 points. That's 50 points he's just gained here from this race. If correct me if I'm wrong. So that's huge. That puts him now on 90 points. Well in charge of the championship, but obviously Eugene Monsieur wasn't too far behind. He was currently leading with 79, so he's going to gain some good points here as well. How much is this a worry for you then, Becky? Do you think, from your point of view, you're out of the race, so everybody else is gaining
I'm out of the championship. I could have been sitting there on the top step with the Stardust boys today, and I didn't really quite have the confidence to say, yeah, I'll race with you. I thought I'd be a bit slower, and I was a bit worried of spinning and making a mistake. And those two, they've gone from being like, oh, there's some really fast guys this year in the championship, to they should be leading it now. Like 1-2 in the championship, they'll be, won't they?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, it was Karanatakis and Zalecki who won this race, so they're going to be huge.
Yeah, we haven't got Gutierrez, we haven't got Neto, who I think of 1-2 in the championship at the moment.
Yeah, Licharzo is 2 in the moment, but he was racing today, but ended up DNFing. So him and Matthias Gonzalez in the Argentinian team had a lot of support in chat in the early stages. They DNF today, so I don't think they get any points whatsoever. But it's going to mix up the championship a huge amount. What do you think about that in terms of Becky? In terms of the championship, is it right to have these extra long races that give double points?
Yeah, I mean, people are putting bloody good efforts on it. It's just one of those things with motor racing, isn't it? It sucks to get bad luck. When you get bad luck when you're having a good result, it sucks even more. But the effort that has been put in by all the people racing today, they deserve those double points.
Yeah, definitely. So, James, have we got some interviews to be getting on with then? What's the crack?
Yeah, we have. We've got a few people in chat at the moment as well, waiting patiently for us. Becky, how do you feel about interviewing people?
I think it's really cool.
Okay, well, here we go. Here's Mia Rose. Why don't you two have a chat? And you can ask her all about her racing today. How about that one? As a little bit of a thank you for coming in. We'll allow you. We'll let you do the interviews. And first up for you, Becky,
You're going to regret that.
I'm not. I'm going to love it. And you're going to do it with a big old smile on your face because you're going to enjoy it as well, I sense. No doubt. So here we go. Here's Mia Rose for you.
Congratulations, Mia. That was absolutely sensational. How sweaty are you now after that?
I think it's the less about sweatiness and more about how spent I am. That took a lot of physical and mental effort just to drive that car for 4.8 hours, but also just to go from, I think, at 1.50 seconds back and then having to fight, one car thought it was touring cars, and then that was great. It was a great fight with Kirby.
That was fantastic to watch on the stream. What did you think when you were first closing in on him? Did you think when you were 25 seconds back, were you like, I'm going to get them?
Well, at that time when it was a couple laps before they lost about 10 seconds. I don't know what to. I started thinking about the strategy, and I'm like, well, I can't keep doing 11 lap stints to the end because I'll have to do a splash and dash at the end. So I think that was the first stint where I was doing a 12 lap stint, and then they must have caught on when Kirby got back in the car, because it was like I was catching them, and I'm like, okay, so these are going to end up us battling on track or me just dominating them through pit strategy. But then they found out when Kirby got in the car, did a 12-lap stint, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be on. And then I think second last stint, we both battled it out, and he sort of smartly, I had 2 massive sends around the outside, and he must have went, I'll fight another day, and then I found out at the last stop that he took no tires. So I'm like, well, I've got fresh rubber on. I done a 325 the last stint, so I might as well just go for it. And then I think within 2 laps, caught up to the back of him and had a really good fight. I think in the Porsche curves, I don't know if I forced him off on the grass, but I feel like I probably did. And
It wasn't really you. It was more of like just 3 cars going in with the GT3 as well. Didn't look like anything you did to me.
Because it was essentially that I was getting all the draft I can off the GT3, and I was watching what Kirby was going to do, because it was like if he went to the inside, I'd go to the outside. If he went to the outside, I'd go to the inside. But then I don't think he did anything. The Porsche was coming up quick, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to the outside. And then he went around the outside as well. It was like, oh, okay. But I saw him on the grass and like sort of gave him a bit more space, and then he got there. But then tried to send it around the outside at Porsche curves, and he went pretty wide, I saw. So, but yeah, after that, I just sort of just drove it as best I could and not try and get any more cut track penalties. So got to the end.
So were those 2 laps? Were they the laps of your life? Because I don't know if you're aware, but you closed down 7.2 seconds and overtook within those 2 laps.
Was that in the last stint or the second last stint?
That was in the last stint. It was 7.2 seconds you came out behind.
I think, like, going off what had happened the stint before, I'm like, okay, he's got 1 stint old tires. I'm like, I'm going to catch him no matter what. But yeah, I didn't really thought it was going to be a lap and a half, and I'm right there with him. So. And I think that's what also set up the overtake as well, like catching him in the right spot and then thinking ahead, like, okay, if I get him to in Indy and then slow him up out of Arnage, he could easily, he could try and get by me, but I've got all the grip I can in the Porsche curves that he would have nothing to me. So yeah, had 4.5 hours to think of that, and it all came true. So
that definitely seemed like the way to go. I was wondering that when you overtook at the first chicane and then he got you back at the second chicane, I was like, oh, where do you think you're going to overtake next? So you got the strategy absolutely perfect today. Is there anyone you'd like to thank or anyone you want to shout out to? You had a shout out in the YouTube chat, actually, from your wonderful partner.
Yeah, so shout out to her realizing that I was doing this race. I think an hour beforehand, I told her during the week I was only going to do the Thursday race, and that was it. And then after doing that race and then finishing a 1.5 seconds behind Ross wanted me to do it. So I'm like, okay, I'll do it. And I was only going to do it for points, and then I won it. So, but no, yeah, I think thanks to her. Just that's it. I think a lot of the other Queen's Design people were also watching as well, going off what I'm seeing in the Discord. So yeah.
Well, points make prizes, and you won the big one. James and Stephen, do you have any more questions?
No, I think you've covered everything. I just want to give you congratulations and ask one thing about, do you come into every race as aggressive as that, or is it just that you thought this one's mine?
Yes and no. I think when I was 50 seconds behind Kirby, I'm like, okay, this is going to be a slow burner. We won't be aggressive. And then when I was getting by Mike Bell, that was when the aggressiveness got turned up a bit. And then at the end it was like, we're both fighting for a win 4.5 hours after the start. If we both wreck each other out, that's what happens. And we both kept it really clean. It didn't hit each other at all. It was probably the best battle for the lead I've had in a while. And congrats to Kirby and Urine as well. They had an amazing race. They just had a couple of issues that really just got them in the end, or got got me to catch them up in the end and pass them. So, but yeah, they were really good. Thanks to them and everyone else who raced really cleanly with us hypercars as well. Just amazing.
Cracking job, all right. But big congratulations to you one final time for taking home the win. We've got to move things on though. Thank you very much for your time, and
thank you.
Enjoy that champagne bubble bath that the missus is preparing.
Oh, I hope so.
Take care.
Right. Take care. Have a good one, and we'll move on to the next interview.
We've got Vasilis. We're going to actually have a chat with Felipe Enrique, your winner of the AMS. So there we go. Becky, would you like to go again? Did a cracking job.
Hey, Felipe, that was fantastic. Are we not bringing Barry in with him?
Oh, we could bring both of them in together. There we go. Have a chat with double people. See how you get on.
Hey, Barry. Hey, Felipe. That was a fantastic win. I think that's the biggest win I have ever seen in my life. How did it feel for you two?
I can't describe how I'm feeling now. It was awesome victory. I'm so grateful to the team. Grateful for Barry share a car with me. Barry was really a brilliant Le Mans night ace. His job during the night to save me. And
night
I need
driving
to.
is my specialty.
And I need to congratulate George and Ross and HPD for trust on me after ups and downs during the season. Really roller coaster season, but today everything's fine and mission accomplished. And hey Becky, hey James, hey Stephen. Sorry, don't the salutation before because my engine doesn't well yet. I'm learning, I study.
Yeah, no worries. Your English is perfectly fine. We can understand you brilliantly. It's not a problem. But great race in the end. Great win in the end. That's your first, I believe, of the season. Do you think you can go on and win another?
Barry, what do you reckon?
Oh, me. Possibly. I'm more focusing on the 98 season, as right now I'm in the middle of a renovation, actually. So this quite fits. This race definitely kind of came at a bad time, but I managed to get enough practice in to sort of survive the race. And I know that the broadcast captured my one of 3 spins, so I must look like a terrible driver. But I promise I had 2.5 clean spins.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask you, how much do you hate sausage curbs?
Oh my God! Especially with in older cars, not so much, but with these hypercars, they're so low to the ground, and just they get kicked, and there's so much ground force aero too. So like you go over those curbs, and suddenly you put the power on, even with 8 traction control, and it just spins because there's no, it's just bouncing like crazy. So. And this track has so many massively tall sausage curbs that are almost as tall as the wheels, and it's just like it just throws you around. You have no control, and it's embarrassing.
So next weekend, are we going to see some very sore backs from some professional race drivers, judging from what we've seen today?
I'd have to imagine. I mean, like these cars are. I mean, that's the case with like the LMP ones from last year too. Like. I know they were hypercars last year too, but yeah, with such a bigger field, I'm sure that it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, well, Barry, thank you so much for joining us. Felipe, anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Well, I have to agree with Felipe on the setups. George and Ross really helped us. That's definitely a shout out for us.
No, definitely. Felipe, anyone you want to shout out?
Yes, I need to congratulate my team, Ross and George, Barry for sure. Thank you, Barry. And thank you for everyone. Thank you, Becky. Thank you, James. Thank you, Steven. Guys, CMS are awesome. Best league I ever run in my life. I learned so much here. I'm so grateful.
Well, thank you ever so much. Very kind words.
Barry, final word from you.
Well, I think he said it way better than I could ever articulate. So I'll just have to say doubles on that.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks, guys, for joining us in the booth, and we'll look forward to having a chat with you as the season goes on. Take care.
Thank you.
Right. So, next in the booth is the GT3 Pro winner, Vasilis Katarinakis. There you go, Becky. Have a chat with Vasilis.
Hey, Vasilis.
Bring Jamie in. Hey, wait, what? Bring Jamie in. I'm not doing this interview without him.
Oh, he's here as well. There you
See,
go.
I did say about having both in at the same time.
Yeah,
so,
but I know. I'm sorry. Carry on.
Congratulations, guys. You won by miles. Were you expecting that from the start after you flew away like 12 seconds down the road within a few laps?
Absolutely not.
No. No way, no.
Yeah,
So you thought people were going to come back?
Yeah, I thought for sure Brandon was going to come back, and especially seeing that second stint. Vasilis did a great job fighting him off there.
Yeah, that was fantastic watching. That was just as I started watching myself.
Yeah, Jamie did a phenomenal job. I mean, it wasn't even in our strategy that Jamie was going to begin. I was going to, but then he tells me, hey, you know, I'm able to do a 359 with the full fuel. And I was like, yeah, you're going to be starting the race if you want it. So he does that and takes pole, and, well, the rest, as they say, is history. But I do have to say sorry, James, because I just saw that you apparently wanted to chat at some point, but I didn't see your message. Sorry about that. But yeah, Jamie did a phenomenal job with the car and driving. It's phenomenal. I have no words.
That's all right,
I wouldn't
Vasilis.
say just Amy did. You both did.
Yeah, both of you done a stellar job.
Yeah, definitely. Vasilis made some very, very important suspension tweaks to the setup, and I think without those, we would not have had the pace that we had. So it was definitely a team effort.
So that leads me on to the question that I want to ask then as well, is which way did you go with the setup? Did you set it up for one driver, for both drivers? Or did you go for a compromise, like I say, with both drivers? What direction did you go for?
I kind of built a setup and sent it over, and I said, hey, if it sucks, let me know and we'll do something else. And he sent it back and just made a couple suspension adjustments and said, yep, this is good to go. So I guess we both drive the car a little bit weird, and it just happened to work out for us.
I'd say a bit more than work out there. We stormed away. Was there at what point did you think, actually, we're probably going to win this?
When I crossed the finish line.
Yeah, seriously.
Not before.
I had just taken over the car in my second stint, and I thought, you know what? We might actually have this, because I am driving away from John Mayer. I think we could actually do this. But, of course, it's Le Mans, and it's a long race, so I deleted that thought and got on with the job at hand.
Wow.
Got on, you did. Is there anyone you'd like to thank? Any shout-outs for the two of you?
Thank you, Jamie, for teaming up with me.
Yeah. My thoughts as well. Thanks to Vasilis for coming out and joining the team. I know he's only a part-time effort this season, but it sure is a lot more fun. Becky, I hate that it went that way with you and Mike. Such a disappointment. You know, when the broadcast showed Mike blew up, I ran down to your garage trying to figure out if we had anything to worry about with our NSX. But
luckily, you did not. We were hoping to like stage a bit of a comeback after a bit of a mare in the pit stop, but it wasn't to be our day today. And I don't want to take away from your day, because that was a fantastic race by you two.
Thank you. I was so excited when we were running 1-2, and it was just a Stardust smackdown on the field that made my heart so proud.
So, for you, Jamie, that's first GT3 win of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, that's actually my first GT Pro win, period.
Wow. So how are you feeling right now?
I am absolutely pumped. We are partying tonight.
Nice. Well,
what's the party drink of choice?
You know, I've got some Tall Boy Strongbows in the fridge. I think we're gonna go with some hard cider.
Well, you enjoy those.
There you go, guys. Thanks so much for joining us, and we look forward to having a chat with you as the season goes on.
Cheers. Thank you, guys. Hope to be back up here.
Take care. Right, and then the final interview of the evening is one Mr. Peter Meyer. Peter, welcome in. How are you, sir? What a wonderful race from you, and welcome into this wonderful three-man booth we've got running here this evening.
Just a little dizzy, but it's all right.
Dizzy because you did so well, or dizzy because you're tired and you've driven 4.8 hours on your own?
The latter one, I think.
Well, you did an absolutely...
It was longer than expected.
Yeah, and it was an absolutely incredible as well. I think, Becky, you named Peter as a driver of the day.
I did name Peter as my driver of the day. I think your win was amazing. How does it feel to win such an exhaustingly long race by such a massive distance?
Well, I have to say I usually don't look at standings or time gaps during the race, so I didn't really know until just before the last pit stop what my position was really.
So you had no idea that you were just killing it the whole time?
Not really, no. Normally I just stick to my plan and see what happens, and well, it just worked out this time.
So was it 4.8 hours of just push?
No, not at all. I saved fuel a lot, and also, I was going slower than I could just to keep it on track. I really didn't push all the way. Just on the last stop, I took soft tires and went a little faster again.
Wow, that just makes it seem even more impressive to me. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out to?
Oh, I don't think so. No, not at the moment, no.
And I'll let James and Stephen wrap it up with you then.
Yeah, it was a fantastic race, Peter. So congratulations on that. Well done on your win. Yeah. Any questions from you, James?
I'm not. No, I'm happy to let Peter go. He sounds absolutely knackered. So, Peter, you go and have a break, buddy, and we'll chat to you as the season goes on. But for now, take care and congratulations on your win.
Well, thank you. Have a good night.
And
You too. So there we have it. 4.8 hours or 4 hours and 48 minutes of Le Mans is finally over. What a long race that was, but what an entertaining one, James. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it definitely was. It was, incredible. It had it all. It had action. It had overtakes. It had spins. It had surprises. It had, unfortunate incidents for people, as we saw with disconnects, and obviously, Becky's situation where the engine just went poof. So it's really been quite incredible, and we've had it literally all here today. I want to pick up on a few comments that just come in. Great broadcast, everyone. Superb effort from all of you. Made it a joy to watch as well. Hi, good race. It was my first time in rFactor 2 and I had a lot of problems of braking and steering in the last stint. That was Joe Falls, who obviously we saw had a few unfortunate incidents there. Vinicius Concalves, Sabu racing today, managed a P3 on GT3 Pros after a trouble-free race, so it's stellar from him. And Michael Brooks, I know I said it before, but it's worth repeating. Truly a fantastic broadcast and brilliant commentary for everyone involved there as well. So absolutely incredible. Dan Kirby, sigh, hell of a race, but gutted just to come out second. Yeah, it must have been tough, mate, but I'm tell you what, there wasn't a lot. I don't think all of us are here and agree in the booth. There wasn't really a lot you can do there as well. And Dog Bro, my car has the fun now. Well, yeah, you thank Calvin, Ross Smith, sorry for that one, as he was to do it. And Phil there as well. Becky is definitely JBB commentator material. I would love to see her on future comms.
Well, anytime I crash out of the race, I'll be happy to join.
I think he means outside of this one, Becky. I think he means as a extra evening curriculum activity for you, because we do quite.
That sounds pretty fun, to be honest.
Well, maybe we can have a DM after this, and we'll see what we can do there, Steve. But for Becky as well. So absolutely incredible evening from all of us up here in the booth, Steve. Amazing race for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff in the end. I'm glad everybody in chat enjoyed themselves. Glad we put on a great show. And thank you very much to Becky once more for joining after crashing out. It's been great to have you here. And
James as well, always a pleasure to commentate with you. I'm looking forward to doing it again in the future. But can't be here forever. I'd love to talk for England, but even I've got to eat at some stage. So I'm going to love you and leave you. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. And we'll see you for the next one. Thank you very much and have a good evening.